All right, guys, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the tournament. We're in round one, and the first round matchup is going to be Leech Lord facing off against Puffin. Pretty fun name there. Should be good. How you guys doing? Welcome, yes. Time for some Total War Warhammer. Figured we need some real RTS action after yesterday, so, it's time. The dreaded microwave tea. Dude, I haven't microwave tea in years. God, when would the last time have been? It would have been a long time. A long time. Easily probably 3 years. Yeah. Those were some magical times though, for sure. There was a time when I microwaved my tea water. So like heat it up, I was like, it's gonna be quicker than putting some water on the kettle and waiting. Let's just microwave that bad boy. There was a time when that was my standard modality for making tea, but not anymore. I married an enlightened European woman and she showed me the way. The forbidden tech. Yeah. We don't know who they're playing yet. They're doing their picks and bans right now, so we just literally jumped in. Let me make sure there's no issues. No worries. All right. And cool. So let's see what they're going to end up playing. We're on Imperial Road. Pretty fun map. You can do artillery. There's some nice tree lines in the side of the map to hide in. I actually think this is one of my favorite maps. I really, really like Imperial Road. It's a beauty. It's a beauty. Welcome. Yes. How to get charcoal microwaves, our space magic. What? You have wounded every British person in the stream. I know. But it doesn't happen anymore, I can assure you. No, we do tea the proper way here now. I mean, I don't know if I would say proper maybe by the standards of the UK, but we get it done. A lot of British folk just smash their desk with a fist of rage. Yeah, I can imagine so. Those were some dark times, Those were some dark times. Yeah, that's funny. Trying to think, what other haggard things I used to do back in college. I had a George Foreman grill. You guys ever have one of those? Those like grills that you just like press down from the top. We had a George Foreman grill, and we used to cook our hot dogs in that. It was pretty gross. I guess it could be worse. God, I remember one time my roommate and I we were in college, and all we had in our fridge was like some ground beef. So we made meat sticks. We made like hot dog shaped like with the ground beef, and then we cooked them in the George Foreman grill, and we had these these meat sticks. It was so gross. Oh man, yeah, those are some fun times. George Foreman grill, yeah, they're fun. They're fun. All right, let's see if we got the picks and bans yet. Doesn't look like it right now. And cool. So all the players doing everything. Looks like we don't have too many people disappearing in the first round, which is great. So all is good in the neighborhood. Yes, perfect. We're in the right place, and now it's just time to chill out. So we played the Age of Sigmar game yesterday, the Realms of Ruin. It's interesting. Overall, I would say a little bit disappointed with it. Felt pretty clunky, but just had me thinking the whole time. I'm like, man, domination mode is just like straight up better than this, Like the range of factions, the balance, like despite its issues, it's a whole different beast. The forbidden text, yes, that was a long time ago. That would have been 2007, dude. 2007, 2008. Yeah, that's a long time, man. Ancient history. It's crazy how fast time flies. Remember sitting in the middle of the dorm room with all my apartment, I guess, with my good friend Paul, playing Halo. Well, I think it was Halo 3 would have been 2007, 2008. Yeah, I think it was Halo 3. Yeah, good times, man. Good times. So, Bretonnia could be picked here for sure. I think Bretonnia is pretty damn strong, top tier faction. They are doing a pick 3 matrix, so these rounds are best of 1, and then we have a best of 3 grand final. So there's going to be 4 regular rounds, and then after the 4 regular rounds, the semifinals are best of 1 with the pick 3 format, and then the grand finals are best of 3, not best of 1. So that's the tail of the tape there. Yeah, should be good. I actually liked Halo 3 a lot. Halo 3 was fun. I played a ton of multiplayer on Xbox Live with that one. How many of you guys lived through the dark ages of Xbox Live? Like, you were one of the first to get on there when it first came out. Oh my god, there was some... You learn a lot of horrible shit when you get on there, man. Those the early internet microphone, chat lobbies, that was rough. Bretonnia's not banned. You can still pick Bretonnia, but you're limited on your Grail Knights. So today's a typical competitive tournament, so we're not like banning any factions outright. Sometimes there will be tournaments where people will ban the top 3 factions or something, but today you can play them, but they have restrictions on bugged units and whatnot. So, yeah, that's kind of the jam. Hey, Leto, how you doing, man? Playing some Tarkov, huh? I hear that's a pretty stressful game. Yeah, I don't believe they finished their picks and bans yet, because they've been sitting on Bretonnia and Demons of Chaos this entire time. I mean, unless they did it that quickly. They might have, actually. Do we really have a Bretonnia versus Demons of Chaos matchup? Hold on a sec. Let me get the screen blocker up, and we'll double check this bad boy, shall we? Yes, good, Anakin, good. Where art thou? Around here somewhere. All right. I'm gonna see if this insanity is actually true. Now it looks like they haven't picked yet. They're just kind of sitting on these weird armies that I don't think make a lot of sense. Yeah, so I think we're fine. No, we're not playing tonight. Going to be taking it a little bit easy. My hand's been acting up a bit, so just going to be casting today. But I will be playing in some tournaments this week. Next one that I see that's being hosted, I'll probably jump in and play in that one. Yeah, should be fun. It's really getting the adrenaline pumping. Oh, I would imagine so. Yeah, Bretonnia is crazy strong. They're very, very strong. The thing about Bretonnia that's kind of lame is like they dominate the cavalry fights usually with their new movement speed and obviously the stat line on like grails and things like that and armor piercing. And Bretonnia also tends to win the melee fights too because of how cost effective the foot squires and battle pilgrims are now, and even peasant mobs and men at arms with the grail reliques. It's just kind of silly. Like they win almost every aspect of the battle. Like it used to be that you could like really crush the Bretonnian infantry and then you just had to deal with good cavalry. I honestly thought Bretonnia was fine before. I don't think they needed too many changes, but somebody just had a hard on to really just soup them up at CA for some reason. So, I mean, I think I liked what they did with the Grail Knights, honestly. Like if they had just made that Grail Knight change. Yeah, but they screwed something up in the back end where they just like, they count as a weird classification and they just like launch infantry into the Shadow Realm. Like infantry just can't even stop Grail Knights. It's really, really tough. I mean, they could still be killed. There's certain, spells and whatnot, but yeah, it's really tough. It's really, really tough. All right, so they've got to be doing their picks and bans, right? Let me check with them. And bans, yeah. Yeah, the pick 3 format usually is somewhat quick. Oh, I guess it could take a moment. Okay, Lizardmen for Leech Lord. And his opponent is going to be playing, it looks like maybe Demons of Chaos. That's kind of interesting. No, Tzeentch. Okay. So first matchup of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is here. We have Lizardmen versus Tzeentch on the Imperial Road. It's a fun matchup. Probably going to see Severed Claw and some Tzeentchian warriors, some Screamers, and various other anti-large tools. I wouldn't expect Village here. Village doesn't have a good time against Dinosaur, so I wouldn't expect to see him. Oh my god, pump wagons are awful. Jesus. Grail relics need to be more, either probably more expensive, honestly. Maybe make them cost like 400, 500, I think would be fine. Because like at their price point, they're just so good what they bring to the table. They're so incredibly good. This map looks great. When does it come to the main game for some quick battles? Yeah, I've been working on that, Willow. I've been working on that. I've been, I'm in the Discord with the developers. And I'm probably... Yeah, I talk about it a lot. So I don't know if we're going to get like a huge blast of maps all at once, but I think what can happen in the future, and my conspiracy theory guess, is that with each DLC that comes out, I think I can work with them to add maybe like 2 or 3 maps from our map pack, maybe. That's like the goal I'm working on, and it seems like that is probably the direction it's going to go. So I'm really, really hoping I can get that. I'm plugging away at it. I want folks on ladder to have a good time because it's the gateway to multiplayer, right? And as it stands now, the gateway to domination mode is awful. It's awful. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Like the quick battle system is just terrible. I mean, the maps are bad. So yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Pretty unfortunate. But we'll see what we can do. I'm working on it. I'm working hard. Yeah, Tzeentch is kind of popular right now. I've seen a lot of people playing him. Let's take a look at the win rates of Tzeentch real quick. Have they been coming up from the pits? Yeah, Tzeentch is up to 44%. It's pretty cool. Honestly, the balance is looking like pretty decent. Aside from Bretonnia, Ogre Kingdoms, and Chaos Dwarves, like the balance of the game is pretty sweet. Like considering we have this many factions, it's pretty insane. I mean, this game is probably more balanced than the game I just played yesterday, which literally has 2 factions. Let me check here real quick and see. I don't know why it's showing that screen. Hold on, I'm trying to like get to the tournament one. Well, anyways, it's fine. We can look at the stats on the website here. Turin's conspiracies usually come true, so be careful. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good thing if that comes true, right? That'd be pretty sweet. Happy birthday. You know, you're actually really close. My birthday's in 4 days. Yeah, so it's, what day of the week is that going to be? That is going to be the Wednesday, yeah. All right, we'll have to do something fun. I don't know, maybe we'll have a big old tournament or something. You know? I could be like that, I could play in a tournament on my birthday and be, you guys remember that Sacha Baron Cohen movie? I think it was called The Dictator, when he's like running the track and field race and like everyone just lets him win because he's got a pistol. Yeah, you got to be like that. Yeah. Should be fun. Yeah, you know, Grand Cathay has some okay tools against Chaos Dwarf's phone. Ever since they nerfed the Magma Cannon range, the Grand Cathay cannons can actually do pretty well in that matchup. A lot of it depends on the map, but it's certainly possible. I might go back and do some Company of Heroes 3. You know, after playing Realms of Ruin yesterday, I kind of had a bit of an appreciation for it. I was like, all right, you know, I respect that. So we'll see. I think people are figuring out Tzeentch. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of factions that had really low win rates, but people didn't really give them the time of day. And that's what's so fun about this game. There's so many factions to play, and like they're all pretty deep and complex for the most part in terms of strategy. Some less than others. Like Norska is just pure unga bunga. You know, you just. Yeah, they're not very deep in terms of strategy, but a lot of the other factions are, which is very, very fun. And, you know, it's good to have some caveman strategies as well, some caveman factions, you know? It's good for newer players to pick up. Yeah, Sever Claw are insane, and Screamers are good. Yeah, Flamers can be very strong too, depending on the matchup. I suppose against Lizardmen, Flamers might be okay, although they can get ranged by Sallies. I don't know if you even bring Salamanders in this matchup, though. It's going to be interesting. Leechlord is a top-tier Lizardman player. I don't know if Puffin is somebody playing under an alias, so I don't know if this is like some Forbidden Tzeentch champion, so we'll have to see how this one unfolds. But the Great Plan will be potentially enacted here today. One way or the other, they're both factions that enjoy the Great Plan in their own regards. Yeah. Should be good. Play as the Emperor of Dune. Yeah, I'm actually interested in doing another Dune stream. I think that could be fun with all the changes. Is ranked mode good in this game? So what I would recommend is joining our Discord, and we have our own ranked system, like a tournament leaderboard. I would just play with people in our Discord, and then also play in our beginner tournaments and whatnot. That's going to be a far better experience than playing on the actual ladder. Unfortunately, the company that makes this game, they did a good job with, you know, my opinion, with Dom and the factions, but they did not do a good job with the quick battle. They literally have ignored it since launch. The leaderboard's been broken, actually, since launch, and it hasn't been fixed. And that's been what? How long has this game been out? Year and a half, 2 years, something like that? Game 3? I don't even know. Is Realms of Ruin bad? I certainly have a lot of gripes with it. There's a lot of weird things, like being forced into melee combat. Like, you can't... in targeting is super difficult, so it feels like you're not rewarded for your micro. You just kind of mash your armies and spam powerful abilities. Yeah, overall, I don't know. I was a little bit disappointed, you know. But it's all good. You know, it's early on. I'm hoping they'll make some good changes, and I'll give it a look when it comes out again. Yeah. Plus the Total War Warhammer multiplayer community. Yeah, it's a great one. We got some great people. There's obviously, every community has its trolls, but this one's pretty good. Dan, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Yes, we rise. We load into game 1, which is going to be the Imperial Road Lizardmen versus Tzeentch. We got Lord Mazdamundi facing off against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, who's going to be coming in with the Lord Metal. So most likely, is that going to be Plague of Rust, Searing Doom Spam, or Final Transmutation? Both are pretty good at punishing blobs, so both are punishing blobs. Yeah, Realms of Ruin was a little bit clunky. I could go down a whole list of things I would recommend for it, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, Nick, I've heard about that. We'll check it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, loading into the first match, round 1 here today. It's going to be Leechlord coming in with a million skinks and pretty standard stuff. Skinks are cheap, and they can grab objectives, and they can swarm blues and pinks and get around the side of formations. In the front line, it's going to be a more meaty Saurus front line, so we got Saurus Warriors in the front. Saurus Warriors will lose to Chaos Warriors, but they'll bash most of the demon units relatively effectively, and honestly, they don't do terribly against armor. But yeah, they'll have a little bit of a rough time versus the warriors here. Now, in order to deal with the armor of Tzeentch, which, Tzeentch has good halberds, they have good quality warriors. Oftentimes you'll see Tzeentch Chosen getting thrown into the mix. It looks like our Lizardmen player is going to be coming out with double Ancient Salamander, which, they do nuke infantry pretty effectively. So I do like the double Ancient Sally. And it's going to be Lord of Chungus. It's going to be Lord Mazdamundi. So he's here, and he's got nets and Comet of Casandora. So yeah, you can net something down and then drop a Comet on it. You can drop a Ruination of Cities, a Banishment. Mazdamundi is a really, really powerful lord for clearing out, pockets of infantry and elite cavalry if you can net them in place. Now, looking here at the forces of the Changer, it's going to be the Puffin. Puffin coming in with the front line of warriors, which I do like. I think the Tzeentch warriors trade very well into lizard infantry. Chaos Sorcerer, Metal Lord, and yeah, he's got Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. Interesting. I'm curious about the Plague of Rust. I guess if you Plague of Rust something and then shoot them with the blues, it can be pretty cost effective, so we're going to have to keep tabs on that. Severed Claw on the back, as well as the Weird Spawn. So a very aggressive pushing build. My one concern is it doesn't seem to have a ton of tools to effectively shut down the Salamanders, so that should be interesting. All right, so Chaos Warriors moving on up. They're going to be hustling, and in the backfield we see our first summon coming out. It's going to be some Screamers for Tzeentch. So Screamers, of course, anti-large. And yeah, these are a good answer against the Sallies if they can, get on top of them and keep them pinned down. But we'll have to see. The Salamanders are elusive. They have good mass and also do have 75 speed, so they got that going for them. So Salamander's moving up, looking to drop some sweet fireball beats on the Tzeentchian army, but we do get the Disc Master, and it looks like he's actually going to be attacking here. He's not a terrible fighter. He's a little Chaos Fighter. He's got 48, 44, and 360, so he could put a little bit of hurt on the Ancient Salamanders, but overall, the Lizard's probably going to call in some skinks, like Chameleon Skinks maybe to shoot the flyer. That wouldn't be a terrible idea, just to have one Chameleon Skink to try and melt down the Chaos Sorcerer, maybe put a little bit of Daka onto the Screamers here. Plenty of options, but now you guys get to see the glorious Salamander fire. Lizardmen, yeah, I got to give it up. Lizardmen certainly a pretty cool faction. And the first shot going down, and that's a direct hit. It gets through the shields, but the Tzeentch units do, of course, have shields, which is really nice. So there's a decent chance that the Tzeentch warrior unit, who basically just took, how much damage would that be? They just took over 1,000 damage, which the shields absorbed. There's a chance that their shields are going to start coming back before they take damage again, which is really cool. Ancient Sally's double firing into the warriors. One of them does miss, so 2 units have had their shields diminished, but you better get those attacks in before things, heal up, because the shields are going to start healing very soon. Lizardmen call out some flyers. We get the Colossadon Hunters, and the Tzeentchian army now going to be moving into objective number 2. Looks like it's going to be basically a land battle. These 2 players just engaging here in the middle. As the Salamanders continue to put some respectable fire down to the Chaos Warriors, these guys down to about 80% after more volleys. And yeah, honestly, Sally's doing their job. This is exactly what you want. Just kind of nuke down these armored troopers, and another shot right there. Not the best hit on that particular attack. Now, back objective going to be captured by Tzeentch. The middle is going to be heavily contested. Sars and Warriors, and do the Lizardmen have any more anti-infantry tools? They're putting a lot of weight on these Salamanders right now. No Croxagores, nothing like that to really punch through these Warriors, which of course could be okay, but there are the Severed Claw, as well as Weird Spawn here and Screamer, so I guess maybe bringing out those type of units is a little bit scary. Okay, so now we're going to get some anti-armor. We get the Clever Girls coming out. So Clever Girls are Feral Cold Ones, just a Jurassic Park reference for anybody who's missing that. And they do have good armor piercing. They hit pretty hard, so they can jump on top of the warriors and certainly melt those bad boys down. Now up in the sky, we do get a little bit of Screamer action, but overall it seems like they're having trouble committing to a fight. Pulling back right now, the Tzeentchian warriors have engaged against the Sars in the front, and like I said, the Tzeentch warriors typically do win this fight because of their armor. But the Sars are really, really good at holding, and Net of Amachok going down on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, but lucky for him, man. He just landed right as that went down. So the Chaos Sorcerer Lord's going to be... Oh no, and he floats back up to the sky. What is this? So now the Colossadon Hunter is going to be getting those anti-large attacks with Toad Rage active. Oh man, he's in a net for another 6 seconds, 5 seconds. That is the longest 4 or 5 seconds you're going to be feeling. And he gets beat up pretty bad. And the Colossadon Hunters do follow him to the ground, which could be a bit of a mistake. And it looks like there's going to be a Searing Doom going down from Tzeentch, which is going to be a very good cast right there. So beautiful Searing Doom on Leech Lord's forces. Nails those Saurus Warriors and also hits the Clever Girls. And the Colossadon Hunters did make the mistake of being lured down to the ground, because that's the problem with Toad Rage. So they got lured down, and then Severed Claw as well as Weird Spawn just absolutely bashed them. So that's pretty big value here for our Tzeentch player, as the Tzeentch army does hold down the objective here, looking to be pretty comfortable, and both of the old Ancient Salamanders trying to get away with being chased down by Screamers as well. So these guys are going to be pulling back here. Screamers are jumping on top of them, and the Salamanders can kind of fight back, but they're going to want a little bit of support. I guess they do have Skink Cohorts with Javelins helping them out. The front line, the Saurus Warriors do lose to the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, and over here it looks like it's a pretty even fight right here. But Lord Mazdamundi going to be dropping a fat erect Comet of Cassandora, it looks like, and that could be pretty devastating if it hits. The Tzeentch Warriors trying to run, but direct hit, brutal damage. That's going to be 30-40% of their HP. And now the Saurus Warriors are going to be turning the tide of that fight right there for sure. So looking around, we do see Tzeentch spamming a bunch of Furies and Flyers looking to envelop the Lizardmen backfield. Shut down some of the shooting. Obviously, the Ancient Sallies are causing some big problems. Saurus Warriors and the Spear Riders here trading pretty cost effectively. Screamers are good against Spear Riders, but Spear Riders also give it back to them well, especially if they have a little bit of Saurus support. Looking at the value so far, we do see Leech Lord is ahead by a little bit, but Tzeentch is holding on to the objective right now. And the Disc Master, what is he going to be doing? Is he going to be dropping a Searing Doom right there? Certainly not a bad spot. That's a good spot. This is also a very good spot right here. And you can see the Searing Gem hits home right there and does some respectable damage. Nothing too crazy, but this would have been probably a sweeter spot. That's like a really heavy pocket of units. So the objective still being held by Tzeentch, and the Severed Claw is very healthy. Weird Spawn and Chaos Warrior is probably going to be able to punch through this unit of Saurus at some point. And now the Severed Claw is going to be moving up. And man, they're just such a tough unit to remove. And the Severed Claw also does have 5 capture weight, even with those low models. So that's what makes Aspiring Champions like such a devastating unit, is their ability to really hold on points. Probably why they're more popular in Domination than they are in like things like Land Battle. Nick, thank you for the 10. Really appreciate it. Big Blue Bird is the best. Yeah, I enjoy the big Tzeentch chickens as well. I think they're very fun. Now, looking at reinforcements coming in, we get Marauder Horsemen from Tzeentch, as well as some Forsaken most likely. Forsaken are probably, if you're a Tzeentch player, they're the unit you want to have in a reserve to come and reinforce the front line here. So it looks like a little bit of lag, which is weird because these players haven't had any lag whatsoever this game. But hopefully nobody disconnects and we can keep going on our merry way. Looks like it's not me. All right. I seem to be chilling, and Leech Lord has dropped from the game. Oh, that's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. That was a good game. It was a really good match. But, you know, people's internet is a potato. Although I'm pretty sure he lives in the UK. He should have good internet. That's weird. Sorry about that, guys. Well, that's a tricky one. Typically, at that point, the person who would drop would just get a loss. But yeah, in the time of the round, they could try and replay it, but it's that's gonna be unfortunate here. And it looks like he's completely offline too. So let me just deal with this for a second. I'm gonna check the website, see how the round's looking. And sorry about that, guys. It happens. Tzeentch works in mysterious ways. I know, man. God, get your internet together, people. All right. What are the odds? The one game we decide to cast, you know, we have a crash. It's probably literally the only crash in the whole event. The Forsaken came in and just ended it. Yeah, so it looks like Charix won his game. Let me check with the players here. Internet, I'm guessing. So the Puffin played a good game. It was a close match. You know, either player could have won that. That's the thing. And yeah, so in that case, Tzeentch would get the win and go to the next round. But yeah, Leech Lord's not even responding to me, so his internet must be fully crashed. Could be a power outage, who knows, yeah. New Tzeentch army abilities, yes. All right, so I'm gonna wait for him to come back, and let me see Puffin. I don't know who Puffin is in Discord. He goes by a different name, it looks like. But nonetheless, hopefully we'll have another round starting soon. A lot of the game should be finishing here in the next like 5 minutes or so. We can go from there. There are some storms in the UK right now, so that could be the issue. Man, hopefully not. Hopefully he's all good. Yeah, fully cut out. All right. So we started at 12. The game was pretty close. We have, what, 15 minutes? All right. You two can replay with same armies. But if you don't finish by round timer, then he wins. So what we're going to do is we're going to have them replay with the same armies, and if they don't finish by the round timer, then the Tzeentch player is going to get the win. Because we still have 15 minutes left, which is potentially enough to finish. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. Get him in there. And perfect. So go ahead and let your opponent know. So we're gonna cast that again. We're gonna go in and hopefully they won't have any issues. He said he had a full power outage, so it went out and rebooted, and you know it is what it is. But yeah, so technically there's still 15 minutes left in the round, and we're gonna be sitting there anyways. So we're gonna give them time, and if they can't get the game finished in time, then we would just give the win to the Tzeentch player. So that is the jam. Nope, it's not an auto loss. You know, we work with people. If they had taken a couple minutes longer, then yeah, we would have given an auto loss there. But it is what it is, you know. That would probably happen in a lot of esports stuff, right? If you're playing in a tournament and you crash in the mid to late game of a battle, because otherwise, if you don't have any enforcement for that, then what's going to happen is people are just going to disconnect when they're losing and get a replay. So you need to have some sort of rules towards it. But this one was close enough. The game was literally dead even, so we can obviously I don't think that was I'm going to make a judgment call that it wasn't intentional. So. Yeah, it honestly even looked like the Lizards were winning. They were up by, I think, by 800 to 1,000 value, give or take, so. Should be fine. Dude, speaking of guys, and another tangent, and we can talk about this in between, but I, for the past handful of years, I've been relatively disappointed with the new Star Trek stuff, but man, the Strange New Worlds is really good. The new one, if you guys are Star Trek fans, I highly recommend it. All right, guys, so here we are, round 2. We got our dreaded do-over of the gods. And it is going to be the double salamander. And for anybody just joining and this is your first battle, we did talk about it before, but ancient salamanders are excellent at clearing out armored infantry. With Tzeentch is actually a pretty good tanky faction. They have the shields, they have a lot of armor, so having the sallies to do that is good. Saurus to tank, Lord Mazdamundi to just cast supporting magic. And looking at the Tzeentchian army, it is going to be Chaos Warriors into the sunset. Chaos Warriors trade very well. They're silver shielded against any of the Lizardmen missile play like Chameleon Skinks. And they have good enough stats to beat Saurus in a straight up fight. So, that's a great for you. That's one big advantage that Chaos will have against the Lizardmen, right? Here we got Severed Claw. We do also have the Weird Spawn, a couple blues, and up in the sky we do have the Screamers of Tzeentch, once again being called in. And the Tzeentch player, he's getting a bit of a mulligan too. He gets to go back to the drawing board and scheme it out. But if we do have another crash or anything like that, then obviously, it's going to be what it is. Yeah, so on the note of Star Trek, that is the Captain, yes, the prequel series. It's really good. I've been enjoying it. It feels like old school Star Trek, for sure. It definitely does. So the Tzeentch Discmaster landing this time, actually opting to come into combat here and doing some surfing moves. But the Salamanders are not slouches of fighters. They're going to be able to definitely fight back against the Tzeentch Lord. And now you can see the Tzeentch Lord, his shield's looking a little bit flimsy there as the Salamanders do punch through his armor. And overall, I don't know if that engagement was the best for him. However, it did keep the Salamanders from shooting for a period of time. And that's why Tzeentch is so good in land battle. In land battle, there's no real conditions outside of player-made rules that force you to fight the opponent. So you can barely obey the attacking rules and just shoot with one blue or something and let the rest of your army regenerate. Tzeentch shield regeneration in land battle is crazy. It's infinite. There's no healing. There's no cap on it. So you can basically just get infinite health on your shields if you micro very carefully. But obviously that's why, there's got to be player-made restrictions and whatnot. It's pretty insane. In Dom, it's not really a big deal. The objectives kind of keep them fighting, so they can't really just sit in the back and let their shields regenerate all day. So Chaos Warriors move it up, and the similar battle's about to be going underway. We do see the Searing Doom going down with the Saurus Warriors right here, so those guys get popped in the face. Clawsodon Hunter is going to be much more careful this time, I would imagine. Leech Lord sitting back there. Clawsodon Hunters, a decent tech against Screamers, I guess. But Screamers also will trade okay into them. Last time, the Clawsodon Hunters did get lured down to their death. They got lured into the Severed Claw, into some of the Halberds, which was certainly a nice little situation there. But, having that anti-large unit certainly doesn't hurt. Now, Clever Girl's going to be coming out. Clever Girls are your anti-infantry buffering tool. They're kind of monstrous in terms of their size. So what you do is you stack these on top of your Saurus and your Skinks, and it gives you a little bit of armor piercing. So those Velociraptors can certainly nibble on them and do some work. In the meantime, Salamanders dropping some bows downtown. Here, these Chaos Warriors down, and they're down to 91 models, and their shields are also punched out. And the other ones did get their shields knocked down as well, as the Warriors of Chaos prepare to engage against the Lizardmen front line. But so far, they're taking a bit of damage. Leech Lord up in a very similar way. Last game, Leech Lord was up by about 900 to 1,000 value, give or take. So, it's a similar opening, honestly, to last game. Looking very, very close. Blue Fire shooting in. Blue Fire gets an okay volley against Feral Cold Ones, but they do still have 90 armor. And the Weird Spawn have now moved into the front line. So it literally is like deja vu. Here, we're going to see this front unit of Saurus probably get buckled really quick. The Lizardmen don't have a lot of missile fire outside of the Salamanders. Normally, you would take down Chaos Spawn with Cohort Javelins or Chameleon Skinks in this case, but right now the Weird Spawn is just going to be able to party and do as it pleases. But man, these Salamander shots right down the line are super nice. So basically shooting down the side of the pipe here and just tickling the pickle into those Chaos Warriors. Oh, that's some brutal damage. But now the Screamers are going to be descending. So one Screamer does jump on, and a nice combat of Cassandora from Big Mazdamundi nails those Chaos Warriors. Pretty brutal. And the Salamander is going to be temporarily shut down, but the Screamers, this is like the exact same play as last game. I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone. We had like 2 Screamer units dive back here last game, and they basically just got karate chopped like the exact same way. Yep, with Spear Riders coming in, dude. It's funny how, you know, things can repeat themselves. But yeah, the Screamers do keep the Salamanders from shooting for a period of time, do a respectable amount of HP damage, but I think they're going to be going down now. Looking at the rest of the fights here, we do see Blues versus Skink cohorts, which is going to be probably better for the cohorts, considering they have a similar number of models, they have shields, and are happy to kind of swarm and trade. And where's the Severed Claw? The Severed Claw really is going to be the hard carry piece, and we do see the Severed Claw mix in with some Warriors. Their anti-large attacks very good against the Clever Girls, and honestly, they do enough damage to cut through Saurus Warriors as well. Severed Claw, hands down, the really, really difficult piece to deal with. Looking at the value, Lizards are massively ahead, 4.9 against 1.6. I think many of those Warriors in the middle have been punished super bad. Chaos Warrior Halberds are on their way up to provide a little bit of cap weight. We do see the Weird Spawn and Chaos Spawn still pushing up and through. But overall, the Ancient Salamanders of the Lizard Empire have been able to shoot pretty happily. And yeah, they're just melting a lot of targets. So objective number 2, owned by Tzeentch, but not for long. Couple Horsemen coming on from the Puffin. And they're going to be trying to get the cap weight there. And they do get a little bit of cap weight on the objective. Here we do see another Vortex going to be coming down from Mazdamundi. And that's going to be a brutal one. Banishing a lot of these Tzeentch heretics back to the warp from whence they came. Although these are mortals, they didn't come from the warp. But, you know, they are touched by the warp. So, you know, you guys get the idea. So those guys get smashed. Saurus Warriors moving up. Lord Mazdamundi putting a lot of weight on his back here. A couple units of Marauder Horsemen are now up in the objective, which is going to be maintaining capture weight. So good play by the Puffin. You know, using those speedy units to try and make sure his opponent doesn't flip the objective, getting as many points as he possibly can. You know, as the Salamanders start to run out of ammo, Tzeentch certainly could find a way to maybe kind of grind their way back into this game. And there still is going to be that Severed Claw that they're going to need to deal with, right? So it looks like the last of those Screamers dealt with here. Spears as well as Clawstodon Hunters using their anti-large to a very, very good effect. As far as Tzeentchian magic goes, it's been okay this game. I wonder if like Blue Fire and Pink Fire is still a stronger combo than Metal here. You know, being able to use the Pink Fire to clear out these Skink cohorts and the Chaff units. Oh man, oh that's not good. Oh man, the Puffin better dodge this. Okay, nice dodge by the Puffin there. He's able to kind of get away. And it's going to be moving from that. Looks like there's going to be a net to try and catch them as well. And the Comet just barely misses. I mean, it still hits those Chaos Warriors. And you can see on the approach, the Chaos Warriors are just getting pounded by the 2 Ancient Salamanders. Like, really, really brutal damage. One of them is pretty much already dead. Capture weight still does favor Tzeentch. Severed Claw, and they're fighting pretty damn hard. A couple Horsemen getting caught in that net, though. It looks like they moved in and to maintain the capture weight. And they just got caught in the net, so the Cold and Spear Rider is going to be able to prison shank them. So I would imagine the Marauder Horsemen probably going to want to pull back at this point. Lizardmen really, really taking control over the objective as the Clawstodon Hunters descend from the skies. Toad Rage most likely active. Let's see. No, it's not. But they're still going to be ripping apart these Horsemen, and Tzeentch is going to be forced onto their back objective. And the value's looking pretty bleak for them. The Lizardmen do have 7.5 against 3.5. That's a massive difference. A good Searing Doom, not bad. Hit some Saurus, I believe. Also did hit those Skink cohorts, and the Ancient Salamanders, though, probably both over 1,000 value. Let's go and take a look. Ancient Salamander number 1 going to be sitting at, wow, only 386. I was totally wrong. I guess the other one's probably in a similar ballpark as well. No way, 358. They have not done as much damage as you would think. It looks like they've been nailing these Warriors the entire game, but perhaps it's Mazdamundi and just his foul witchcraft, his toad magic that is really doing the heavy lifting. We'll have to see. The cool thing about Salamanders is they're still terror-causing, armor-piercing monsters, so when they run out of ammo, they can still be used to relative effectiveness against some of the Warriors and different things like that. Severed Claw, is this them? Yes, it is. Severed Claw being an absolute nightmare of a unit, and we do get Screamers going after the Slan. I am a bit of a proponent that like going after Slan, unless like they're really exposed, is a mistake. I feel like their HP is just so jacked. So we see a little bit of Lizardman pressure on the back objective. Skink cohorts coming up, red-crested skinks, as well as more cohort pressure. Going to be pushing onto the back Tzeentch objective, and it looks like Tzeentch is going to be responding with some Horsemen to try and stop this. They do also have some Marauder Spears, so the Marauder Spears might be able to fight off these Clever Girls. We'll have to see how that goes. But here it's looking a little bit tough for the Changer of Ways. We do have the old Chaos Warriors with Halberds and Severed Claw. Honestly, all trading pretty effectively, and you'll notice that the Puffin is kind of not close. He's like making the value a little bit less brutal here. And that's what tends to happen against Lizard builds that are relying heavily on Chameleon Skinks or Ancient Salamanders, is that they run out of ammo, and then suddenly you can start grinding a little bit better with them. But look at the Severed Claw, such a monstrous unit, actually dragging down one of the Ancient Salamanders. The back objective of Tzeentch looking a little bit precarious, although we do get some blues being called in. The blue's not bad, and putting a little bit of DACA down into the Clawstodon Hunters certainly didn't hurt nobody. And 900 HP on those. And the blue shooting in once again. Looks like Tzeentch is going to be able to maintain its back objective, and suddenly we have a 3,000 value difference. Could this be a bit of a comeback for Tzeentch? Could the Severed Claw and their infantry start to grind it? The middle objective held by the Lizards. And wow, look at this, guys. Lord Chungus is getting hunted by the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal. Absolutely hunted down. It looks like he got a little bit crazy battling in the Severed Claw, and I think that's what ended up happening. Some Clever Girls being called in. Clever Girls able to intercept that Chaos Sorcerer Lord right there and keep him off Lord Mazdamundi. But could this be a comeback for Tzeentch? I mean, they still have a little bit of time to work with, as we do see the objective being wrestled over, and the Marauder Horsemen throwing javelins, but that is a lot of Lizard pressure, and now we're going to be seeing that triple cap really come into play. The 3 points a second is going to be very, very nasty as those victory tickets go up at a very expeditious rate here. Now back in the middle, we do have the Chaos Warriors. Severed Claw are holding on, but they're starting to look a little bit low. I mean, those Severed Claw are raid bosses. They're not indestructible. They're down to 12 of their 16 models, 3,000 HP. Fighting very, very well, mind you, but they still can be dragged down by cheap armor-piercing tools and different things like that. And Lord Mazdamundi, looks like he's going to be getting hunted. I like the aggression from the Tzeentch player. The Puffin is playing great, honestly. I don't know if I've seen them play in tournaments before, but this is some very impressive play for somebody who's playing a top-tier tournament player. Leechlord has won several tournaments this season, if I'm not mistaken, or at least 1 or 2. So, yeah, this is strong play from Tzeentch here. So the Chaos Fury is moving out, and they do get netted by Mazdamundi. In the middle, the Severed Claw trying to hold and fight, but Lizards seem to have complete autonomy over the objective. They have the Saurus. I don't see any Tzeentch infantry, and the back objective is looking to be swarmed as well. We see some blues on the point, and looks like some Popcorn Bandits here as well. But Tzeentch really is just out of steam. And the fact that they're calling in Furies to try and cheese out Mazdamundi is not a bad idea, but it's not going to get them back in the game, right? They're not going to be able to kind of clear things out. And the Lizards are going to be responding with some Ripperdactyls of their own. Ripperdactyls are anti-infantry, and the Furies are infantry sized. So they're going to get just absolutely mulched. It's going to be an extremely one-sided fight. So we do see the Chaos Furies here getting bunker busted. And the points are just rapidly increasing here, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of round number 1. So, hey, look at that. We've made pretty good time here. Any pressure on the back objective from Tzeentch. Forsaken are a great tool here. I actually love Forsaken in this matchup. Not as your opening unit. It's too easy for the Lizardmen just to blow the fat lizard load on these guys, yes. So net them down, Comet, Ruination, hit them with a big monster, send some cold ones on them, and they die quickly. But when the battles are more chaotic and, more frenetic, that's when, you can call in the Tzeentch Forsaken, and they can do well against Saurus, against Skinks, all that sort of good stuff like that. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is going to be going to Lord Mazdamundi and the Lizardmen. And let's go and take a look here. Take a look at the round, see how we're looking. Is it time to advance it? Could be. A couple games still to finish. That's crazy. We basically played like 1.5 games, and there's still people who haven't finished. So we have For Poland and Scrambled Eggs, Jay Phoenix and the Phoenix King facing off, and Footman versus Leechlord there. So yeah, good stuff. That was, I think the Tzeentch player might be a little bit newer to the tournament scene. And honestly, they played a solid game. Like, scrapping despite being super behind on value. I think if the opening was a little bit cleaner for Tzeentch, then, it could be a bit of a different game. So GG, well played. It was a good match. It was a good match indeed. You guys talking? Hadri says, part of me wants a full cap weight rework, but fears. Yeah, no, I think like we have it good enough. And if CA tries to fix it, that something is going to get broken, and then it won't get fixed for like 8 months. And we're just like, let's just make it easy for him there. Yeah, just make it easy for him there. All right, so refreshing. Taking a look here. All right, perfect. So Leechlord reported the match. Outstanding. And we're preparing for round 2, which should be starting in the next 5 minutes or so. Doesn't turn into AoE 4 streams. I do them. Yeah, I stream Age of Empires at least once a week. As a matter of fact, I was thinking of streaming it tomorrow, so we'll have to see how that all unfolds. Yeah. We will see how that looks. So looking at the value in this game, Mazdamundi, 1400. Sally's didn't do as much as I thought they would, but I felt like they were really disruptive. Like, I felt like the damage they did was very, very strong. I don't know. Weird. Saurus Warriors, I mean, it seemed like it was a bit of a team effort. I guess the Clostodons didn't do badly. Clever Girls came out, and yeah, all the value was kind of spread out over the entire army. And yeah, of course, Everclaw, almost 2,000 value, crazy strong. I mean, especially with the prevalence of cold ones being used for all cold ones, it makes Everclaw very good, right? Because that's like the bread and butter combo for Lizardmen is Saurus and or Skink Cohort stacked with the feral cold ones. It's a really nice combo. It can deal with pretty much any type of infantry, so that's why they're nice, because they have those halberds to fight both units. Any thoughts on Ogres into Warriors of Chaos? It's probably Ogre Kingdom favored at the highest level, but honestly, I think Warriors of Chaos can do fine there. You can do any number of different things. Yeah. Hey, look who it is. It's Bueling. How you doing? I know, Warcraft 3. We need to get back to our roots and play some Warcraft 3. I know, there's so much. Honestly, if I didn't have these bullshit-ass hand problems, I would have so many more streams. You guys, we would be going hard in the paint. We would finish, you know, and then we would go play another game on another stream afterwards, and yeah, it'd be fun. But all right, so looking good, and everybody is finished, and now we can advance to the next round. All right, advancing the Swiss. Yeah, it's been hot here. It's been pretty hot, but not too bad. Our landlord's fixed our air conditioning, so we actually are not melting this summer. Okay. So next round is up. Round is up. We'll fix Drakons. All right. Thank you, Drakons, for the goodies here. We need to fix this. Feel like have fun. And we'll see what the players are going to play. All right, all right. Dawn of War 2 sound bug fixed yet? That's some deep lore right there. I don't think we're there. Yeah. Much love from Washington State. Thanks for the content. You know, the wife and I were just actually out there. We went to Mount Rainier for our anniversary. It was really fun. We rented a cabin. It was cool. It was like raining in the woods, and it was pretty magical for sure. We had a good time. Yeah, Mount Rainier was really nice. So we went like hiking, but you know, Anna just had her ACL surgery recently, so she tore her ACL. So we couldn't do any like extreme hikes, but we found some that were really nice. We went to this like old, I don't know if it was like a mining town or what it was, but it was pretty cool. It was like what was it called? Longmire, I think is what it was called. Yeah, it was neat. It was fun. It was fun. Opening the cyborg hand. Yeah, you know, the technology isn't there yet. We don't have like the fancy cyborg hand tech yet, you know. Someday, maybe. Someday. All right. So checking to make sure everything looks good. And going to the tournament here. How we looking? No drama. And Drakons should be fixed now. Should be around here somewhere. Outstanding. All right. So let's go find another game to cast, shall we? Let's see what we got. All right. Shaper versus Prussian Prince. We have a Charix game here. You guys want to see the Lord of Elves in action? Elrond himself. Let me find out what his password is here. All right. Charix. Perfect. Okay. So I think we could cast Charix's game. We've been casting a handful of his replays recently, and he is an insanely good Elvish player. So if you guys want to see some Elvish, Eldar style trolling, then we're certainly in the right place. No, the knee injury was the ACL tear. Yeah, it's the same thing. Mm-hmm. Love the mountains we have here in Washington. Yeah, it was beautiful. I did have some allergies up there though, for sure. There was like a lot of, I think there's these trees called like cottonseed trees or something in Washington State. It's like these like little white puffs floating around, and yeah, my body wasn't happy with those, that's for sure. Yeah, it was not happy. Yeah, it was a fun time though. We don't travel much, you know. It's hard. We have a dog that's very difficult. It's hard to get people to watch it, right? So the beast is very unruly and old. It's also very old too, so you know, it's tricksy. All right. Great. Let me know if your opponent... We could also look at some other games too in the meantime. I'll see if we can get into one quicker, but we'll keep that in the back pocket for now. Okay, so let's go to multiplayer battles, and perfect. Shaper versus Prussian Prince. And we could also do another Leech Lord game, which is always fun, but with the disconnect there. That, I know he likes to play dwarves. He's a dwarf enjoyer, which I'm sure you guys would enjoy some dwarf action as well. It's actually with Hadries too. That could be a fun match. Yeah, and we got a lot of options here. Yes, yes. Drakons here. Prussian Prince's lobby. Dom Total Tavern. A lot of games going. It's nice to see for sure. You know what? We can do the Hadries lobby here. It seems like they're both already in there, so I'm going to try and jump into a lobby where I know there's some action. You know there's a Warhammer Fantasy MMO? It's a private server. Yeah, it's old. It's the old school one, right? Casting a one sec here. A different hobby. No stress. You know, I can't wait to... I want to cast like an RTS game where you could just rapid fire off games for sure. I've often thought about getting back into like competitive Age of Empires casting. You know, putting up some replays on the channel and things like that. That could be fun. Turin has a dog. Yeah, we do. We have a Chihuahua Terrier. She's an unholy nightmare. Oh my god. She's got like all these weird like phobias of things that make her very difficult. Like if it's like uneven surfaces, she gets like nervous. It's a lot to explain. Hey, by the way, we had some donations earlier from Cork. Sorry I missed that. It was during a game, and also from Camp. Thanks for the lot of hours. First time catching a stream. Been watching your VODs for a month now. I've been blasting through them. Hey, appreciate it. And Nick also. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all. You know, part of me wishes this Realms of Ruin game, it looks really nice. Like the graphics, they did a cool job with the way things look. But I just wish it was like Dawn of War. I was like, I wish they just took another shot at Dawn of War with Space Marines and stuff. And just, you know, polished it there. Yeah, that would have been nice. Company of Heroes might come back. Not like a super frequent pattern, but yeah, I would stream that every now and then. For sure. So, this Lid in here, I believe, is like a Dwarf Grand Cathay, like defensive playstyle type enjoyer. And of course, we know how Hadri's plays. Hadri's does all sorts of stuff, so. She's a rat, turn all rats have phobias and everything. You know this, Gavin? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, like our dog doesn't, she's like afraid of water bowls. So you put like a bowl of water, if it's like, let's just say a regular dog bowl, she's going to be like afraid of it. But if you put her water in like a flat plate that has like a slight lip on the edges, she'll drink out of it. But she won't drink out of a regular dog bowl. It's just like there's all these weird things with this dog that we of course rescued a long time ago. But yeah, she's great though. She's a loving little dog. She, you know, follows us around and just sits with us while we hobby in the garage and all that. But yeah, she's definitely a diva, and she pretty much like is hostile towards everybody who's not us. Yeah, so it's hard, you know. I guess my mom, she likes my mom, so that's usually what we end up doing there. Icelander, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Yes, welcome. So we are here, and it's going to be Chaos Dwarves versus Bretonnia, the ultimate sweat. Okay, I'm down for this. This is fun. It's two top-tier factions battling it out, you know. The Chaos Dwarves can get one of their broken Skullcrackers, and the Bretonnia can bring one of their broken cavalry units. So it's fair. They both have one cheese unit. All right. Yeah, I played Shogun 2 a lot. If you're asking what historical games I played Rome a hell of a lot in college. Back in like 2007, 2006, I played that game a ton. I played the Rome game, a multiplayer actually. And Shogun, I played Shogun 2 a lot in college also. Back in 2010 and 11, I think it would have been. And then I stopped playing it once StarCraft came out. Because when Wings of Liberty came out, that pretty much took over my life. That was like, that was the only game I was playing. Yeah. So we have what appears to be a sweat match. It's going to be Chaos Dwarfs versus Bretonnia. And yeah, I'm interested to see how this goes. I'm interested. I feel like I can't help but think Bretonnia maybe has an edge here. I don't know, though. I mean, Chaos Dwarfs have a lot of killing power. On Arbiter's ground, it's kind of a... Oh, no, it's Ogre Kingdoms. Okay. Ogre Kingdoms versus Chaos Dwarfs, guys. Okay. And this was a matchup that I think was decent for... Oh, hell. Completely wrong. They were sitting on those factions with that. They weren't done with their picks and bans yet. We actually have Kislev versus Ogres. Okay, that's way more fun. I think that's going to be great. I think that's Ogre favored, but Kislev can certainly win it. With the buffs to their Kossars, like the fact that they have the extra HP and better stats, they trade way better into Ogre Bulls and whatnot. But Hadri's probably just going to spam, I would imagine, Nobbler Trappers. Those things are just broken. They're crazy strong. They are crazy strong. Total War Pharaoh, yeah, I'm not too excited for it, honestly. I don't know. Like, I can't help but shake the feeling that Total War Pharaoh is going to be like one, like a Troy type game. Like, not like a big epic launch like Three Kingdoms or Warhammer. I just can't help but think it's going to be more like a Saga-esque game. from what I've seen. I did play one battle of it, and, you know, it was okay. It didn't tickle my pickle at all. Yeah. What's causing them to rise up? Well, people are playing Nurgle. People are playing Tzeentch now, and their win rates are coming up. Because they're honestly not bad factions. They just, weren't really explored too much. They weren't as, like, intuitively strong. So I think a lot of stronger players were avoiding them, but yeah. Pharaoh looks like a Troy DLC. Yeah. So I'm not too excited. I honestly probably won't even cover Pharaoh at all. After playing a battle on it, I already saw that the multiplayer wouldn't be good. So yeah, it could have a really cool campaign though. It could, for sure. But it's just not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Creative Assembly should have totally hired Turin. He'd make great community manager. Yeah, the thing about like working at a community manager at a place like CA is like they do not pay well there. I mean, but there are some cool quality of life stuff, like when you get they'll move you there and you get good benefits and health insurance and all that. That's like one kind of haggard thing about doing YouTube is you have to like pay for all that out of pocket. So even though you can make some decent time, like yeah, you have a lot of like business expenses with that stuff. I would love to do something like that though in general. Like if there was a project I was super passionate about, yeah, I would like to be like hands-on on the back end of things, but yeah, it would be too much to move out there. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of other historical settings that would have been way more fun than I don't know, I guess yeah, like Bronze Age and you got Egypt. Yeah, I don't know. Another medieval game would have been fully erect. Like if we got like a full medieval, like a new medieval game that was just like super modern and made by the actual Horsham studio, dude. But they're pretty set on doing Warhammer. So I think Creative Assembly's like outsourcing their historical titles to their other studios, which I don't think quite have the magic that they have in Horsham. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's brutal, dude. Yeah, the insurance stuff is not fun. All right, loading in here. We got Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms. They both have their cool banners of doom. Let's get it going. Yeah, Noblar Trappers are stupid strong. I don't know why they gave Noblar Trappers bonus versus infantry, but Gore Herds with dual-wielding weapons don't have it. It's just like, what? Somebody's an ogre enjoyer at those offices, It was always a running joke in the multiplayer community that, like, there was a vampire count main, like, running the multiplayer department there, All of the one people that probably handle it, but, who knows? Dude, a new medieval game would have been great. Yeah, that would have been great. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's Boris Ursus, the Red Tsar. He's going to be coming in, doing some battle, and he's not bad. He's anti-large armor piercing and has some okay support ability, so we'll see what he can do against the dreaded Great Maw. And this is the Arbiter's Ground, one of our new Total Tavern map pack maps. I don't know which map maker made this one, but nonetheless, shout out to you. You made a great map, and if you're here in chat, let me know. We can do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the forces of Hadres, it is going to be a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Very standard. Healing is great. Hands down the most cost-effective Ogre Lord. And the rest of the army is going to be Ogre Bulls with some Iron Guts mixed in. So Iron Guts are a great choice. They have decent enough armor piercing to fight like Winged Lancers, and also will do very well against most Kislev infantry. So I like that pick quite a bit. Over here we have the dreaded land battle formation. We have the Noblar Trappers. Not Gold Chevron, but even still, these little guys going to be able to get their Ninja Stars in there, and also do have those Mortis Engine effects, which are just stupid. And yeah, crazy, crazy strong. More Noblars and Sky Striders. Sky Striders became the Flying Taco special. These things will crush pretty much any other large entity. Well, Cav, I should say. There are some single entities which can give them a ton of trouble, but even still, the Sky Striders, monster unit. They do not mess around. On the other side, we do have old Kislev, going to be helmed by Halidin. Halidin coming in with armored Kossars in the front, and some more armored Kossars in the back, if I'm not mistaken. No, these are Ice Guard. Okay. So Ice Guard with glaives, anti-large halberds, and they do also have some good range DAC-up. It's kind of a cool tech. I feel like they're going to get tar pitted and shut down, but if they're allowed to shoot, yeah, they can certainly rip up some Ogre models and do some good damage. Character squad, we got the Frost Maiden of the Tempest, we have the Patriarch, and we also have Boris Ursus, and a Little Grom. Little Grom probably would be best served to be parked like right here, and just kind of like shoot up like out towards these two objectives right there. I think that would probably be the best spot. This map honestly isn't very good for artillery though. That's my only concern. It's good for mortar style artillery like a Queen Bess or an Empire Mortar or a Hellstorm Rocket Battery. But direct fire cannons on this map aren't amazing because of the hill. There's that big slope. So I've brought Little Groms here before and have had trouble, getting the points with it. So it's a tricky one. Honestly, probably just cutting the little Grom and getting, you know, maybe like a, I don't know, Griffin Legion. Probably Griffin Legion wouldn't be that good against Winged Lancers. Maybe just more, you know, ground-based Cossars of Spears or, you know, Zargard or something, I think would have been a little bit of a stronger play. But it looks like the cannon's going to move up, and he's going to be using it at, you know, honestly, that's not terrible. Just sitting here and just kind of having it spray fire. And then if it's like deep set, maybe it can still reach down there. We'll have to see. Ogres are very, very solid with the objectives, though. They're going to be swarming. All right, update from chat. Peeling says this is one of Medley's new maps. Yeah, she makes great maps. Obviously won the map making contest of Celestial Lake, and we're gonna have another map making contest soon. I think it's time. I'm gonna start scheming one in the next few days, and we'll go from there. So, and you know, people can submit maps that weren't in the previous map making contest also. Cannon shots downtown, boom, right in the face. Those Ogre Bulls getting cannonballed and losing a little bit of HP, but overall not caring too much about it. They're like, yeah, it's great. We can eat George now. This works out great for everybody, as long as everybody's, you know, in good health aside from George. You know, they're ready to party. The little Grom shot could be going into the Ogre Bulls. Hadri's just getting in position here, basically. Got his Noblar Trappers waiting to envelop Objective 1. Objective number 2 here is going to be taken by Kislev. And I would wager that Kislev is probably going to play Objective 2 and Objective 3, although he doesn't know about the Trappers yet. That's the problem, right? Kislev is going to move in here thinking it's safe because he can't see any of these Trappers. And, you know, then they're going to ambush him, and that's going to be a lot of cap weight, a lot of disruption, to say the least. Streltsy coming in, and the Ogre Bull models are getting hammered pretty hard. So far, that little Grom is actually getting some value in there and putting some work in. And yeah, they're moving up. They're hustling, man. They are hustling indeed. Maybe one for October we could get. Yeah, that could be fun. I'm thinking of, I could do multiple map making contests too. For sure. It's crazy, isn't it? Like how much, like how enriched multiplayer is because of the map makers. Like honestly, I have always said that if not for our map makers, I think domination mode would be dead. If we had to play with CA's maps, it would just be dead. We would just have no options. Like they straight up saved the multiplayer, right? So it's yeah, pretty amazing stuff. Pretty amazing stuff. So Bear's moving in, and it looks like there's going to be some bombardments getting dropped on them, which is going to be very cost-effective if Hadri's doesn't move. But it looks like, of course, he's going to be able to dodge most of that. It still kind of tickles the infantry unit, but they weren't as bunched up. Now we do get some Kossars blasting away into them, and the first unit is going to be wavering and breaking here as the Noblar Trappers are getting bunker busted by Boris Ursus and the Patriarch. And the Patriarch also provides healing as well. So far, we kind of see the game plan of Kislev. Looks like they're going to be anchoring down on Objective 1 and 2, and they should be able to get Objective 1 here in a second once some of the armored Kossars move on to the point. And back on the middle objective, no conflict yet. We don't see anybody going fisticuffs. Ogre's very, very comfortably down here on the low ground. So objective number 3 is going to be controlled by some Noblars and some Iron Guts, most likely, which will rotate to the center and try and overwhelm the Kislev position. But yeah, this objective is going to be going to Kislev most likely. They do have the capture weight advantage. You also get some Streltsy in there. Who would have thought that Streltsy would be the dreaded counter against the Noblars, right? Noblar's getting pounded by that gunpowder, and yeah, I don't hate the Streltsy pick. They're pretty resilient here. So Boris and the Patriarch moving in once again, trying to waste the ammo of some of the Trappers, and the Ogres have sounded the horn. The Great Maw is going to be moving up. We see Ogre Bulls gathering on the border of this middle ground objective as the Sky Striders moving up, looking extra thick, extra hungry. And the Sky Striders are going to be super, super punishing, guys. Some bread is going to be buttered here. They're going to move in, and they're just going to start steamrolling through these armored Kossars. And I don't know if there's anything here that's good against them. Ice Guard Glaives, I guess, aren't bad. They can shoot them with the bows at least and do a little bit of work. Low ground looking very good for Kislev, though. They managed to take this. All those Noblar Trappers, which are not the cheapest unit, do get broken down. But they do cost, what, 400, 500, something like that? More Trappers going to be moving into combat here, but once again being last samurai'd by the forces of Kislev. Ice Guard getting a little bit of a DACA there, and now the rear charge into the Noblar Trappers might break their leadership as the armored Kossar pistol fire actually being very significant here. It's cool to see that. I love when you get a chance to see hybrid units actually being like rewarded for being a hybrid unit. You know, oftentimes hybrid units in the history of Total War Warhammer have always been a little bit lackluster, but now we're seeing them being, you know, pretty useful here. That pistol fire is good at clearing out those Noblar type units. But now we get a bit of a scary fight. We get Boris Ursus versus the Sky Striders, who also have healing. Boris does get the Fury of Ursun. He does have a little bit of support from the Patriarch, but overall this is going to be a scary fight for him. He's going to need some milk. He needs some support. Some infantry to get in there, because if those Sky Striders are able to get those consistent anti-large attacks on Boris Ursus, he's most likely going to go down and get punished pretty bad here. We'll have to see. So Salak's Lullaby is active. Fat heals right there. Sky Striders looking to be at full health, and the Ogres have engaged on all fronts. You see the Kislevites enduring and, of course, taking a big beating for the Bear God, but that is going to be a lot of damage. And Kossars don't have the craziest killing power in melee. I mean, it's not bad, but getting through Ogre Bull units is going to be tough. So Boris trying to fight here. We get some Winged Lancers coming in. Winged Lancers very good against Ogre Bull units. They have great shock damage against light armor. And in the back, we have more Ice Guard and Kossars on their way up, and Snow Leopards as well, which I really like the pick of the Snow Leopards here. Look at that, Gust of True Flight being used, actually, giving range and accuracy to the Armored Kossars as they shoot into the Sky Striders. Nice cannonball from Little Grom at pretty much point blank, and Boris Ursus is forced to retreat. The Red Tsar not having a good time, but oh my god, look at the Sky Striders of Hadria. He's pounding this Patriarch. Dear God, he's getting the business. He just went from like full health to nothing in just like a second. Oh man, that's rough. I mean, it's better than losing Boris for sure, but that still has got to hurt. So it looks like a little bit of a Tempest bombardment right there. Didn't do too much. Lancers trying to charge in, and what is with the crashing today? Yeah, it looks like our game might have crashed here. Yeah, our game crashed, but hopefully they didn't. So they can play through that. Honestly, though, it looks like it's pretty favored for the old Ogres, but this has just been weird. So hopefully you guys can still hear me. Yeah, no, it looks like you guys can. I think that was just a game crash. Oh, hold on. Wait, what the hell is this? We're still in the game? Oh, it's fighting. It's fighting hard. Wow, I've actually never had it recover like that and come back, but it looks like we recovered. No, we're good. We're good, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. The Little Grom, yeah. I don't know. That was so weird. It like looked like it was going to full-on crash, and then it just kind of like stabilized at the last second. No, we're good. We're good. We actually made it back in. Sigmar bless this ravaged body. Looking at the values, it's pretty close. Both sides do have access to healing, of course. We do have the Patriarch. Well, he's gone now. But the Sky Striders do get taken down. Boris Ursus as well as the Snow Leopards. We're able to get a good engagement against those bad boys. And here we do get more Mournfang Cavalry being called in. I like the Mournfang Cavalry pick too. They have good armor piercing. Probably should have brought the Iron Fist for a little bit of a shield against these bad boys, but yeah, I can't believe we actually made it back. Look at that. That was some strange stuff. Yeah, the comeback, man. We got it. We got it. Oh my god, that little Grom shot from the side. That was absolutely brutal. Going down, and it literally took out like half those cav units. Okay, that little Grom is just going full MVP. I actually thought that thing would be the liability in this battle, but it's been able to just sit there and nuke down those different cav. Yeah, brutal stuff. Objective 1 being pressured by the Ogres. Looks like there's a couple Noblar Trappers. Ogre Bulls trying to move in, but Armored Kossars held pretty valiantly, but they're finally going to be breaking. Dervishes trying to hold that objective as well. And the Streltsy are also in a position where they could potentially cover both these objectives. Looking on the far side, no pressure there. Kislev going to be trying to re-wrestle the middle. So Ogres obviously were able to use their brute force and get in there, but man, that shot was just pure nastiness. Now Boris going to be moving into the cav units once again. Armored Kossars using their full pistol volleys to get some good damage, and another Blizzard Tempest going down right here. Does nail the Noblars and some Ogres, but Kislev does seem to be running out of steam on the middle objective. In terms of value, though, they're a little bit ahead, but with the Ogre healing, Ogres might actually be slightly ahead in that regard. So Armored Kossars coming out, and of course they're a very, very solid staple unit. Little Grom going to be shut down for now, so it looks like some Ogre Bulls do jump on top of the Little Grom here. Some of the Ogres Sparta kicking this bad boy. Currently looking at 2,400 value on it, so it's already paid for itself. I mean, that Little Grom has done some huge work. Winged Lancers trying to fight in the middle. Low ground objective. Looks like the Ogres did break through some of the Kislev defenses, but the Streltsy, the gun units up in the mid to high ground right there, are able to rip some nice shots and might be able to salvage this if we do get a little bit of a turnaround here. I think that those Winged Lancers can probably clear off those Noblars, and the Ogre Bulls are probably going to be going down to the Streltsy unit. So far Kislev does maintain its low ground objective while continuing to grind up on the high ground. And Boris Ursus could be a big game changer if there's not much to, stop him here. Although I do see the Sky Striders coming back. Sky Striders lurking behind him. Nothing personal, kid, as they appear behind him. So we'll see if he can turn around and fight. Boris currently sitting at only 400 value so far. But, he did take a bit of a beating. I think for Kislev, resummoning a Patriarch could be a very good idea, just to get those heals. And another cannon shot from Little Grom, able to take out another Ogre Bull unit right there. Ogres battling against the Iron Glaives, or excuse me, the Iron Glaives, the Ice Guard Glaives. Anti-large halberds, though, they're going to be pretty effective here. Currently sitting at 63 models, about half health. I would wager probably 600 value. Yeah, 600-700 value, not bad. And their anti-large halberd attacks are helping to get through the Iron Guts, but the Iron Guts are also bonus for infantry against them, so it's a little bit of a tricksy hobbit. Boris Ursus pulls back. Frostbane a little bit beat up, and looks like Hlidden did read our mind here as the Patriarch is called in once more from the deep. Boris Ursus and company going to be engaging against these Iron Guts that are trying to shut down the Little Grom. And the Kislevite infantry, the armored Kossars with the great weapons, holding pretty valiantly here. Without them, the big ogre blob would be able to probably envelop the Kislev character. So certainly need that infantry support. Big macro look at the battlefield. Objective number 1 currently is held by Kislev, and it looks like they should be able to hold this. The Streltsy versus Ogre Bull is not the best fight. I think that they might need to pull in a single cav unit, but it's going to be more infantry. Ice Guard with Glaives actually being called out. All right. Looking at the score, pretty close. Obviously going to be favored for the Ogres, but the grinding is very, very tight. Ogres have pulled a value lead of about 1,000 though, so it seems like since Hadrius has gotten into combat with a lot of these characters, he has pulled ahead. We do also see the little Grom getting shut down in melee by the Iron Guts, so the Iron Guts going to be able to keep this thing from shooting for a period of time. But a lot of it's going to come down to this blob right here. We're going to see if Boris and the Patriarch healing blob can get enough of that healing and then maybe snipe the Slaughtermaster, for example. That could for sure be a comeback for Kislev. So we'll have to keep a careful eye on the career of this the Slaughtermaster right here. What's going to be called in for Kislev? They really need to maintain that objective. Ice Guard are moving up. Far side, it does not look like Kislev's going to be making any play for this objective. They could send some cavalry over there, which wouldn't be bad. Granted, Ogres can respond very, very quickly to that type of pressure. Snow Leopard's coming back here. It looks like the Iron Guts are going to be wavering as they get attacked by the Patriarch as well as the Frostbane here. And Boris and the Snow Leopard trying desperately to drag down the Sky Striders, but the Sky Striders are just such a pain. Look at that. 6 models right here of the 12. And they're hanging in there for the old Great Mom. Hadri's looking to have control over this battle, though. He's got the objectives. He's up trading in value, just barely, though. The value trading is pretty close. It's a good scrap, for sure. But I do think that Kislev is starting to falter a little bit. But, man, that little Grom has just been such a menace. Blast another Ogre Bull unit. Some Warbear Riders could also be very clutch. I think a Warbear Rider unit moving up and starting to sweep some of these like loose Ogre Bull units around the battlefield could be very money. And here these bulls do get nailed by the Ice Guard with Glaives, probably one of the coolest units on the Kislev roster. I mean, Warbear Riders and Ice Guard Glaives, those units are just rad. I remember when they first showed them and how excited, just awesome stuff. And honestly, Ice Guard Glaives aren't bad for the same reason like Infernal Guard Fire Glaives are good against Ogres. The anti-large makes it very hard to shut down because normally the Ogres would shut down ranged by sending large targets on top of them, right? But these large targets can fight back pretty effectively, so. Patriarch getting grinded down. Little Grom also not in the best shape, but we do see Boris Ursus, the Red Tsar, coming back in to try and help out his people. Ice Guard certainly need to put some supporting fire in if they can. It looks like they're currently shooting at those Ogre Bulls, and they should be shooting up at the Sky Striders if possible at this point. Boris does have some good anti-large and has been able to get almost 1,000 value here. There's healing going down too, and Sky Striders currently sitting at 6 models here. Nice charge going to be coming in from these Ogres, and the Ice Guard will stand at the ready for it, but I don't know why they're bleeding like... You see that? Is the blood like black for anybody else? Some weird shit going on. Some sort of a strange graphic drama here. Well, we'll have to investigate in between games. They've been corrupted, it would seem, by some sort of foul witchcraft here. The Phyrexians have yes, the glistening oil, all that stuff. All right, Kosovo Dervishes coming up, trying to salvage this. It looks like the Ice Guard are in position, but they don't seem to be shooting the best targets. Yeah, and they're going after the Ogre Bulls with dual weapons here. I really think winning this blob fight and kind of breaking that open would have been the play. Boris Ursus is currently sitting at 800 HP, very, very low here. Sky Striders at 400 HP on death's bed. And it looks like Boris was able to stabilize with that Patriarch healing. The Sky Striders going to be pushed back. And even though Kislev might be able to get some momentum back in regards to their heroes, I simply don't think they are going to be having enough time to get the objectives back. I just don't think that's going to be possible here. Mournfang Cavalry going to be sweeping down. Mournfang Cav, very, very good here. Miniature Sky Striders of sorts. Good armor piercing, punishing the little Grom pretty hard. Boris is going to be pulled back, and it looks like Hadrius has been able to win most of the engagements across the battlefield. A lot of it comes down to the Kossars in the beginning, too. They just kind of got steamrolled a little bit. They didn't seem to have a lot of support against those Ogre, like Iron Guts and super solid infantry. Also, Boris getting karate chopped and the Patriarch getting karate chopped earlier by the Sky Striders, I think was a big issue there. Yeah, maybe since the crash, some weird spots have appeared. Well, I'll just restart my game. It's probably something to do with that, so. The back, more Armored Kossar shooting, more Ice Guard Glaives, getting some cool DACA. I'm really happy we got to see an Ice Guard game. Oh man, they're going to get the business here from these big old Ogres. Yeah, you can see, there's like some weird artifacting on the map ever since that happened. Weird stuff. We'll have to talk to the map maker and see if it's perhaps something going on there. But yeah, Little Grom did pretty damn good. Made me eat my words. I didn't think it'd be great. Kislev is good at back pressuring objectives on big maps. Now we get Kosovite Dervishes moving in. Looks like they're going to be trying to run over the Noblars and whatnot. And these Winged Lancers also going to be screaming across. And that's a nice little back cap strategy, but it's triple cap territory, right? The ogres would have to get triple capped here by Kislev, and even though Kislev might be able to grind back some value and they have gotten a shit ton of healing, it's just not going to be possible. It's going to be very, very tough indeed. As the ogre bulls with dual weapons screaming in there. Oh my god, look at the weird effects going down. That's anarchy. Sorry about the lag. So usually when I'm with Hadries, there's a little bit of lag, unfortunately. So, but you know, it's a great player, so we're still gonna hopefully get through the games and it won't be too bad. Costified Dervishes chasing down Iron Guts here, and the Noblar Trappers creeping down to the low ground. Going to be throwing some more of those Ninja Stars, but it looks like Kislev is just out of steam. He's basically just, you know, playing it out for fun at this point. Might not realize it's over. You know, I know Hlidin is a dwarf Kislev main, so he's got that stubborn streak in him. You know, he's got that fight in him, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be enough. We can get some erect Kislev charges. Here they come. Lances out for Urson. As they get a beautiful cross charge right here, and certainly start to melt some of these Ogre Bull units, but too little too late. Maybe a little bit of back pressure earlier could have kept him in the game. But yeah, GG well played. You know, 3 points per second. Ticking at a very, very fast rate here. Kislev, do they have any scrapping here? Yeah, they got some infantry coming out, but by the time the Armored Kossars could even reach Objective 2, let alone kill any Ogres nearby, the game would be over. So this one's pretty much it. The Elemental Bear would have actually been okay against this build, although Sky Striders could have potentially surrounded it. But yeah, you could have a Kislev Death Star. Kislev character healing blobs are actually very strong on certain maps, like Itza, like Gates of Ekron, but they don't work super well on a big map like this. They would have had too much trouble contesting all the objectives, whereas in like a land battle thing, might have been a little bit better, but again, in land battle, Ogres would have probably brought some shooting, like some Iron Guts, or not Iron Guts, but yeah, like, you know, just a little bit of DACA to put some Lead Belcher fire down on them. Winged Lancers being pushed back, 1430, 1440, as the 3 victory tickets go quite rapidly. Boris Ursus, he's still going, man. Red Czar, 1300. He's in okay shape. Patriarch moving up to try and contest his objective, but some Noblar Trappers are going to be intercepting him, as we do see some more Armored Kossars hustling across the map. GG well played. GG well played. No, we haven't set it up yet, RL. No. Yeah. Very soon, though. Very, very soon. Okay, so taking a look at the breakdowns. Little Grom was pretty sweet. 2,700, 1,200 on the Ice Guard Glaives, which I think is very cool to see. The infantry obviously struggled a little bit. I think we needed like some Warbear Rider play, like some Cav play. There was so many points where like the side objectives were just defended by like a really haggard Ogre Bull. And I can't, like, the Bear Riders are super good because Ogre Bull units don't have the best AP. So if you can avoid the Sky Striders with them, then like, yeah, I feel like the Bears being out in the battlefield would have been really good. Sky Striders at 3,000 value, which makes sense. They surrounded the Kislev characters, all of whom were large, and were just dropping huge blows on them. So that was pretty nasty stuff. All right, so let's restart our game real quick. All right, one sec here. Let's do this. Let's restart, make sure there's no drama here with our client, and get it back. No, we're setting up, I'm going to set up the new computer tomorrow is the game plan, yeah. So I wanted to get one stream done, make sure, you know, I could get something fun for the weekend, and then obviously we'll get it going in the next few days. Very excited for that. It's going to be cool. I'm excited to see what we can bring to you guys in terms of like quality. Bears. Yes, you need the Bears. All right, so we're getting through the rounds. The tournament's moving along. The Streltsy actually didn't do badly. They were pretty disruptive. Looks like there's 4 games left here. All right. So here we go. Get that going. And perfect. Yes. Back in business, ladies and gentlemen. So where are we at? Let's go ahead and check here. I got to make sure there's no adminning stuff we need to do. Okay, so the first game was a loss, and it should be a win, 1 win for him now. Okay, so we got to update that. Yeah, we could still see Kislev later on for sure. Got it. All right, so just a couple little quick admin things we got to do, and we should be good. Yeah, the new PC is great. It's really good. We'll post the specs once I get it all set up and everything. We'll do that so you guys can see what we're working with. But yeah, I'm excited. This computer I have is super old, so shout out to Rando for helping with the computer stuff. Man, I can't thank you enough. And this computer I have now, guys, is from 2016. It's pretty old school. Yeah, it's old school indeed. All right, so that looks good there. Yeah, doing a little bit of painting. I know. I need to do some painting as well. Get some minis going. Okay, so fixed 1 score. Sorry, guys. Just doing some admin stuff between the next round. And then Lord was able to win his game, so he needs me to fix that. All right. That wasn't you. So Lord should have just the 1 point. All right. Outstanding. Yeah, overall 10th edition 40K, it's been fun, but there's some big glaring balance issues. Man, I just like, you get these like companies like you know, I love Games Workshop's product. Like let's be real here. I'm pretty addicted to most of their IPs and games. But man, you get these companies that they're just so wealthy. And it's just like, it's inconceivable that they can't just get like a playtesting team to catch these things, right? Like there's so many things that launch with 10th edition that are just so egregiously broken. And some factions are just such trash. It's like, when you get it out to the public within a couple days, like most tournament players have already figured out all the broken stuff. And I just like, how could they just not have a team to do that effectively? You know what I'm saying? It just seems like it's, I don't know. Is it like just like purpose, like willful neglect, or is it just like they just don't think that's important? I don't know. Obviously, the bottom line is selling models, which Warhammer has such a cool IP and brand that it's going to sell. But man, it's like, how could this stuff not get caught? And I often feel the same way about CA too, with like these patches and these like bugged units. It's almost as if like they maybe get like some very topical testing, but I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy to me because like if they had like a team. Games Workshop had a team of, let's say, like, I don't know, 15 tournament players who are just the sweatiest, filthiest, you know, most neckbeardy tournament players who are going to abuse every rule to the maximum, get in there. Like, I feel like their launches would be super smooth, you know? Yeah, cutting corners is how you get to be wealthy. That's so true. Yeah, that's so true. That's why I'm not wealthy, yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a shame, though. There's so much potential there, and, you know, I think there's a lot of people there who care a lot about it, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel like they could have a super solid team of balance. And I know there's the conspiracy that they like to have broken stuff on purpose to sell more models, which it does work. Like I used to be part of a competitive 40K team, and every time there was like a new patch, something new launching, like the guys on my team who are the real sweats who are trying to win LVO and stuff, they would go and buy all the broken models, you know? Even if there was a high chance of them being nerfed within like a couple months, they would just still go for it to get those wins, you know? Yeah. So, I don't know. It's tricksy. I guess, yeah, so with CA, it makes a little bit more sense that they would have more issues because the point is raised that it is primarily a single player game with campaign. It's easy to forget that around here, but so that makes more sense. But with G-dubs, it's a multiplayer game. Yeah. It helps move Eldar Wraith Knights. I know. God, what is going on with that? All right, one game finishing up here, ladies and gentlemen, then we'll be moving on to the next round. No more admin stuff to do. We're looking good. I want to thank you guys all for joining. It's been fun so far. I think they just got tired of leaks as well. Yeah. Yeah, and some players would say it's unfair if a select group got early access to practice. I mean that, yeah, but like they could also have employees do it. I don't know. They could hire like maybe like 3 or 4 employees. Pay them like what? Like I don't know, 30. What does GW pay their store managers? Something like 30,000 pounds a year. You know, hire 4 employees to just play test all day and make sure they have good tournament credentials. And you know, I feel like it would just be an exponentially better product. You know. I understand some of the stuff with Total War too, though, because Total War was built on an engine that's pretty old, I feel. And you get waves of employees coming through, right? So, like, the employees who made the initial engine for Warhammer 2 are probably long gone. Maybe there's a couple left over. So I feel like you get these new employees who didn't work on the same skeleton of the game. And there's some issues with that, understandably, which, you know, that would be my guess. That would be my guess. How do you make a tabletop game balanced? Honestly, it's like... There's a couple ways you can go about it, but if you have a playtesting team, you can usually, and you know, access to all the armies, you can usually just play matches and immediately find things that are pretty strong. you know, you data driven, you keep track of the win and loss rates in various matchups, and then you're like, okay, why is Khorne, for example, losing to Nurgle, or why is Khorne losing to, let's say, you know, the Stormcast Eternals in Age of Sigmar 80% of the time, you know? Then you look at that, you play it out with good, top-tier players, and they'll immediately be able to tell you what the issue is. Like, yeah, this one unit just pounds my army, or I can't get the objectives from them for this reason. And you just kind of work it up that way. It's a complex process for sure, but I think if you had some methodical folks who are really passionate about it, I think it'd be very, very doable. I mean, I honestly think I could do a pretty good job at that. All right, how are we looking? Yep, one game still going, and then we'll be getting into the next round for today. Thank you guys for joining. It's been fun. Today's Saturday tournament. The next round is upon us. It would take understandably, Warhammer 40k is pretty hard. There's a lot of factions, you know. There's a lot of factions, but yeah, and it's a really difficult process. Yeah, AOS I've played before. For me, I need to like the setting, and I really dislike the Age of Sigmar setting. But the game itself is fun. I just really dislike double turns. I think double turns are super toxic. Yeah, I know you can play around them, but like it's not a fun mechanic. Double turns feel really bad. Like when I always tell the story of like this, like when I remember when I was first looking to get into Age of Sigmar, there was like, I don't know, maybe like an 11, 12-year-old kid playing at this local store, and just some giant Neckbeard Prime was like playing against them with a Ogre Maw Tribe's army. And the Neckbeard just literally like moved. The Neckbeard guy moved up, the kid moved up, and then no, the kid moved up, the Neckbeard guy moved up with this super aggressive army, and then the Neckbeard guy got a double turn and just steamrolled the kid. Like, just, he got 2 turns in a row against him. He charged in, he nailed him, and okay, yeah, sure, the 10, 11-year-old kid could have played more cagey, but like, he shouldn't have to. The game should just be balanced, where it's just back and forth, and it's, oh, I hate it. That was like, I remember getting salty for him. I was like, dude, that's so stupid. Yeah, the double turn thing I can't stand. Yeah, can't stand it. You're saying his name, you think his name was Terrence? I don't know. Is there like you know how like they have various names for like these archetypes, right? I mean, there's like a helicopter outside our house right now. Some weird stuff where we live. You know, you have like the Chad, you have the Stacy. Like what would be like the Neckbeard equivalent? You know? Yeah, there's ways to mitigate it, but like I think neckbeards are just not neckbeards. I think double turns are not like the best mechanic. Yeah, the double turn's fun when it works for you, and you just get to like steamroll someone. So I played a couple Age of Sigmar events with Cities of Sigmar, and like so many of the games, and I played I was playing at a relatively competitive level at this point, and so many of our games came down to, oh man, I hope I get the double turn. Man, the double turn's really going to decide this game here. Because there comes a point where, yeah, you can be cagey, but once you get locked into fighting, it's like, yeah, it's, and that's really not fun. You know, that's really not fun. Okay, we're getting some suggestions. Yeah. All right. So how much time do we have left? So they have 4 minutes left. Okay. 4 minutes left to finish the round here. I'm loving all this. Yeah. I'm trying to think like what hobby I've seen the biggest neckbeard creatures in. So I play Magic the Gathering pretty heavily and Warhammer 40k. I think I've seen the gnarlier neckbeards in Magic. Then I know 40k, I've seen them for sure. But like I think 40k, I've seen like a more evolved, enlightened form, you know? Hey Bob, thank you so much for being a member for 2 years, dude. Crazy. We've been on quite a journey, haven't we, Bob? All your awesome maps and good times. All right. Cool. Looks like we're advancing on to the next round, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. And advance the Swiss here. And let's have some fun. All right, so next round is live. Let's get the games going, and here we go. Next round is live. Good luck, have fun. All right. So let's find a game to cast. It's gonna be great. All right. So as soon as some of the opponents find their prey here, we'll move in. Well, I think 40k has more of an exercise element to it, you know, because like 40k, you have to walk around a table, right? A little bit. Like I've played in like 7-8 hour 40k tournaments and been like sore, and my legs have been sore. But with Magic, you can comfortably sit. So I think there's maybe a slight fitness advantage to the 40k player. Also, a lot of guys a lot of the guys I played 40k with were like, at least on my team in Los Angeles, they were like, a lot of them were like ex-military. I had a police officer, a firefighter was on the team. Yeah, it was a pretty fit group. Whereas in Magic, I never had similar experiences. I mean, granted, I'm sure there's people who are fit who play Magic. You know, I'm sure it's just completely anecdotal. Kaiser, thank you for this beer. You know, maybe I'll go get a birthday beer in your honor tonight. Thank you. And I see you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I remember playing them on Madden back in 05, back in the day. Yeah, it was fun. There's some cardio in 40k, a little bit, not much, but there's something. There's something. All right, so where are we at? Let's see what games we have open right now as we jump into round number 3 in today's tournament. And cool, so lobbies, we got this one that's going to be Prussian Prince. Who's he playing against? Could be fun. Let's go see what's going on in here. I think Prussian Prince is playing. And he's playing Tim the Wilder. Ooh, that's going to be a fun battle. Okay. So, guys, we got Tim the Wilder versus Prussian Prince. High-level game. They're both RTK, so they have the schemes. They know each other's training modalities. So, yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Surely there must be a cheaper way to lose weight than starting in 40k army. Yeah. No, it's not my birthday yet, but it will be in a few days. My birthday is on July 12th. So very soon, actually, very soon. Yeah, 4 days from now. We'll do a stream or something. I don't know what, but we'll do a tournament, maybe a single faction. I don't know. We'll do something fun. We'll have a great time together. Literally sitting at a patio outdoor bar downtown San Antonio. Must be pretty hot there, man, right? Yeah, hopefully it's not too hot. Kaiser! Although I just started the stream to hear about the microwave tea water, the microwave does not change the flavor or quality of the water. The microwave... Yeah, you see, that's what I say. Everyone's like thinking that like microwaving water is going to corrupt it and like turn it into some tainted Nurgle water or something. But it doesn't taste any different. You know? It might be less civilized, but... Your birthday is July 13th, or your brother's? Is that right on? Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Finally, the birthday wishes will be accurate. Yeah, it's good stuff. So we don't have the matchup yet. They'll have it ready for us in just a second. Prussian Prince versus Tim the Wilder. Prussian Prince, a longtime tournament veteran. I think he's been playing in tournaments since Warhammer 1. So yeah, he's definitely got some reps in there. Hey, Kaiser, thank you for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Curious to see. It's a Brawly map, so probably going to be more aggressive factions, I would wager. Also not bad for short-range shooting, too. Like, you could have, like, Hellblasters and those mid-range artillery pieces, which normally struggle. But on maps like this, they could be pretty good as well. Yeah. Microwaving water is all... Yeah, I love the tea thing. It's so funny. I can have some tea later today. It's a little bit hot right now, though. Certainly a little bit hot for tea. I recently had enough of my wife not getting references to jokes. I'm forcing her to watch Lord of the Rings trilogy. Ah, yes. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is a masterpiece. I think of like any sort of like cinema. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings trilogy is hands down my favorite. There's nothing that like you have such a like just range of emotions, right? Like it's man, it's so good. It's so good. There was a discussion I wanted to have with you guys, by the way. So I'm a big enjoyer of sci-fi, right? You have Star Trek, you got Star Wars, Blade Runner, Dune. What kind of a future do you think is like if we had to look at all these different like sci-fi universes? I'm gonna put a poll up. Like, which future do you think we'll end up with? Like the more utopian Star Trek, the fanatical religious 40k future. Like I've always wondered about that, you know, like what people think. Star Trek, they all have like a common motif though too. Like pretty much in every major sci-fi universe, AI almost wipes out humanity. And then there's like that happens in 40K. That happens in, I don't know about the exact nuances in Blade Runner, but I think they're just afraid of it. I know in Dune they have the Butlerian Jihad. Yeah, Mad Max. You guys think it's going to be Mad Max? All right. Yeah, Idiocracy is definitely. I think we're heading in that direction for sure. All right. Waterworld. I didn't even think of that. Waterworld could happen. Yeah. Cyberpunk, Mad Max, The Expanse mixed with Idiocracy. That seems pretty. Yeah. 40K. Not gonna lie, Turin, I don't think we're making it to the future. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, that's another option. I like to hope that it's gonna be like Star Trek. You know, my power fantasy is just to go explore the stars. You know, oh, I'd love that. Oh, it'd be so fun. That we're gonna have some president become the God Emperor of mankind. Yeah, basically. Yeah. We self-destruct way before that point. Well, that's kind of the thing with Star Trek, though. That's what happens in Star Trek. In Star Trek, there's a Dark Ages, like in the late 21st century. Is it late 21st or yeah? You have the humanity almost wipes itself out. You have the whole saga with Khan Noonien Singh, and then you have like the eugenics wars and all that. Yeah, and then humanity like comes out of the Dark Ages. For me, I actually feel like that's kind of likely. Like some sort of a cataclysm that like brings us to the brink, and then people start to like, you know, keep it real. They're like, all right, we don't have time for this bullshit, this idiocracy. Let's come together and like try and fix shit. And will it be too late is the question. Yeah, Star Trek had like wars and like, yeah, I think Star Trek is like I hope to think that we'll end up with like a Star Trek future, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Dune in the Dune universe, AI is banned as well. That's why they have the supercomputer humans, or these humans that have the processing power of a computer. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. The future will be Red Rising, yeah. The Mad Max future is pretty interesting as well. You know, riding around on just like on jerry-rigged dune buggies with assless chaps and leather outfits and fighting over the scarce resources of water and all that stuff. That sounds like fun. 40K is also, I mean, I feel like 40K could happen. I feel like something like 40K could happen. Because in 40K, there's a bunch of apocalypses too. You have the, these like techno-barbarian warlords who take over Earth at one point, and then the Unification Wars and all sorts of crazy shit. And like, you know, a lot of like what 40K is too is it has that huge element of, even though the Emperor of Mankind was basically like against religion, essentially, you know, he was kind of like, no, don't worship me. Like humans just kind of, you know, love to attach themselves to something like that, right? Like some sort of faith. And I can see that, like having that type of a future to an extent. Yeah. Imagine a Mentat playing a video game. Oh my God, it'd be brutal. Yeah. Especially if it's one that requires like, you know, memory and recollection and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, 40K is, you know, a long ways from now. It would be 38,000 years from now if you were to look at the, and they're still using swords in the Warhammer 40K, right? Even 38,000 years. Yeah, Henry Cavill, the God Emperor. Yeah, he certainly looks the part. Yeah, he certainly looks the part. Some of you guys want the full leather and heavy metal in the desert. Sounds awesome. It sounds awesome, but it probably really isn't, you know? Grombrindle, your opponent's not writing you back? All right, let me look and see who your opponent is. Grombrindle. It's weird that your opponent would just ghost you after having played 2 rounds and just like, you know. Let me find Max. I know Max Benjim. He's really nice. Max Benjim. Hey, your opponent, Grombrindle, looks for you. All right, Grombrindle, I just messaged your opponent. Let's see what it's going to be. How have these guys not picked their factions yet, by the way? That's insane. It's all good. We can have these rants here. It's always fun. Yeah. All right, Grombrindle, I messaged your opponent. 40K is already happening. The Emperor was born a couple thousand years BC, and the whole 40K is just him preparing us. All right, interesting. Could be going down. Yeah, Mad Max could be likely too. It depends. It depends on, you know, what happens in our nature. Yeah. Mad Max would be wild in the United States. Oh my god. You know, because like if you had Mad Max in a lot of the worlds, like let's talk about like Europe, right? Like Europe has like stricter regulations on firearms, but if you had Mad Max in the United States, I'm surprised there hasn't been like a sequel. You know, the amount of firepower that people have in the U.S. Mad Max, like just civilians. You know, like shit would get wild here, dude. It would be absolutely wild. Whereas a lot of the world, you know, it would be, you know, firearms would be a more rare thing for people to have. But here it's pretty common, you know, in the States. California is a little bit more strict where I live, but you know, my grandpa in Texas, when my grandpa was in Texas and stuff, oh man, they were packing some heat. That's for sure. All right. So have they picked yet? What's it going to be? Ah, thank you. All right. So they're doing their picks right now. Yeah, Mad Max is set in Australia, yes, but you also assume in Mad Max that whatever cataclysm has affected most of the world also, right? It's not just Australia. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like that in the it'd be like a Gork and Morgan type situation in the U.S. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, yeah, let's see. One giant Thunderdome. Somebody in chat saying, I grew up in West Virginia. Good luck making it through the hills of Appalachia. I know. I know, dude. Yeah. It'd be wild. Yeah, my grandpa owned a lot of firearms. He had a lot. Yeah, when I was a kid, he took me shooting. I remember learning to shoot with him. I always had a very like strange family. Like one side of my family is like all New York City Italians, Italian Americans from New York City, and you know most of them, my ancestors were lawyers or were in the Navy. You know, more on the left leaning side of things, I would say. If you look at them through a modern political lens, and then the other side of my family is from Texas, is from the Central Valley, California. They like the party. They like they like their firearms. You know, it's a cool way to be raised, to have perspectives on, you know, on these different perspectives. You know. Yeah, a Matrix. I think AI is pretty scary for sure. I always like, you know, but I've always been somebody who's grown up reading like Dune, you know, like I like the Dune universe, and I love Blade Runner, and like in so many of these universes, like AI and Terminator. I remember watching that at a pretty young age, and just I've always kind of had this fear of AI, you know. Yeah. Mad Max in the U.S. Yeah, it'd be pretty wild. Speaking of like apocalypses and cataclysms, there's a pretty fun book. It's by Max Brooks, who's Mel Brooks' son. He wrote a book called The Zombie Survival Guide, and it's like a pretty fun book about like what the best tools would be to survive an apocalypse. So there's like a section in the book that talks about different, like what would be the best mode of transportation in an apocalypse, what would be the best weapons, what are some tips for like surviving as soon as the apocalypse happens, you know? One of the interesting ones was like, this was like 15 years ago and I read this, maybe 10 years ago. It's been a long time. But like if you live in a 2-story house, as soon as like a zombie apocalypse happens, knock down, you know, if you have a ladder, knock down your stairs and use the ladder to get to the second level, and run all your baths as soon as you hear about the emergency. Fill up all your bathtubs with water. So then you have like a pretty good surplus of water in all your sinks and baths, and then you can boil it to like purify it. You have that on your coffee table. It's a really, yeah, he wrote World War Z too. It's a really fun book. It's like, you know, I feel like most people who enjoy the apocalypse genres like to have power fantasies about what they would do in that situation. You know, that's like the big thing, right? You sit there and you're wondering, yeah, you know, I would do this and that. But this book is cool because it adds like some, you know, like some of this, you know, deep analysis to that you would have. Like your normal power fantasy is then written out in the book, you know? Yeah, bicycles were really good. I think like dirt bikes were also pretty highly rated. Because like getting through like ruined cities and like gridlock with like a car is basically just impossible. Yeah. Yeah, so it's fun. Oh my god, yeah, World War Z the movie sucked compared to what we got. like in the book. The book was so good. But the movie was just so weird and so different than the books. Yeah, World War Z audiobook is Chef's Kiss. I haven't listened to that. I read the book, but Turtle punches out crying in a corner somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fun. I think of all the sci-fi universes, probably want to. I mean, I think most people would want to live in Star Trek. You know, you don't have to worry about. You get to pursue your passion. You get to explore the stars if you want. You know, people have it pretty good on Earth, from what I understand. Yeah. You just turned into a teenage. So yeah, but the Boy Scout training would probably be pretty clutch. I think it's Bretonnia versus Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah. So we get Bretonnia versus Ogres. Should be fun. Hopefully you guys don't mind the downtime in between games. I think it's fun to just sit and shoot the shit about these like different topics too. I should start a podcast for that, but it's all good. Is this game pretty good? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It depends on what you're looking for, Chris. If you have more questions about the game, I can't guarantee the fastest response. My old man hands, it hurts to type, but shoot me a message in Discord and I can answer any questions you have. Oh my god, the zombie tidal wave wall was pretty awful. Yeah, that was pretty awful. Star Trek is the good ending. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I love Star Trek. It's got to be one of my favorites. All right, guys, taking a look here. It's going to be Bretonnia with an unholy amount of spears and pointy sticks. So pointy sticks with Grail Relic seems very strong. Crazy good leadership, anti-large. They're cheap. They're expendable. They're going to be able to move in. And for the Ogres, we got a Sky Strider. The usual treat here. It should be fun. Should be fun. All right. So for Tim of the Wilder, he's going to be going with Slaughtermaster the Great Maw. We do also have a Noblar Scrap Launcher, which, can put some hurt on Peasant Archers. I don't hate that. And also Halberds. Noblars, Ogre Bulls, nothing too out of the ordinary here. We do have the Sky Striders once again. I love how these things just became such meta, It was absolute meta. Yeah. Anti-large, armor piercing. In theory, will crush most Bretonnian cavalry. Ogre Bulls with dual weapons at the back, and that's it. So Tim's probably going to play a build-up strategy. He is someone who just loves playing this way, and it works for him. He likes to sit back and build up an army that's like huge and then attack. Like he likes the big alpha strike, which can be fun to see. A little bit of downtime here. For the Forces of Bretonnia, it's going to be spears on halberds. So the front line is going to be spear men-at-arms, which makes sense. You want the shields in the front. And the secondary line is going to be men-at-arms with pole arms. And they'll do great against ogre models. 100%. Anakin, I'm too weak. Over here, we do also have some Grail Relics. Peasant Archers in the back. Alberic the Borderlow. Oh, look at that. He's going to be on a horse. Horse Barrack. Anti-large, and also is going to be imbuing nearby units with a bonus first large of 12, which is insanely strong. Because then you could attack, like, let's say Sky Striders with Alberic, and call in the Hippogriff Knights, who suddenly have an anti-large bonus of 12, which is nuts. Their damage output's going to be insane. So, yeah, the Alberic pick is very, very cool. I think that's very strong. And Royal Hippos as well. That's it. It's a nice Bretonnian army, looking to be pretty good quality here for the lady, or for the Great Maw. Let us know who you're going to be rooting for in chat. Man, I'm pretty sure that when we got back from Washington State, the wife and I came down with the dreaded Rona. This has been lingering, dude. Such a pain. Goodness gracious. Nonetheless, Sigmar bless, we shall endure. Feeling all better now, of course. Not all better, but mostly better. Slaughtermaster, what spells do we got? We got Bullgorger and Troll Guts. Bullgorger does give combat stats, so you give that to the Sky Striders, and those bad boys are going to trade well. You got the Troll Guts to cast on the Sky Striders as well. They're your Super Saiyan unit, and the first scraps are coming out. The scrap launchers are a swing and a miss. So there they go. Yes, this is the sweatiest RTK match. It is time. It is time. They did miss completely. Not a single model going down. Tim is going to be on the defensive, so he's just building up back here. First unit he calls in is some Lead Belchers, so we get the big, heavy shooting, baby. I love Lead Belchers. They're probably one of my favorite shooting units in the game. Just like the thunder when they shoot. Oh, it's so epic. Now, is Bretonnia going to be advancing on the Ogres? Probably just going to be moving up on the objectives, I would imagine. So we will see. Spears moving this way. Sky Striders looking like they want some as well. Noblar Trappers are actually super cost-effective against Bretonnian Spear Infantry. And look at this. Alberic actually takes a fight versus Sky Striders. That's ballsy. So he opts to move in there. We get Alberic doing battle with the Sky Striders. And now the Sky Striders getting charged by the Hippo Knights. But it looks like the Hippo Knights are going to be pulling back right now. Hammond, thank you for the $2. Greatly appreciated, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Let's keep those good times rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. So the Spears moving up, Noblar Trappers engaging versus the Halberds. Top objective going to be taken by Bretonnian Spear. Middle's going to be taken by Bretonnian Spear formations. I wonder if Prussian Prince is going to be pulling a Kark and not controlling the objectives, you know, opting to push the Ogre Kingdoms back. I think that's a bit of a mistake. I think you just want to chill in the objectives if you can. So the Spears and Halberds going to be pulling back to objective number 3, which is going to be opening up soon. And now we get the Grail Knights coming out. So Grail Knights are a restricted unit, which means we only allow one of them because they're so broken. But, you know, a couple of factions have things like that. And yeah, they're going to be potentially very devastating here. We'll see what kind of fights they can get. So it looks like Bretonnia is going to be pulling a Death Star over this way. So they have the Grail Knights, the Hippogriff Knights, and the Hippos charge into the back of the Ogre Bulls with Alberic. Oh my god, the anti-large bonus. And now the Sky Striders are coming in, and they are going to be getting a Bull Gorger. So melee attack buff, but the Grail Knights are also nearby. Alberic going to be dropping the Trident Manon. Looks like Tim the Wilder is going to be able to dodge that. Well played to Tim there. Really, really nice dodge. Now we got Grail Knights and Hippogriff Knights battling Sky Striders. I mean, that's a massive disadvantage. Those are crazy strong units who are also being augmented by Alberic, right? Alberic is going to be saucing up their stats. And we see the Sky Striders getting crushed by the forces of Prussian Prince's cavalry here. So, yeah, not having the best fight. Granted, the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw does make its way over. The Spearmen at Arms do win their fight, now going to be saturating in. I would imagine Tim the Wilder is probably going to be retreating right now, pulling back Sky Striders, sending in some Noblar Trappers to exchange positions. Middle objective taken by Bretonnia. Top objective going to be taken by Bretonnia as well, as both players continue to trade pretty evenly here in this battle, to be honest. Not bad at all. So Grail Knights bouncing over once again, intercepted a little bit by some Ogre Bull models, but it seems as if they're getting pretty good fights. And here in the sky, the Royal Hippogriff Knight's going to be pulling back. Smart. They don't want to overextend deep into Ogre territory. Sky Striders are really good at trapping units. They do have the Frostbite, so when they hit you, they slow you down. And we do see the Hippogriff Knights losing 2 models, actually. So they lost 2 of their big models, and they are going to be getting pulled back here and fleeing the scene and trying to reroute their engagements. Now, Grail Knights found an opening. It looks like they were kind of able to weave through the seam of the Ogre army, and now might be able to jump on top of the Leadbelchers here. But Tim the Wilder with some really, really clean backfield defensive play, using the Dismember to slow these guys down. The Great Maw's moving in, and we see the big Ogre beatdown on these Bretonnian Knights. And where Grail Knights are really OP is more against infantry. If there's a faction that doesn't care that much about Grail Knights being crazy strong, it's Ogres, because their cavalry can trade reasonably well into them. What's OP about Grail Knights is the fact that they can punch through pretty much any infantry, like nonstop. But against Ogres, who all have monstrous mass, the Grail Knights don't do that. So a little bit of a different story. So Tim the Wilder pulls a good value lead here. We see the Grail Knights getting pushed back, more Bretonnian cavalry trying to move in. Prussian Prince does have a triple cap right now, but he's got a lot of game left to play, and this is going to be a tough hold for sure. As the Ogres start to get a pretty substantial value lead here, we don't see a ton of healing out of Bretonnia. We do see a Damsel of Life. The Damsel of Life, of course, does have Earthblood, which can help, but the Ogres have a scary-ass Death Star here, and Ogres also have good healing, too. We've seen several Troll Guts going down on the Sky Striders. I wonder how effective, like, multiple, like, Blessed Trebuchets would be against, like, Sky Strider-type units. But now Bretonnia is going to be falling back onto the objective. They do have the Grail Relic. Peasant Archers are on the run. These guys are going to get munched. Certainly didn't sign up for this. They're like, where the hell are the Knights? Why aren't they protecting us? As that Ogre body checks that guy's head off. Good times for all. Peasant Bowmen running. Couple Halberd boys coming out to try and help this. But the Ogres do take massive, massive control over objective number 2. Objective 1 owned by Bretonnia, and objective 3 owned by Bretonnia, but probably not for too long as the Ogres start to really, really push their value lead here. In the back, we get Knights of the Realm, which honestly are probably more cost-effective than Grail Knights in this matchup. Grail Knights are very expensive. But yeah, the Knights of the Realm with their anti-large bonus are going to be pretty effective against most of these Ogre units. Granted, the Grail Knights do, of course, have the armor piercing, which helps against like Sky Strider-type units and things like that. So charging downhill are the Knights of the Realm, intercepted by the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. I believe the Ogres are in a commanding position here. They're going to start taking a lot of the points. Tim the Wilder, obviously one of the top-ranked players in the entire world. I think he's in the top 4 right now. He's crazy good. He's got the big schemes. And, you know, Prussian Prince is a great player as well, but this is looking to be just better engagements for the Ogres. We had the overextending, you know, Hippogriff Knights back here, which lost a lot of models. The Grail Knights dove into the enemy backfield and basically died and gave up like 2,000 value there. They weren't really able to kind of get the job done. I understand the attempt. It was a nice play, but they probably should have retreated at some point. I don't know if they could have really. Because he was going after the Leadbelchers, which makes a lot of sense, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. So Hippo Knights coming back down with 8 models, and they do get a good charge on the Ogre Bulls, but then they're going to be countercharged by the Sky Striders most likely, so they'll be paying the iron price, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Prussian Prince tap out here soon. His value is he's pretty behind, though could Bretonnia do anything to get back in this game? We got the Grail Relic, we got some Spears fighting here. A couple of Bretonnian heavy cavalry riding around, Knights of the Realm, but it just feels like the Ogres have so much stuff. And they are indeed coming to get you. Objective number 3 is going to be going to the Ogre Kingdoms. Sky Striders moving over towards the middle. They're going to be looking to drop their big clubs on these Knights of the Realm, taking them to the club. We'll have to see. And back here, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. Noblarsh is grinding through the Grail Reliques, which of course are very good, but probably not going to be enough. And Knights of the Realm are going to get folded just by the massive units here, Ogre Bulls and Noblars. And yeah, all 3 objectives going to be going to the Ogres here in a second. Sure, Prussian Prince had a decent little value lead on the objectives in the beginning. Not value lead, but objective lead, but it's really not going to be enough. Knights of the Realm coming in, desperate charge, and yeah, that'll do some great damage against the Ogres for sure. Knights of the Realm are a very excellent counter against Ogre Bull models. But you can see, even on that charge, the Knights of the Realm ended up taking some damage. You really got to put some respect on the Ogre Bull models. They do not mess around. So objective number 2, how we looking? It looks like it is held by the Chungus Kingdoms. Alberic with his Water Blast on the Noblars. Pretty good ability. -6 in leadership is pretty respectable. And we do have a duel of fates here. We have Alberic trying to lead a desperate rally of his troopers. Royal Hippogriff Knights with the Damsel and Alberic himself trying to take down Sky Striders, but they seem to be in good shape. And with Noblar Trapper support nearby, I believe, yeah, they're throwing their little ninja stars. It's going to be tough. More Knights of the Realm on the way in. Bretonnia fighting hard. I mean, currently pulling value back a little bit. Prussian Prince is certainly scrapping like a champ. But man, the healing on the Ogre roster. And Butcher is active now. So Butcher is an Ogre Kingdom's army ability. The Game 3 factions all have army abilities, and Butcher is crazy strong. It's going to be healing them up pretty good. Bullgorger active on them as well. Really, really nice combat buff. Knights of the Realm bouncing around, hammering into the Noblars, and it looks like the big boys, the Royal Hippogriff Knights, going to try and clear out the Noblars as well. The Sky Striders haven't lost a model in a good couple minutes, currently sitting at 9 of 12 models. Those bad boys are really, really in good shape. Objective number 2, looking to be in control of the Chungus Kingdoms, and up here, Ogre Kingdoms also have objective 1. It is a rock hard triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see any modality of a comeback here for the Bretonnians. I mean, unless Tim the Wilder just straight up went AFK, which I don't think he's going to do. I think he's going to, of course, keep fighting it out in this game. But I really don't see any chance for Bretonnia to get it back. There's just too many fights that are just not going well for them. Prussian Prince does have really good micro. He's certainly bouncing around with these knights and causing some good havoc and routing units, but man, it's going to be tough. And just even the basic Ogre Bull units are just so resilient. And that's why Ogres are top 3 factions. Same with Bretonnia. Ogre Kingdom's currently sitting at, I believe, the number 2 ranked spot. They might even be number 1. I'll have to check after the game. But Bretonnia, Ogre Kingdoms, and Chaos Dwarves are the top 3 strongest factions as it currently stands. They have very, very good win rates. Granted, they have their weaknesses. I think there's factions that can, defeat Bretonnia relatively well, even on the lower echelon of factions. And it depends if you're restricting the units. If you just let them use like mass broken units in certain matchups, it's not going to go well. Knights of the Realm trying to fight it out. Is there a Grail Relic here, or the Bretonnians just that resilient? I guess not. They're just inspired by the lady, fighting to the bitter end. Hippogriff Knights bouncing, trying to get a terror route on the Noblar Trappers, and they might be able to. Those guys probably get a route in a second. Yeah, they're shattered. And now the Hippo's going to be turning back around. Tim the Wilder sicking the Ogre Bulls. They got their clubs out for the Great Maw, looking to feast on some bird tonight, but it looks like the birds are going to be escaping as more Grail Knights being called in. So the heavy hitters, but not before Alberic is broken, unfortunately. So he's wavering, terrified actually. Grail Knights on the way in, and Grail Knights will be very devastating, but I don't think they can take this massive Ogres. Like I said, where Grail Knights are really OP is against infantry. Against mass, Grail Knights aren't like unreasonable. It's more so that like you can't stop them with spears and halberds. But if you have mass, you can definitely stop Grail Knights. Somebody in chat checked. Bretonnia number 1, Ogres number 2, and Chaos Dwarfs number 3. Makes sense. Yeah, Slanesh is in good shape. I think they're sitting around 40%, 45% win rate, which is totally respectable. Any faction that's between like 40 and like 58%, I think is in like a pretty okay spot. There's a couple outliers like Ogres, Bretonnia, and Chaos Dwarfs need to be adjusted a little bit. But aside from that, I think a lot of factions are honestly doing pretty good. Ogres have been strong for a while. They have crazy good capture weight. They have good trading ability. And honestly, yeah, they're just a menace of a faction. Bretonnia trying here, desperate. Grail Knights just bouncing back and forth, trying to refresh that sweet, sweet charge bonus. But Prussian Prince he doesn't know it's over yet. He hasn't accepted his fate. He's getting there. He is getting there. I swear I always feel like this game is just one great balance patch from being perfect. I know. That's how I feel too. Sky Striders moving across. There they go. Yes, they got their big clubs out. Gonna be looking to drop some bows here. And the Hippogriffs, I can't believe those things are still alive too. Prussian Prince has been squeezing every morsel of value he can out of these things. Currently they're sitting at 2100 value, which isn't bad, honestly. Sky Striders got a little bit beat up there, but the Grail Knights, are they still going? Yeah, they are. Grey Knight's coming back in. I mean, Prussian Prince would have to, by the time, you know, he's going to have to get a triple cap for sure. Nice surround. Grey Knight's getting in there, and they are able to surround the Ogre army. Could this be the dreaded time? Looking at the value on the Grey Knight's currently sitting at 1,500. This is their second life, though. You can only have one in your army, so in order to pay for themselves, they would need to be getting, you know, up to, you know, over 3,000 value, give or take. So it'd be a lot for sure. And honestly, the Grey Knight's grinding pretty cost effectively. They've only lost a couple models. Man-Eaters with Great Opens are a cool tech as well from Tim the Wilder. Man-Eaters Great Opens with that anti-large bonus will certainly help drag down many of these Grey Knight type units and cavalry units, which are very strong. Sky Strider's getting a little bit beat up, but still going strong into the fourth quarter. Ooh, the big hitters are coming out. Companions of Quinel's. They're an anti-large great weapon unit. Talk about a good tech against Iron Guts, right? Pretty much designed to kill that type of unit. So, yeah, maybe Bretonnia can scrap something, but I just don't think so. Yeah, because they're not going to have enough time to get the objectives back. Ogres are, hands down, one of the hardest factions in the entire game to get objectives back from. Like, once they have the objective, their ability to send high HP, high capture weight units with like 50 speed to that point, it makes it so incredibly hard to wrestle points from them. You have to have more of a sustained grind. So the Grey Knights do get defeated, not before they accrue some decent value up to 2,300, so they certainly did much better for themselves in that life. And the Companions of Quinel's not doing badly. I mean, they are melting these Iron Guts and Ogre Bull dual weapons a little bit, but at the end of the day, just going to be overwhelmed. Tim's got such a big value lead, 5,000 gold, and with Ogre healing, it's probably closer to 6,000 gold, if not 7. That Bretonnia is just in the pits. I mean, they basically just have Alberic to border low. Hey, Robert, thank you for becoming a channel member. Greatly appreciate it. Yes, yes. Somebody in chat asking, when do you guys think the summer DLC will come out? I would probably guess, I don't know, September, August, yeah, I don't know, somewhere around then. Like at the, whatever the tail end of the window they gave is when I think it's gonna come out. Yeah. So the attack continues. Alberic just going hard. He stands alone, dude. He's listening to some new metal. He's here, he's good. I stand alone. GG, Tim the Wilder showing why he's one of the best players in the world. Very clean, clinical Ogre play. The sweat was flowing from both factions, but, you know, it's good to get some sweaty games in. You guys need to see what the meta really looks like. And honestly, that was a pretty entertaining game. It was fun. Some dives from Bretonnia. I don't even know what you would change as Bretonnia, to be honest. Maybe a different lord choice. I like having a big terror-causing lord. I think, like, a Lewin might just be better. I don't know, though. Maybe just put Alberic on his mount, and then we're calling it good. You know, and then we're calling it good. Yeah. Great game. GG, well played. All right, let's take a look at the old leaderboards here, see if there's any adminning issues. Doesn't look like it. So GG, well played. All right, so a couple games to finish. I am going to refill my water. I'll be right back, and we'll get this party going in just a second. So BRB, and I'll put on some Bretonnian music for us in the meantime. All right, guys, we're back. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for your patience. I had to refill the water, take care of some stuff. Now let's see how we're looking. We're back, and we're in round 4 of the tournament here in just a minute. This is going to be certainly some fun stuff. Some heavy-hitting duels as we get to the top 4. The sweat will be flowing from the pores of all of our mighty champions. And a couple of matches yet to finish. So it looks like we have a couple, and let me just make sure. So Rock should have... All right, that looks about right. And then you has the 1. All right, cool. So we're almost there, almost there. Platypus and Hadri's duking it out. I'm sure that's the sweatiest of sweaty duels. Always fun. With Royal Pegasus Knights, that's actually an interesting thing. The Royal Pegasus Knights are certainly not bad against Ogre units, but they do lack armor piercing. I think if you're going Alberic, I do think that the hippos are better because giving them anti-large is crazy strong. The music, that was the Bretonnian soundtrack. So that was the if you go back and look at the original Bretonnian trailer, that was the theme song that they had. It's really good. Yeah, vampire counts are, nobody really cares about. I mean, vampire counts are strong, but they're not like somebody when you play vampire counts, you're like, okay, it's going to be a hard fight. But it's not like, oh no, like I'm playing some OPBS. It doesn't feel like that, at least for me. I mean, I play factions that are reasonably good against vampires, so maybe that's why I feel that way. But yeah, like I don't mind playing vampire counts at all. Whereas there's some factions, like if I'm playing an infantry-based faction and I have to play against Bretonnia or Chaos Dwarves, it feels pretty bad. Yeah. Because there's like the trains on the Chaos Dwarves and then the Grail Cavalry are just stupid busted against infantry. Yeah. Yeah, it's from the Bretonnian trailer. Yeah. The OG. The soundtrack and the trailers for this game are so good. They're so good. Like, I think I go back at least maybe once a week and watch the Immortal Empires trailer. The one with Karl Franz giving the speech to the council. That trailer, I think, is just straight up one of the best trailers ever. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. All right. So checking the website. Let's see how we're looking. And are we making progress? Yes. Yes, yes. Max Ben Jim and Grom Brindle. No P. All right. So let me do this and do that. And we can advance to the next round. Yeah, vampire counts are in a good spot. They're very strong, but they're not like, you know, they don't feel like oppressive like they once did. All right. Cool. So Grom Brindle should have, let me make sure he's the correct amount of wins. So he lost 1. Lost 2, and then got that. All right, looks about right. So advance to the next round. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. The Vampire Coast trailer is amazing as well. Do you even speak for your people? It's so good. All right, so the final round is up. Let's get this party started, ladies and gentlemen. All right, showtime. Did I miss something there? Did they not finish their game? No, they did. They did finish their game. Okay. Round 4 is live. God, I feel like it's such a boomer thing to have to like type when I talk. If I'm on stream, I just like always have to like say it. It's weird to maintain focus. Anyways, all right. So for this game, ooh, Charix versus Platypus. Let's cast that one. That's a heavyweight duel of fates if I've ever seen one. You get to see the Elf Master versus Platy. That'll be pretty fun. All right, so let me get this. Message Charix again. Lobby code, please. Or let's see, spec slot, please. We'll cast you now. All right, so we got a good match coming up. Currently, as far as undefeated players go, we have Platypus, Tim the Wilder, Charix, and Draken's are undefeated. So some tiebreakers, of course, coming into play. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds here. This is not a time to be short-sighted. Yeah, I love it. It's so good. All right, so the lobby's there, looking good. He likes his funny passwords. All right. So here we are. So Charix likes elves, and Platypus is good at most things. Platypus probably is going to play closer to the meta, you know? I don't think elves are considered meta, but maybe some people have made them so. I'm not sure. You'll notice that a lot of players play like the standard Ogre Kingdoms, Norska, just like very straightforward, very inherently strong stuff. You know who I want to see make a comeback in this? I want to see Vampire Coast get some action. You know, that would be fun. I would like to see like a super high level player adopt Vampire Coast and just like make them work. That would be very fun. I mean, they have potential, like cheap, more or less unbreakable cap weight. I guess the leadership nerf certainly hurt them a little bit, but they needed it. They were pretty like all the vampires were pretty stupid before. I would like to see somebody pick up Coast. Maybe I'll do it. I think I could get some solid wins with Vampire Coast. Yeah. Well, I'm not super good at gun lines. My brain has been trained to play Chaos a lot lately, so I'm more focused on like infantry pressure and like. Green Emperor says you almost signed up for Wood Elves. So today is not a single faction tournament. Today's tournament is anything goes, basically. It's pick 3. So you and your opponent both pick 3 factions, and then there's like a pick and ban process that goes through that. Bring back the... Well, Anticity didn't even really play Coast much, and when he played Dom. He played other things. I don't think he played too much. I know, he needs to come back from the deep. He was also a very meta player though too. So Anticity would usually play the meta. You know, he wouldn't play like off meta factions too much. So when he did play Coast, it was probably because they were very good. At the end of Warhammer 2, Coast was pretty strong. They were definitely a top tier faction in land battle days. Yeah. I think he's covering some other games. I don't know if it's on his main channel. I think he was doing some campaign streams, maybe playing some other stuff as well. Yeah, we'll do some Coast action. Nurgle's great. I think Nurgle's okay in a couple matchups. We're for sure going to see elves here. That's why I picked Charix here. That's why I picked this game. I was like, let's see the elves in action. And Platypus is a scary good player too. So it's, you know, let's see what these guys, their ranks on the leaderboard is right now. So going to look. Oh, we have so many tournaments on Tavern. It's awesome. Currently looking, Platypus is rank 3. In the worlds. Charix is ranked 5. Charix has a 71% win rate and Platy has an 85% win rate. Pretty damn close. I mean, these guys are both top 5 players in the world. And regardless of who loses this, one of them most likely will go to the grand finals, or they'll both go most likely because they'll have strong tiebreakers against one another. Chaos is not meta though, really. I would say none of the Chaos factions are meta now. I mean, Norska is, but like the Warriors of Chaos are maybe I think they're one of the stronger ones. But yeah, like Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch, none of those factions are like meta at all. Yeah, none of them are meta. Somebody in chat saying Charix impressed me in a few videos. Yeah, and it's very impressive. Yeah, he sent some nice replays in that we've been casting. Wood Elves are apparently good, yeah. I think in the hands of... See, the thing, Wood Elves are not easy, though. Like, Norska, you could just be like a caveman, like beating a rock against the ground, and you could play Norska. And they'll still do well. But, like, Wood Elves require finesse and skill, I would say. Yeah, they have some melee-focused stuff, but everything you have is such a glass cannon, you have to really be careful with your engagements and avoid spells. And like, whereas Warriors of Chaos and Norska are just so durable, you know? Warriors of Chaos are a little bit harder to play than Norska because Warriors of Chaos have a lot to choose from. So there's a lot of traps in their roster. Yeah, but Warriors of Chaos I think are pretty fun faction. Yeah, always a good time. Yeah, Warriors of Chaos I think have a nice tools. They have access to like all the different mortal units, so they can certainly adjust. I always feel like Demons of Chaos are on that same, but the fact that they're so like everything's lightly armored makes them kind of easy to pick against. You know, that's one thing. Whereas like Warriors of Chaos have armor, they have light armor. Trixie Hobbitses. Norska is the ultimate like Unga Bunga faction though. They go hard in the caveman. How are they looking? Yeah, Norska is setting at 50% win rate. Pretty cool. I don't know what it is with the Empire, but the Empire literally is always at 50%. If you guys look at the leaderboard on Total Tavern right now, the Empire literally has 106 wins and 106 losses. Same with Dwarves. Dwarves have 102 and 100. Lizardmen at 50%, Greenskins. I mean, yeah, a lot of great stuff. Who's beating the Empire these days? Looks like the Empire is 0 and 10 against Chaos Dwarves this season. Lovely. Lovely. I don't know why Khorne isn't. I mean, Khorne did get some nerfs to the Fleshhounds, but I feel like Khorne could be brought up. Not having magic is certainly a bit of an issue, right? I was always someone who said I don't think they need to nerf Fleshhounds at all. You know, I felt like it's okay for them to have some strong stuff since they don't have magic, but I don't know. Yeah, Slaanesh and Khorne are currently in the pits, but they're both at 35%, which is, you know, pretty playable. Yeah. Why are they Chaos Dwarfs when they don't worship the Chaos Gods? Well, there's more Chaos Gods than just the big four, you know? I mean, I'm pretty sure the Horned Rat, as well as Hashut, are both, like, entities of Chaos. You know. So they're like minor Chaos Gods. Whereas you have, like, the big four, you know, and then you got, like, the minor Walmart Chaos Gods. So they still have, like, the corruptive nature of chaos, like, in them. And, like, that's why Chaos Dwarves mutate and grow horns and all that stuff. Because technically Hashut is a chaos god. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but somebody in chat can correct me. Yeah. They're, like, more minor, though. Yeah, Tomb Kings are very strong. You often see them at the higher echelon of play. They're currently sitting at a 53% win rate, you know? You can see their good matchups, their bad matchups. They honestly looking pretty balanced, really. Like, there's no one that Tomb Kings really just crush. I mean, they have a good win rate against Norska, but yeah, like, honestly, I think Tomb Kings are in a pretty great spot right now. Yes, yes. Khorne was doing well for a while. I think if some players started adopting Khorne and playing them in single faction tournaments, like really strong players, I think you could see them be brought up. They have, like, some decent fundamentals. Their Minotaurs are really good. Fleshhounds are really good. We have the Dark Lord Outer Region, who I know has played them in the past. But yeah, Khorne's gonna get, like, DLC units. You know, all these Chaos factions are gonna get sauced up. They're all gonna get DLC stuff, so their win rates are gonna go up. Like, unless they just get the Lizardmen treatment where they get, like, no good DLC units. There's been a couple Lizardmen DLCs where the units have just been so bad. Yeah. Yeah. Hashut's realm is in Khorne's domain, if I remember right. Oh, is that true? It's kind of like a spin-off of Khorne a little bit. Interesting. I feel like Khorne wouldn't allow any magic in his domain, though, and Hashut certainly enjoys magic, so it's interesting. Yeah, Kislev has good roots, you know, and Kislev's going to be really strong once they get DLC. Once they get some new units, their roster is just very limited, so they're very predictable. But man, once Kislev gets like a couple more viable units, if they do, oh man, they're going to be good. Been saying that for a long time. Is Khalida good now? I don't think Khalida is an optimal choice. I think, like, you know, Arkan is really good. Kotep's good for spamming cheap spells. And then Cetra is, like, okay also. You know, I think Khalida's on the lower rung of viable lords for them. I enjoy playing Khorne. It's nice to just mouth breathe sometimes. Just, you know, get some good fightiness going and do it. Stalkers are one of the best units in the game. Are they, though? I can't remember the last time I've seen a Chameleon Stalker being used. All right, so it looks like we got Warriors of Chaos versus Bretonnia. I feel like this is massively favored for Bretonnia, because honestly, Bretonnian front lines will trade super evenly into Chaos front lines, which is really stupid. Like Battle Pilgrims, Foot Squires, and Rail Reliques will trade pretty well into Chaos front lines. So, but Sever Claw are pretty strong. Armored Chaos Trolls certainly help. They can, with a little bit of support, fight off the Knights. I don't know how you effectively stop Grails. Granted, we do have Grails limited to just one, so yeah. What type of unit does Kislev need? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what Kislev really needs. I think Kislev's magic is one of their weaker parts. Like, Kislev doesn't have, like, devastating magic. I mean, their lores are okay, but they're both, like, subpar compared to other lores of magic, in my opinion, so. But when does the Shadows of Change DLC get released? Oh, I have no idea. Is that the next one? Probably late summer, I think is what people are saying. Well, like August, September, something like that. Yeah, that would be my guess. That would be my guess indeed. In fairness, looking at the table for the races, there's a great spread of play for most factions between 44 and 56. Yeah, that's the sweet spot, you know. Like a faction that's at 40, 45%, it's totally viable, you know. It's like, you might start to run into some issues when you get to the very bottom, but a unit roster, yeah. I mean, I currently think Kislev is stronger than Cathay. Cathay is the one who needs more milk. Cathay's killing power is just very pitiful, you know? In land battle, Cathay is much better because they can just mouth breathe and sit in a box, you know? They could just sit there with a single cannon and like a blimp giving harmony to the whole box and then just sit there and just troll. But in Dom, you have to move and play the objective, so they're not like as good at that because they're not good at pushing out. They're not good at all. Yeah, Bretonnia is... Oh, don't be surprised. Yeah, the Bretonnia is top tier now. Ever since the last patch, CA just went bananas on buffing them, like across the roster, like just roster-wide buffs. Which is crazy too, because Bretonnia last season was sitting at a 60% win rate. It's not like they were in bad shape. So I don't know where CA is getting their metrics from. It must be a campaign thing. I think they buffed Bretonnia for the sake of campaign, which I understand because they were kind of boring in campaign. And now that, you know, having these cool interactive mechanics, I suppose, are pretty neat. Frontline chaff? Yeah, Kislev having frontline chaff would help. They don't really have cheap infantry. I don't know what they would do. Maybe like their own flagellant type unit. They could do like Urson flagellants, you know? That would actually be kind of interesting. Like no armor, just these like crazy shirtless Rasputin looking dudes. That would be just maybe a little bit too much copy pasta from, you know, conscripted flagellants. I don't know. I don't know how they would do that. What do you think, Cathay? I think Cathay's going to get some like strong infantry, like some sort of like infantry that actually have killing power, like a dual wielding anti-infantry. That's what they would benefit from the most. If Kislev had if Cathay had a killy front line, that would help them a lot. Wolf tough Kislevites, I know they're awesome. This is awesome indeed. All right, so I would imagine. Oh my God, no, it's a Bretonnian mirror match. No. Is it too late to cast a different game? Oh, Charix, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to play elves. Oh, dear God in heaven. All right, let me check here. Let's look around. All right, so I'm going to do this real quick while I look. Oh, dear God. I feel like we should hunt for another game if we can. Mirror matches are just so awful, you know? Who actually enjoys that stuff, you know? One sec here. Check here. All right. Okay. Do we watch this, guys, or do we go find another match? What do we do? I feel like we try and find another match. I don't know how many are still open. But it's so painful to watch. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find any other ones. All right. Yes, I found one. Yes. Oh my God! It's Bretonnia versus Ogre Kingdoms. Help me, baby Jesus. Oh my God. No. Okay. Do we have one down here? Who's this? It's one of our games. Please. 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 Okay. Oh, what is this? A Chaos Dwarf mirror match? God, is it there's no God. Oh man. Okay. Cow. Let me see if I can get in here. Cow. Spec slot, please. Alright. Let's see if we can get in on the cow game here. Yeah, because we're gonna be forced to watch some suffering in the top 4 here. Let's see here. Okay, we could do cow versus scrambled eggs here. Let's see if they get a spec slot open. Fresh list. Oh God. I'm rapidly running out of time. The Sharks game is going. It's a Bretonnian mirror match. Shaper and for Poland. Okay. That should be a good game. No, dude, we're not doing it. Why would you guys want that? I know, I thought he would play elves. I really did. Okay, Tzeentch versus Norska. Dear God, thank you. All right, let's get it. Crisis averted. That was a close one. I was sweating bullets there. I felt like I was matrix dodging down and under. No, we're good. We're good. We found a game. I'm down for this. We saw Tzeentch lose in the first round, but Tzeentch versus Norska is actually a fun matchup. Oh, this is way better. Yes. Good. Let it flow. For Poland for the win. Coming in with the Tzeentch pick here. I love it. Okay, so it looks like the players are ready. I bet you the RTK guys were laughing that I left, you know? Yeah. All right, so 209. Let's see if there's any issues here. Leech Lord. Okay, I don't think he's in the last round, so I think we're okay. Okay. Perfect. And we're loading in. All right. Yeah, mirrors are awful. No, it's hard to tell. This game doesn't do like it's hard to tell what's what. So not only is watching it hard, but casting it is also hard. And the spice of life in a game that has 23 factions, I think is. I honestly do have power fantasies about banning mirror matches. From a competitive perspective, it doesn't make sense to do it, but from a personal viewer perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's always been a power fantasy of mine to ban mirrors, you know, because people will pick mirror matches if they don't get a matchup they like. They're just going to mirror match you, so you don't have any advantage over them. So it's just, you know, it might not be fun to play, but you know they care. Winning is the most important thing, right, for them. So yeah. Hey, how's it going? Oh, Medley, by the way, one of the maps earlier, I think it was the new Tomb Kings one, the Arbiter's Ground. I think there was like some graphic issue that happened. Like I had a weird lag, and then for the rest of the game on that map, I was having some like graphic artifacting things. It could have had nothing to do with the map, but if you go back and look at the first game, or first or second game, I can't remember, you'll see it. All right, guys. Here we are. It's going to be for Poland coming in with the Chicken Legion. So Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch into the sunset with a big flying chicken. He's going to be dropping some blues and some regrowths. And yeah, that looks to be it. Just a lot of Tzeentch infantry and some Chosen. Oh yeah. Sign me up for this. The Chosen of Tzeentch. Look at the beauty. That's some great stuff right there. Now, over at the Norscan army, it's going to be Unga and Bunga. It is going to be Marauder Champions, which of course a very solid core infantry unit. They'll trade well into a lot of things and will defeat Tzeentch Chaos Warriors, but lose to Chosen, of course. And Marauders backed up by Famiro. I'm excited I jumped into this game. See, we're getting some interesting stuff. So they do have the anti-infantry bonus and armor piercing. In theory, a very nice combo with the Marauder Champions who lack AP. You stack these guys on top, you sunder armor, and bring some AP anti-infantry to the table. That seems pretty good. Norska, going to be hiding Wolfric in the bushes, and Marauder Champions and Famir Warriors. I'm very excited for that. That's pretty fun. So the battle is on. Objective's going to be opening up here in 1 minute and 47 seconds. The Great Changer Chicken flying across the map, squawking as he goes. And, oh, is it Kairos? Okay, so it's Kairos. He's got some of his items. He does have the Scroll of Destiny, which gives reserves, and it gives you a fair amount. You know, it's enough to cast a couple more spells. It's probably worth bringing, to be honest. And the Gaze of Fate. Tzeentch, of course, is at its strongest when Winds of Magic is on the table because it synergizes with their army abilities. So you're going to want those big Tzeentch army abilities if you can. But why do Marauder Champions beat Chaos Warriors? So Marauder Champions are like another echelon of units. Like they're a tier higher than a Chaos Warrior. Although a Nurgle Chaos Warrior with a great weapon might be able to... I don't know how that would go against a Marauder Champion. But if you look at the stat line, all right, so you have, let's see, do we have any warriors here? Yeah. So 9,000 against 9,600 HP. So 600 more HP. 3553 against 36 and 44. So you're already seeing a big melee defense advantage for the Marauder Champion. On top of that, they get physical resist, which doesn't matter against Tzeentch, but they also get melee attack and leadership. And yeah, their weapon strength is 46 against 36 on the Chaos Warrior. So there's just a lot of stat advantages they have over them. Marauder Champions are more or less an elite unit. They're of that like tier of like not quite like, you know, like heavy duty elite like Chosen, but they're somewhere in between like a warrior and a Chosen. So the Warriors of Chaos moving up, getting ready to party. We do get Kairos Fate Weaver. What he should be doing is dropping some blue fires down the line. So you fly Kairos over here and you drop some blues down the wings of the Marauder Champions, and it can certainly do some work. In the backfield, we do get Marauders with great weapons moving up. So they're coming to party as the shot does go down. Ooh, nice cast right there. So you see, that's how you use the blue fire against elites. You go, you shoot it down the side, and you don't even really need pink fire. Granted, pink fire is much better at killing light armor than blue is. So for example, if you're going after berserkers or something, then a pink fire would be more effective than the blues would. So the battle soon to be on. Chaos Warriors up at the point. Chosen moving up, so the Chosen of Tzeentch are on their way. These Marauders should basically just run. You just want to get those back at this point. there's no sense in really fighting there. Move up to that objective, hunker down on this one, and just, you got your battle line, right? You can see this kind of like big battle line here where those bad boys are going to be fighting. So here they come. Marauders on their way up. Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch stand at the ready. And honestly, the Tzeentches seems like they have some cool tech against Norska. The fact that they all have the magic damage against the copious amounts of physical resist you see on Norska. Pretty cool. Other blue fire, they're not bad on the Marauder champions. And now the frontline fighting is underway. Going to be getting the Chaos Warriors versus the Marauder champs here. No, these are basic Marauders. So Chaos Warriors will obviously smash basic Marauders. It's going to be a big bully beatdown right there. Marauder Horsemen coming up, doing a little bit of poke and stroke, throwing some of their javelins into the champs, as well as this Balefiend right here. But the Chosen are going to be arriving soon. We do see the Chosen of Tzeentch and the Severed Claw chilling out on this point. So for Poland, certainly has some good quality units waiting in the wings. And what is Kairos going to do? Is he going to fight? I feel like Kairos should be fighting a little bit, you know, getting down there, attacking the Marauders, but I guess he's pretty content to just chill up in the sky and cast his magic and cackle, however giant demon birds cackle. So Chaos Warriors versus champions. And it looks like initially the Chaos Warriors getting the advantage because they're getting a little bit of support from the javelins, which is not only doing damage, but also lowering the armor. But now the Fimir Warriors have arrived. They got their beaten sticks, and it's really cool to see Fimir in action. They almost never get used. But I think Fimir are pretty rad. I mean, in theory, very good against this like Tzeentchian build. They have missile resist. They have the anti-infantry. They're sundering the armor. Like, look how cost-effective that is, really. I mean, that's great value. Those Chaos Warriors getting just hammered. Their armor is sundered down to 70, making the champions more effective. It's pretty cool. So Wulfric looks to come over and help out the Norscan push. He gets slightly pressured by the Severed Claw and some of the Horsemen. In the middle objective, it looks like the Changer of Ways is in good shape, as we see the Chaos Warriors defeating Marauders, and the other Marauders here being smashed as well. But now some Marauders with Great Weapons coming in, which will trade upwards into Chaos Warriors very well because of their, obviously, armor piercing. So here they come. They got their big axes out for the Hound or the, the Serpent, whatever, Chaos God they want to worship under a different guise. They are good to party. So Fimir coming across. Back objective is held by Norska, or side objective, I should say. Looks like one Marauder champion being left there. This one Marauder champion. This objective should be pretty safe for Norska, honestly. The Marauder champion is going to be able to bash through multiple chaff units, like no problem whatsoever. Middle being held onto by Tzeentch, and side point being held onto by Tzeentch. A really, really nice blue fire going right down the pipe there. A perfect side shot, essentially, hitting the Marauder champions, and maybe going to be allowing these Chaos Warriors to shine, especially with the Chosen coming in. Now, Wulfric looks like he wants to get his party boat going. I would imagine there's going to be a Sea Fang or something like that being dropped, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. A nice pressure here by Creeper here. Getting the Norscan Hounds to chase down the Horsemen is quite cost-effective. Tzeentch's response to this would be Screamers, and as soon as we see this, we see for Poland bringing out Screamers. So those bad boys going to be diving, most likely going after the Houndos, should be able to peel them. And Burning Head also being cast there, so it looks like Norska using its fire magic to try and melt down the Tzeentch Warriors. And it was enough to break down the Marauders and bunker bust that position. And yeah, we see the Fimir doing very good. Cascading Fire Cloak also on them, giving him 66 melee defense and also that nice little armor piercing damage buff as they continue bumping. But the Fimir are going to lose pretty badly to Severed Claw, the aspiring champion RRR Halberd unit. So they're going to be incredibly difficult for the Fimir Warriors to deal with without Marauder champion support. Granted, maybe the Manticore charges in there and the Balefiend, and they should all probably commit to helping in that fight. You don't want the Manticore sitting idle, and the Shaman Sorcerer needs to get busy as well. Middle objective being held onto by Tzeentch, but it's looking a little bit tenuous here. Looks like it could be flipping in just a second, as Norska is getting wave after wave of these Fimir, which I think is so rad. They're going to be clubbing these little popcorn bandits. Of course, the Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, not the best fighters. And the Fimir do have, I think, 25% missile resist. It's pretty respectable. On top of that, they have crazy good armor, too. 45% missile resist from the Mist. That's crazy. It's only when their leadership is good, but that's incredibly effective against Tzeentch Javelins and all those different units. But yeah, I think that's fun. Middle objective flips the Norska. So Creeper on his way back into the game. Side objective going to be owned by Norska also, but we do see a little bit of fighting going down. Marauder champions are going to be able to reclaim this most likely. What for Poland is doing is he's kind of running in circles and juking out these units while maintaining capture weight. But the Marauder champions are going to be able to pop the popcorn bandits and these other Marauders here chasing. I don't know. We'll have to see how this objective goes. But yeah, it looks like Norska is going to be able to hold on to that one. Manticore up in the sky for Norska, currently hunting down the big chicken. Kairos is, doing his thing. He knows the future. Right, he knows the past, but I guess what does he doesn't? He doesn't know the present, right? So he's kind of like trying to figure it out here. But a nice blue fire right down the pipe, but the Manticore is getting some respectable damage on him. Currently looking at it, Norska does have a double cap value trading, slightly favoring Norska. Granted, Tzeentch does have some shield healing, and a nice attempt by for Poland here, but it looks like Creeper is able to dodge it. Well played. That was the Tzeentch Ultimate Army ability, and a bit of a swing and a miss, unfortunately. It's a very powerful ability, so you really, really want to get your value from that. But at the end of the day, it looks like the Marauder champions were able to dodge it or get out of the vortex, or the range, I should say. And they're going to crush these Marauders. And that objective is going to be a firm stranglehold here for Norska. Objective 2, still under Norskan control. Marauder champions with great weapons getting called out. Very strong pick. They, of course, pack a huge punch. They have 40 and 40 for their combat stats. And they do also have 50 weapon strength with massive armor piercing. So against any of the Tzeentchian warriors, they're gonna pound them. And these are chosen of Tzeentch, which are a pretty powerful unit. But yeah, the Marauders with great weapons, the Marauder champions, going to be a solid pick here. Burning Head going down from Norska, roasting through a lot of the demons. Demons, of course, hate magic damage. And the Shaman Sorcerer Fire, as well as Wulfric the Wanderer, going to be crumbling down those goblins. In response, for Poland, going to be coming out and summoning in the Screamers of Tzeentch to try and surround Wulfric. And he's on his big Chaos Deed, so he is a large target. So the anti-large bonus of the Screamers, for sure going to be able to get some value here. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds. Far side objective, taking a look at objective number 1. It is being held by the Changer. Looks like several units of the Marauder Horsemen were able to kind of help stabilize this point, but Norska still does have a solid double cap here. Granted, the middle looks like it might be flipping back here. Those Chosen of Tzeentch holding on well. 141 kills, currently 1,000 value. One of my favorite things about the meta right now is that, you know, elite units can actually be good. Whereas in the previous metas, they were just getting vortexed because of how cheap vortex spells were. But ever since CA increased the cost of vortex and those big like nuking spells like Pit of Shades, elite units have been a lot better, which is super exciting. Still vulnerable to magic, but it's more of an investment, right, to take them down. Shaman Sorcerer getting popped in the face. Kairos, man, he's just been chilling up here in the sky. He does get a nice blue fire. He's able to break that Shaman Sorcerer here, who's been getting pounded by the Severed Claw. It looks like Tzeentch is actually wrestling back the value. They were down by about 800 to 1,000 value, but now they're getting some good work done. Here we do see the Beast of Tashnar doing a little bit of nibbling, but intercepted by the Chaos Warriors and also the Screamers. They're going to get routed back, and it looks like Tzeentch and for Poland are going to be holding on to this point right here. Now back to the middle, we do see Kairos with another sweet blue fire, and looks like he's going after Wulfric, and Tzeentch just methodically picking off these characters. Now there's no Firecaster, so Norska is going to be without fire. And Kairos probably still has a fair amount of Winds of Magic. I mean, we literally have just seen him sitting and floating and cackling and spamming out these spells, these blue fires. Like, he's probably, and they're cheap too. He's probably got a lot more in the back pocket. So Tzeentch Popcorn Bandits do make it. The Screamers also arrive. Anti-large bonus, chewing through the Skinwolves here. And the Chosen, proving to be such a solid anchor, man. Looking at 1,400 value on the Chosen, and yeah, battling against Marauder Champions. Yes, Marauder Champions do get physical resistance to sustained combat, but the Chosen of Tzeentch do not care. I think some of the Tzeentch infantry are really solid. I mean, they trade well into a lot of like demons, which is really nice. So anytime they're facing any sort of demon or ethereal unit, magic damage really comes in and pays huge dividends for sure. But it looks like the Great Chicken kind of running away with it a little bit. They do have the double cap. Points are getting close to 1,000. Kairos is going to be going in, popping the Oracle of Eternity, which gives him 44% ward save, making him a respectable duelist. And he's going to be going after Wulfric with his Severed Claw. So honestly, Tzeentch isn't going to fight fair ever. Tzeentch is like the king of like cheating and fighting and ambushing and backstabbing. Obviously, you saw the trailer with Village against the Nurgle Warriors. Yeah, no way. They're always going to be laying traps and scheming. So looks like another Burning Head. So it looks like that caster did come back. So if you look, we do see the Firecaster. He came back. It was like the movie where the hero comes back, or the hero's sidekick comes back for 1 second for one last assist before he runs off or gets taken out, right? So the Burning Head there wasn't bad. We do see Wulfric wavering, currently sitting at 11 leadership. Nice popcorn firepower. And another blue fire with the steel chair, and Wulfric getting melted by Arcane Fire. 238 HP. He's probably going to be running for the hills, if not getting killed here by the Severed Claw. It's a 128 HP, 15 HP. And the Wanderer will be wandering no more. He has certainly laughed his last laugh as he does get taken down by the Severed Claw and the blue fire from Kairos Fateweaver, and I think that's going to be a big turning of the tide. Without Wulfric, the leadership penalty is going to be hurting pretty bad here over on objective number 1. We do see Tzeentch holding it down with some Chaos Warriors here who should be able to defeat these Marauders. Yeah, they're going to take a bit of a beating in the process from the great weapons, but overall, seems like they're going to be able to hold that one down. Objective 2, looking to be firmly controlled by Tzeentch as well. I mean, a little bit of Norskan pressure here. We got Popcorn Bandits, we have the Severed Claw, who have 16 models with shield regeneration still active, and more Chaos Warriors are going to be hustling up there with Horseman support coming in as well. So, Tricksy Hobbits is indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Feral Manticore is broken, Severed Claw still just very rock hard, and we do see the Famir coming in. It was really fun to see Creeper bring the Famir, so shout out to you. That was quite a fun thing. And they didn't seem to do badly in their first life, but Tzeentch does have some good answers against them with Screamers. Also, the Severed Claw is very good against them too, and so are the big flying Tzeentch birds. Over here on this side, Chaos Warriors versus Marauders. Looks like there's going to be a blue fire coming down, which honestly just kind of friendly fired some of the Tzeentch units, which is pretty funny. You know, Tzeentch, he likes to cause some problems. But Cairo should definitely get in here and fight. He would probably instantly terror out these units and help win that fight. On the side objective, we do see Norska holding it down, a couple Marauders fighting valiantly for objective number 3, but he's rapidly approaching 1,000 points, and I mean, it's still double cap territory for Norska, but Norska is down by almost 2,000 value, which is going to be incredibly tough to come back from, incredibly tough. Screamers up in the sky, chasing down the Feral Manticore, so that Manticore is going to be fleeing the old scene, and there's just absolutely no way. It was GG, it was a good game, it was very scrappy, lots of cool fireworks, lots of back and forth. Got to see Kairos in action, got to see Wolfric, some Chosen of Tzeentch was very, very fun. Beast of Tashnar, just going to be melted here. And yeah, Beast of Tashnar normally would be good against Screamers, actually in fact the counter, because they're infantry sized and they have anti-large, but in this case, just the sheer number of Screamers here is going to be able to overwhelm them. So, Marauder Berserkers on the way in, might be able to do okay. Get some of the chaff, but I think Severed Claw is just going to have their way with them. Severed Claw is 52 melee defense, 120 armor, and Berserkers really do struggle against armor. Those big boys, going to be just hanging in there, no problem. On the side point, we get Screamers clearing it off, a couple Chaos Warriors moving, and it looks like Objective 3 is going to be flipping relatively soon as well. Screamers of Tzeentch do have some, I mean, they're not good against infantry, but you can also use them to take down armored infantry with like rear charges. They still have almost 30 melee attack and good armor-piercing weapon strength, right? But obviously, they specialize in dealing with large units. So this is what I like to call the Reaganomics phase of the game, the trickle-down theory. We get all these Marauders trickling in instead of gathering up and providing value. They're just going to be moving in one at a time because he's so behind here. So he's going to be basically paying the troll toll in that regard. A couple Premier Warriors here. They're doing all right. They're hanging in there. Currently sitting at 800 value. Certainly bashing through the remnants of the Chosen, but yeah, the Screamers are such an effective counter against them. That anti-large and armor piercing is so money. Hounds on the way. Marauders as well. Side objective taken by Tzeentch. And now Tzeentch is going to be taking this objective also with more Screamers coming out to reinforce. Kairos could come in and just get fat terror outs too. He's not a great fighter. I think he only has like 20 melee defense, but you know, he still has 400 plus weapon strength, does cause terror. He can cycle charge. Has a respectable charge bonus, I think. No, it's actually not that good. It's only 20, so. Kairos is supposed to be like the techless nerd of Tzeentch, you know. Not the best at fighting, but you know, he tries his best. So he's good at magic. That's what he does. So Marauder Horseman, still throwing javelins. Yep, still providing a little bit of support. It's going to be a triple cap here, ladies and gentlemen. And Creeper is going to be routed here in this game, and that will be a victory for the forces of the Changer. So GG, well played. Fun match. I enjoyed that one. It was cool. That was, I guarantee you, that game was way more entertaining and close than any of those like mirror matches that we were. I love how we went to one lobby, we find a Chaos Dwarf mirror match. We go to another one, we find a Bretonnian mirror match. It was pretty funny for sure. Phillips, say Turin, found your channel because of the Rogue Army Easter egg. Oh, that's pretty fun. Glad to hear it, Philip. Yeah, the Rogue Armies from Warhammer 2. All right. So objective slightly flipping, but there's not enough time. Tzeentch has got a stranglehold on things. Here, the Horsemen cleaning up some Marauder champions that tried to come back. Marauders with great opens moving in, and they're going to be losing that fight. All right, see you down, love you. Don't you? Love you. So check it out. Chaos Warriors grinding away. 71 models, 37 and 45. As these guys do get broken, and they do get smashed. The lovely wife stopping by saying hello. She's heading out of town for a hot minute, but she'll be back. What do we got defending over here? Chaos Warriors, yep, no way they're going to lose this fight. Marauders with great opens. Maybe 2 Marauder great opens could win that, not 1. Certainly wouldn't be enough, as Tzeentch is going to be reinforcing, and that is going to be it. Somebody in chat saying we need a Turin versus Turin mirror match? No, dude. Why would you guys want that? Mirror matches are not fun at all, dude. The only mirror matches that are fun, I don't know. I did have a good time with that Empire mirror match, but I would have rather have played something else. So look at that. Oh, look at that combo for Poland here. He drops the Gaze of Fate and then uses the Tzeentch army ability on those Marauder champions. That's an MLG combo, actually. Because Gaze of Fate doesn't cost any wins, and neither does that army ability, so you can get those going in the late game. That's actually pretty cool. I like that a lot. Check it out. You guys are a little bit newer. Hopefully you're learning some tricks from some of these tournament schemers. And yeah, that's going to be GG. Game wraps up. Victory for Tzeentch, victory for Poland. Turin versus Mecha Turin. Mecha Turin would probably win, sadly. Yeah, probably. All right, so Kairos was pretty great. Blue Fire Spam, 2,000 value. The Chosen of Tzeentch, 2,200. I loved it. And yeah, it's just a lot of Tzeentch infantry with Screamer support. Seemed to get the job done. And well played to Creeper. It was a fun build. I love seeing the Femir in play. One of them actually did pretty good. Marauder champions What are Marauder champions against Norse Tzeentch are good? Maybe just Chaff is better with like a wider army. I don't know. I have to look into that. Nurgle versus Nurgle in the finals. It could happen. Yeah, it could happen. All right. So let's take a look at the website, see how we're looking. The dreaded mirror matches of doom. Oh, God. You see, the thing is, the reason why I skipped the mirror match is because we know we're going to get mirror matches in the finals. It's going to happen, right? Yeah, we're all good here. So there are going to be some mirrors maybe in the semis. So yeah, having that I think is going to be nice. So Grumbrindle says, I have a question about the special avatar from Taz. Do I choose my own? Oh yeah, that's right. You have the hammer one, right? So Grumbrindle, shoot me a message and remind me which avatar you unlocked, and I'll get to that. I'll make it for you tonight. You just kind of tell me what you want, and I make it for you. But it has to be like related to your avatar. So I think you unlocked the hammer avatar. So I can just do like a giant dwarven hammer. You just got to shoot me a message and let me know what you want. Tzeentch was fun. Severed Claw trades very poorly into cheap great weapon units. So if you have like a Marauder like great weapon against Severed Claw, it's going to do a lot of damage for the cost, and the Severed Claw is not going to trade well into that. Yeah, that type of stuff is usually how you deal with them. Spirit Leech is also okay. You could Spirit Leech them down over time, but you got to make sure those shields don't regenerate. You know, that's where you're going to be having a bad time. Have the Hammer Time dance guy with dwarf stuff. I mean, that works too. You just got to let me know. Shoot me a message on what you want, and I'll do your avatar for you. All right, refreshing. Empire Mirror against my evil twin. Yeah. I think I can, depends. Yeah, depends. The evil twin is... So Charix and Platypus are still playing. We're almost there. Currently, Platypus has the strongest schedule. Outer Region is 3 wins also. I didn't know you were playing today, Outer Region. Who is Pentium? Pentium with 3 wins also. Interesting. Okay, but losing that one there. Yes, losing to Stealth. It's weird. I feel like there's some funky business going on with some of the scores here. One moment. Okay, so Pentium winning that. All right. Then the first match should be 3. Yeah, looks about right. Okay, fair play. Fair play indeed. Yeah, you might make it Outer Region. It's pretty close. You got to see how these games go. It's going to be a really tight tiebreaker. We got Drakens, Tim the Wilder, and Charix and Platy, all of whom are going to have really strong breakers as well. It's going to be close. Hadrius has a tiebreaker of 8. I don't think that would be enough, but we'll see. Yeah, it's all good, Hadrius. It happens, you know. Understandably, when your opponent drops, it can weaken your tiebreaker, which sucks, but for me, it's like, usually I kind of just go in with the mindset of like, I need to go undefeated to make the top 4, you know. And it's like a secondary prize. If you make it to the semis with 3 wins. Hey Jay, I hope you had fun. It's been a great event so far. We've had some sweaty games, had some good games. There's new models on the website. Oh, yeah, I need to get the I just updated my OBS and it screwed up all my viewing perspective. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get there to the website. Let me do this real quick. A little bit of time. Okay. So I think that still works. Yes. Why is it doing that? 8-man. Okay, and then should be, yeah, it should be there. It's definitely screwing this up. All right, one sec. Sorry guys, just hang with me for a second. Should be... All right, that looks better. Okay, so now we can, I think I fixed it, so we should be okay. So heading over to the front page here, let's do this. Yes, now we can look at the tourney. Okay, perfect. This is today's tournament. Let's just do a quick rundown of it. So we can see Drakens and Tim and Charix and Platy are still playing. Everybody else is basically done. Currently, Platypus is pretty much guaranteed a spot with a very strong tiebreaker. Outer region looking possible. Again, there's still, if Charix wins, he's going to be guaranteed a spot as well too. So, a couple people sweating it out. And Jay Phoenix, thank you for updating the minis on the website. Apparently, we got some new minis added. Look at the amount of tournaments. We had one yesterday. We have one today. I believe this is a land battle by, I'm not sure. This is by, yeah, this is a land battle tournament being hosted by Platy. And then we have a standard best of 3 tournament on the 9th, which is tomorrow. We have a beginners tournament. By the way, yeah, if you guys are new, someone's running a beginners tournament tomorrow. It's a beginner domination event. So if you guys are like new and nervous about joining events, so probably a pretty good one. And yeah, lots of good stuff. Tons of events. Jeez. All right. So these are minis. And by the way, if you're in our Discord, we post minis from our community. So individuals who do them. This is a nice one. That's Orc Commando. MacGyver is such a good painter. He's in our Discord. It's crazy. Oh, look at that. Bellicor, Leech Lord, our tournament player. Oh, man, I like that. It's pretty rad. That's a nice Bellicor. Really good shading. Like, you see the gray on the stomach and the chest? That's a ton of work. And that he did a great job with that. That's a nice paint job by Leech Lord. All right, how do I get to the next one? It's kind of, it's hard to see. Curses. All right. I believe that's a Age of Sigmar model. I'm not sure. Gossman Archer by Chocobo. Very cool. Looking rad. Oh, Cornate Ogre. Dude, yeah, that's MacIver again. He's, I'm going to be commissioning him to paint a Dark Elf army for our tabletop channel when the time comes. So he's going to paint a nice army, I'm sure. I'm super excited for that. Jay Phoenix with some beautiful Bretonnian Knights. We love it. Those are lovely, aren't they? Yeah. Those are just such a classic model. And they still look great too, honestly. They hold up really well. Jay is an extremely talented painter. We got the Skink Oracle here, looking cool. The crackling, I like that. The Agrellan Earth. I do the black version of that for my minis. That's a cool rainbow. A lot of airbrushing. I've always liked that. You know, this dragon reminds me of like a 1990s roller rink. You remember when you used to go to skating rinks and bowling alleys in the 90s? This is like, that's the kind of art you would see on the sides of the walls, like laser tag. There's a Raponce, which is lovely. Nice Raponce by Jay as well. It's a classic model, man. Yeah, gotta love it. Oh man, the barding on the knight is so good with the little fleur-de-lis. I don't know how you do that. Must have been like a transfer sheet or something. That looks really good. Some Chaos Knights. These are the new Chaos Knight models. They're great by Ashariah. Yeah. Yep, using the Mordant Earth base. So you do like a black base and then it crackles. So you paint something underneath. I do that for my Chaos Army too. And then more Chaos Warriors. Yeah, these are the new Chaos Warriors, I think. Yeah. I have these same models. They're really nice. They're really nice. We get a Glade Lord. Oh, that's the old school Glade Lord. Look at that. I feel like people are more creative with basing back in the day. Yeah, it's fun. Beautiful stuff. Scar Veteran here by Morpheus. Oh, look at that. I love that. The lava texture on the dinosaur's head. I think that's really cool. With like the lava base. That's a really, really nice scheme. I think that's cool. Oh, the Witch Hunter, dude. Oh, what a classic model. That guy's so cool. Witch Hunters are just the coolest characters. And then we got more Questing Knights by Jay as well. Oh, look at the guy playing the lute. Oh, he's playing the lute. I love it. I actually really like this one, like with the pink color. Yeah, it's really nice also. Yeah, man, they're all so good. All right, we're probably ready for the top 4 now. Shout out to Jay. Thank you for linking those. Match is done. All right. Outstanding. 4th of July Glade Lord, yeah. Okay. So refreshing. Let me make sure everything looks good here. So it looks like it's going to be Charix, Tim the Wilder, Platypus, and Outer Region are our top 4, which looks right. So what we do now, we advance to the top 4. Do it. And let's get the matches going. All right. So go to top 4. This is a best of 1. And then we have a best of 3 finals. Okay. So, Outer Region versus Charix. Let's cast that game. That'll be fun. Okay, tag the players. Let's do this. And Outer Region. Just doing some admin stuff here. And then we'll be back to chilling and just talking about nonsense. In just a moment. And Platy. Okay, so Tim the Wilder and Platypus gonna have I'm sure an extremely sweaty duel in the bottom there. Mirror matches galore. And lobby code, please. I will cast Sharks in Outer Region as we go into this game here. Very cool. Yeah, the Bretonnia Knights are great. Yeah, I loved it. Painting up some Necrons right now. Nice, nice. Yeah, I gotta get. I ran out of minis to paint. I actually completely went through my pile of shame. I do not have anything to paint right now. I'm like, yeah. Granted, my birthday's in a couple days, so I suspect there could be some action coming. Hamos, you gonna watch some UFC? Oh, who's fighting tonight? Let me know. I might actually go watch that after this too. Turin trying to delay the RTK mirror as much as possible. Ain't that the truth, dude? One sec. All right, so let's go find the lobby and see where we can find these gentlemen. So Outer Region's got the code for me. Looking good. And there we are. I figured we'd be less likely to get a mirror match with Outer Region and Charix than we would with Platy and Tim. So that's why we're casting this one. All right, guys. One sec. Oh, Volkanovski's fighting tonight? Okay, I might actually have to watch it tonight. Damn. All right. One sec. I'm going to be right back. Got to get a tissue. Curses. All right, I return. We're back. Thanks for your patience. Turn, you thinking of doing some random tourneys like the modded one from 2 years? I don't know. For me, doing the modded tournaments is only like if we're really desperate, you know? Like a long content drought or something. We have such a nice tournament scene now with really good maps and yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Yeah, Volkanovski versus Yair Rodriguez, Robert Whitaker versus Duplessis. Yeah. Those are some good fights. Yeah, those are some good fights. I might have to turn and watch some UFC tonight, actually. I wasn't planning on that. I'm painting a Song of Ice and Fire. Ever seen it? Yeah, those models are nice. I know you can't do as much customization, right? Because they come pre-built, but they look pretty good. It's like way easier to get into than, you know, having to assemble all your models is a bit of a pain, for sure. I doubt it's Kislev versus Bretonnia. I feel as if these two gentlemen are probably doing their picks and bans right now. So I think that's going to be the jam. Sounds good, Grombrindle. The avatar needs to be a certain size though, so you need to work with me on that. I'd have to shrink it down most likely. Ultra Fun's extended rosters. Well, the thing about the extended rosters tournaments is some factions have super good extended rosters and some have none, like whatsoever. I think the Empire gets some good units. Lizardmen get all the blessed units, which are pretty scary. Then you get Norska gets the Hellforged Legion. They get like the ROR like triple hell cannon. Yeah, there's some fun stuff for sure. Yeah, Jay. No, I understand focusing on the Bretonnian army right now. I mean, Old World is probably going to come out in the next, I don't know, 7 or 8 months. Would be my guess. So yeah, having the Bretonnians ready, I think, is going to be awesome. Yeah, Grim. Yeah, we've done we did the modded tournament that one time, where it had the really haggard added Chaos Dwarves, and then we had we had Araby in that tournament. We had Albion. We quickly discovered there was a couple units in that mod that were just grossly overpowered, But yeah, I don't know how we would do that for Dom. It'd have to be land battle probably, because they wouldn't have the proper capture weights and all that stuff. Yeah, the Greenskins do have some crazy stuff on their extended roster. They have the Feral Manticores. They have the Armored Squigs. There's some neat stuff there for sure. The problem with auto-gen tournaments is the armies aren't actually auto-gen. It seems like they have a preset list of scripted armies in the code. So you often get the same armies. And also, it's really hard to enforce. Like, you'd have to have it be really casual. Like, really casual. Which I guess you could do. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, so Warhammer Fantasy is coming back. Games Workshop canceled it in 2015, but they've since seen the light, knowing that it's their best fantasy setting, and they're bringing it back. And they're going to be rebooting it, which is cool. So it'll be running as like a side game, kind of like Horus Heresy for Age of Sigmar, right? So that's going to be a lot of fun. I got my full Empire army ready to go, which is super hyped. And I'm working on a Warriors of Chaos army right now, too. So I have some Chaos Warriors and a Chaos Sorcerer I just finished. And I'm doing like a Nurgle-themed Chaos Warriors army. So they have like white armor with like green grime on it. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, it looks fun. Someone needs to write an open source balanced army generation tool, yeah? That'd be fun. Yeah, I don't think like there's some extended roster units that I think you could just add to the base roster and it wouldn't be bad for multiplayer. But then again, there's some that are pretty nasty. Are we getting Kislev here versus... Wow, Kislev versus Lizardmen, okay. I feel like we see this one a lot, or at least we used to. I always ended up playing this one. So Outer Region's going to be on Kislev, and Charix is on Lizardmen, so... Lizards are such a popular faction. Yeah, they're so popular. It's a shame you're not here in the UK. We could still have a really active 8th edition. Yeah, I know. It's almost impossible to find Warhammer Fantasy games in California. Like of 8th edition or 6th, whatever you play. Most 40k is turbo popular. Like you can find 40k in most cities here in California, but I'm just waiting for Old World. I gotta lure some friends into playing. That's a tricky thing. I don't have too many people to play with where I live, so I have to lure some of my friends, which might have to bribe them, you know, like buy them a starter army or something. It ain't gonna be easy. Yeah, an AI versus AI tournament. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Have you played the Nagash mod? No, I haven't played any mods in Warhammer 3. None whatsoever. I don't really care for campaign that much anymore. It's okay. Like a PvP campaign's fun. I like that, but yeah, I would get back to doing some head-to-head campaigns. But honestly, I feel like Age of Wonders is like really scratches that itch if you want like campaign-based PvP. Age of Wonders is great for that. Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy used to be fine. Oh, yeah. Northern California, though, Daniel, has a better community for just tabletop wargaming in general. Like, Los Angeles has a big scene, but I live an hour and a half away from LA now. I live, like, reasonably far. Yeah, where I live, it's pretty barren. I had to recruit a couple of my old high school friends and get them into 40K to find people to play with, so... Turin standing on the street luring people to play 40K. Dude, it's not far from that. I was pretty devious with it, you know? I had a friend who was, I don't know how, he might have gotten into it either way, but I bought him a starter box, which isn't like a cheap investment, you know? It's like over $100. It's like 140, 150 bucks. I bought him like an army patrol box or starter box, and that was enough to like light the addiction, you know? Because then, you know, you finish painting and building them and you're like, oh, I need more to get the army going, you know? So... I go hard on my sales pitch. I go real hard in the paint. Who do you think is the best duelist in the game? Kugath. Yeah, Kugath Plaguefather. Nobody can beat him in the game. Yeah. 3D printing. My buddy actually got really into 3D printing. So he 3D printed an entire Imperial Knights army, an entire Tyranid army, and it looks really good. It's insane. Yeah, it looks insane. All right, so Borderlow Landing is the map, and we see the double salamander being pretty meta, actually. It's the second time we've seen the double salamanders today. Clearly against armored infantry spam, they're going to be pretty good, right? So taking a look at Ye Olde Forces of Kislev, Zargard in the front with gray weapons, actually, so opting to go a little bit more killy. Going to be slightly less vulnerable or less durable against, you know, missile poke, but yeah, they do have good stopping power, so I'm excited to see that. Armored Kossars in the back, Ice Witch of Tempest with a Ice Witch Patriarch supporting as well. Not an Ice Witch Patriarch, but just a basic Patriarch. And a couple sleds as well. Sleds, of course, pretty good at running over Saracen skinks and also do have armor-piercing shooting, so I do like the heavy war sleds as well. Yeah, Turin doing the classic first one is free strat. It's true. Slaneshi Tactics of Seduction. Who would win? Feudal Knights from... What is that? Or Chaos War? What is the other one? I'm not sure what that M2... Oh, Medieval 2 Total War. Oh, man. I haven't played that game. Do the Chaos Warriors have shields? Do they have great weapons? Like, because that's basically just Empire Knights versus, you know. And Chaos Warriors would defeat Empire Knights mostly, so. All right, guys. It is on. Chameleon Skinks in the front for a little bit of poke and battlefield control. Double Ancient Salamander. These guys coming in, rolling. The way they move is so smooth, these Salamanders. Truly natural predators. Going to be creeping up, looking to farm some of those Kislev lead infantry. Kislev going to be wishing it had a little Grom right now, most likely. Saurus Warriors with shields moving up, and it is going to be a Slan Mage of Life, which makes sense. Earthblood to heal your dinos is always pretty cost-effective. Turin popping out under a Storm Drain, but look, we have... Yeah, oh man, just popping out of the Storm Drain, handing people 40k armies. So I have somebody to play with, yeah. Well, I went from living in Los Angeles and having like a massive team where I could get like 3 to 4 games a week to playing once a month if I'm lucky here, you know. It was a big change. It was a big change for sure. So, heavy war sleds still running about, causing havoc. And yeah, they do have the good shooting. And look at that, man. The heavy war sled's actually doing pretty good damage against the salamanders. Very respectable. But the sallies are going to be turning about face. And the salamander shots don't do insignificant damage against the sleds. So it looks like both sleds are going to be retreating back right now. Probably pulling back to Big Daddy Patriarch, who's going to be dropping a Salak's Lullaby, I would wager. And going from there. So, we'll see. I do like the sled harass, though. It is absorbing quite a bit of ammunition from the dinos. Now it's going to be pulling back behind the pillar here on Border Low Landing. I think this has rapidly kind of become one of the more iconic maps we've gotten from the map pack. This is one of the most popular ones, and it's a great map. It's so incredibly good. All right, so pulling back. Winged Lancers coming in, looking to use their shields and their charge to maybe put some pressure on the Skink Skirmishers. I love the Chameleon Skink battle lines. One of the most frustrating things in the game to play against. Even though they lack armor piercing, they still just have this volume of fire, and they're so hard to catch. I can't tell you how much hair I've probably lost playing Total War Warhammer 2 and having my Empire Knights not be able to catch a Chameleon Skink. And just, oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But yeah, they definitely still have that. So really good poke against the sleds, honestly. Nice Lizardmen skirmish here as Charix uses the Elven micro skills to get those Skink Skirmishers to poke. Here we see the Ice Witch getting popped a little bit as well. But, you know, Kislev is going to have the advantage on the objectives. And that's something that's pretty cool about Dom mode, right? Is that even if somebody wants to kite you into oblivion, you're going to be reaping some sort of advantage by being able to sit on the objectives, which I think is fun. Kossars of Spears on the back point. Doesn't look like there's going to be any weird Lizardman pressure. I'm not seeing anything working through the tree lines, so I don't think that's going to be the case. It looks more so like it's going to be kind of land battle-esque as they just fight over the middle objective here with a very light skirmishing phase. But yeah, the Lizards happy to just keep poking. A single Streltsy unit might help. I think a little Grom would be nice as well. Like one little Grom just sitting back here and blasting away at the Ancient Salamanders, I feel could keep them honest. Granted, Borderlow Landing does have this Pillar of the Gods, which is really good to hide behind. So you can probably hide 2 Salamanders like on line of sight behind it and just park them right here and have them shoot in line of sight a little Grom. It would take some micro and whatnot, but even still, pretty darn strong. So Sally's shooting and missing, and it seems like their value is respectable at 500, but nothing too crazy. This is what's nice about Kislev hybrid infantry is they can force back enemy skirmishers using their pistols. They're able to rip some shots into the Chameleons here and also into the Ancient Salamander. So this guy's getting poked, and yeah, Kislev is going to be accruing a value lead right now, 121 to 57. So I think Outer Region is more than happy to just kind of sit here and absorb some of the ammo from the Chameleons. And it's not like he's taking really heavy-duty damage. Nothing too crazy, right? Here we get Ice Witch of Tempest hanging out. As far as the spells, it's going to be Blizzard and Hailstorm. So basically, Blizzard is there to kill Saurus. So if they move in with Saurus or Temple Guard, you just wait for them to kind of plop down to get comfortable in combat. You cast it slightly behind them so that if they try and retreat, they still get caught in it and, you know, live your best life, basically. Chameleon's doing work, though, and it looks like the Ancient Salamander is actually shooting at some of the sleds, which are also returning fire. The Lizardmen are taking a little bit of poke as well. It's not like the skirmish is going massively favored for them. As you see more firepower from the Armored Kossars moving up. Looks like more Armored Kossars going to be hustling. Charix pulling in some Clever Girls, so he's got some Velociraptors. Looks like they're maybe going to be thinking about getting into battle these Kossars, but nope, they actually end up pulling back here. Kislev does have anti-large too. They have double Snow Leopards, so the Snow Leopards can fight against the Salamanders and hunt them down. Croxigors also provide anti-large against the Feral Cold ones. So yeah, it's not bad at all. But heavy skirmishing phase here as both players kind of employ their Vanguard tactics, their precursors. All the shooting coming in from the Armored Kossars certainly paying dividends as we do see the Ancient Salamander getting worn down. And Charix now getting some more heavy hitters. So what probably happened in some ways is Charix saw the enemy army and felt as if he wasn't prepared to attack it. So he's kind of contouring his army a little bit, using the reinforcements from Domination to you know, pull out of your toolbox to see what you need to deal with your opponent's army. It's very much like a game of chess in some ways, you know, the positioning and, well, I mean, I guess in chess there's, I suppose you could say there's things that count. The queen kind of just counters a lot of things, right? But Sled's moving across, going to be trying to run down the chameleon skinks. Maybe, no, not committing, which is smart. Probably don't want to go 2 balls deep. Well, maybe they do. I don't know. Those little bastards are super hard to catch. 46 leadership, and this one's a little bit low as well. And finally, the Lizardmen. One of the most cathartic feelings in all of Warhammer is seeing chameleon skinks getting run over and routed. So they do get run down, and where are the Cold One Spear Riders? We're not seeing them. It looks like a little bit of magic going down and awakening of the wood. That's what she said. And the reason why the wood was being awakened is because it triggers a map-wide heal. So it triggers the Earthblood passive, so that's why that you just randomly see that being cast right there. So here, chameleon skinks at 6 leadership, -8, and the other ones shaken and stirred. One of the sleds does get a little bit beat up, and now the big Kroxigors coming in with their spanking paddles. But nobody wants to get spanked by the Kroxigors, so they are going to be retreating. And of course, they are anti-infantry Kroxigors, but I believe they got buffed recently. They did get a +6 melee attack and more melee defense also. So Kroxigors are like a better generalist unit now as well. So frontline fighting about to be underway. We're going to be having Saurus Warriors versus Armored Kossars. I think the Saurus Warriors probably edge it out like a pure grind just because their weapon strength is so much higher. But the Armored Kossars will hold for a long time, and they'll also put a dent into the Saurus Warriors. It's not going to be insignificant, but yeah, once these spanking paddle Kroxigors move in, that's when it's going to get really nasty. You can see these guys are getting cleaved, taking massive casualties, and the Kossar is really getting worn down super heavily as a beautiful blizzard right there. Really, really nice blizzard there by Outer Region is going to be nailing the Saurus Warriors with shields, so they get buttered up, and the Zargard are now moving into hell. On the far side, we got Winged Lancers battling Kroxigors, double Snow Leopards making their way into support as we see Kossars with Spears coming in from the Deep Reserve. Lizardmen still have a decent shooting core. They have all these Skink Skirmishers and the double Salamanders, which of course are still putting in some decent supporting fire. Overall, looking at value trading, Charx is maybe slightly ahead. Both sides have access to healing. The Patriarch, of course, can heal, but Lizardmen healing is probably going to be a little bit more direct here. So, looks like a big blizzard. Nope, there's a hailstorm going down there. Not quite going to hit those Saurus as the Cold-Blooded is activated on them to keep them from routing. Not that it was a huge deal. They seem to be holding well. Sled's going to be rampaging back in and pounding into the Saurus Warriors here, so they get some nice value as the Kroxigors start to lose their fight here. So certainly going to be losing because of the 2 Snow Leopards. Snow Leopards with their anti-large going to be nibbling away at their old feet. The objective is still being held by Kislev. We have Zargard holding valiantly, but being punched in the face by Kroxigors is certainly not something that any great weapon unit wants to be doing, especially when you're already fighting a pretty hard-hitting unit in Saurus. So you can see the spanking paddles are paying huge dividends. Is that... Oh, did he just kick? Oh, a little Kroxigor. He had a karate kick, too. I don't know if I've seen that animation. I know Kroxigors have some cool animations. They do have the crocodile, like, rolling animation where they'll, like, bite something and then, like, flip in circles to kind of rip it all over the place. But, yeah, they're pretty rad. But, yeah, Zargard held okay, all things considered. They were fighting a bit of a counter. We do get the Kossars with Spears in here now. I got to put some hurt onto the Kroxigors, but overall won't be too devastating. Kroxigors do have missile resist, have 15% and also have 100 armor. So they're pretty resilient against low-quality bows and things like that. Over on the far side, Kislev does find a couple of victories. They are able to break through that engagement with the Kroxigors there, and they have a nasty little goon squad for sure. They do have, what are these, Griffin Legion? No, Winged Lancers, double, wow, triple Snow Leopard being brought out. So we got 3 of these Snow Leopards with the Ice Switch, and there's actually going to be a ton of healing. I feel like it was a mistake from Outer Region to bring the Patriarch on foot. I feel like he was probably thinking to bring it on a mount, because it's just been waddling all over the place. But it is providing the fat heals, and those Snow Leopards are doing pretty damn good against the Clever Girls, and also will trade quite well into the Kroxigors. So we do see Outer Region pull the value back, but the dreaded Zarix is going to be pulling the objective back here, so it looks like there's going to be what appears to be a Tempest going down, maybe? Hard to tell. Is that a Tempest? Yes, it is. And that's going to hit the back of the Saurus, which will do good damage. And you notice how you cast it behind the enemy unit, and even if they try and run, it still hits them. That's why you often see Pit of Shades and different things like that getting popped there. So a lot of DACA coming in from Kislev. Kossars with Spears, Kossars with Spears, spamming out mostly cheap infantry to try and get that objective back. Big blob fight here on the side. Although, I guess there's little micro fights all over the battlefield, but this one is, the Kislev healing blob is so strong. I can't tell you how many games with Kislev I've had in tournaments where I've been down by like 3,000 value, but my army's still way stronger because of the Patriarch healing up like a combination of sleds, elemental bears, like all this different stuff. It is very, very nasty for sure. Sorry guys, bit of a stuffy nose here. Hold it, hang it in there, hang it in there. All right, we're back in business. So Kossar's moving up. Looks like they might be able to flip this one back. The Lizardmen do have a couple units here. They still have a couple Saurus Spears. Saurus Spears have pretty pitiful killing power against infantry with only 24 melee attack. So honestly, they're probably going to struggle against these Kossars a little bit. As these armored Kossars move up, and it looks like they are going to be getting into melee combat, actually. But Kislev does manage to flip the objective, looking at value, 7.7 against 8.6. Kislev's healing has been exponentially better, though, for sure. You have that constant healing from the Patriarch's item, and also you do have the old Salak's Lullaby. And now it looks like maybe a little bit of a gooning opportunity here on ye old Slan Mage of Life. The Slan Mage looking a little bit in danger, as the Snow Leopard's going to be nibbling away. Zargard coming back from rally. Granted, the Lizardmen firepower, these Skink Skirmishers have been able to put enough hurt to finally wear down one of the heavy war sleds. This objective looking pretty good for Kislev. They got it on lock. However, Saurus Warriors will bash through Kossars pretty well. Kossars are terrible against infantry. They only have 20 melee attack, 25 weapon strength. A lot of their damage will be mitigated by the armor of the Saurus as well. So yeah, it's going to be a hard fight. Granted, Snow Leopard's on the way in. And Kislev is just going to be piling in with more and more troopers, really trying to take advantage of the hardy nature of their people to get that point back. Yeah, and it currently is a double cap for Kislev. Kislev is going to be approaching 1,000 points. There still is quite a buffer for the Lizards before it gets to a situation where they would need a triple cap. So they're not in like a huge rush, but man, guys, look at this. The Kislev Leopard Goon Squad taking out the Banana Toad. So Outer Region getting the old Leopard Claws and going after the Slan, who pops a cold blood on himself to keep him in combat. But I actually really like the Leopards. I feel like they're a super underrated unit. Fast single entity with good armor piercing, frostbite. A little bit on the squishier side with their armor, but even their melee defense is almost 40, so it's really not bad. But yeah, that Slan Mage in a little bit of danger. Now the objective flips back to the Lizards, a little bit of a tug of war in the middle. Kislev has time to work with. Kislev should probably focus on value trading at this point, rather than just trying to desperately grab objectives. You know, just putting some hurt on the Lizard force here, getting some good missile fire and some consolidated infantry, and looks like Winged Lancers are going to be coming out to intercept the Saurus, heading for the back point. And look at the ninja play from Outer Region. Okay, we didn't see this. So Outer Region came through the bushes with Vanguard and got several units of Kossovite Dervishers. Oh, wow, that's so troll. And he's stealing the point from Charix. Now, I say this all the time. I think that Outer Region is hands down one of the best objective players in the entire community. He is so good at ninjaing objectives and just like ambushing. And now we see the Kossars fighting a pretty hard fight here. Might be able to beat the Saurus. Saurus are pretty low. Snow Leopard doing a little bit of screening here. So Outer Region using the Snow Leopard to absorb some of the ammo and juking. See how he's juking with the Snow Leopard to waste the ammo? Meanwhile, the Kossars push off both units, and look at that. Man, that was an MLG play. Oh, wow. The back point. Objective 1 probably going to be going to the forces of Kislev here. Incredible, incredible stuff. Still fighting well here. Armored Kossars moving up. It looks like some of the Saurus finally broken. Winged Lancers are able to break through the flank pressure, so it looks like the Saurus warriors who tried to get to the back point are going to be rode down by the Winged Lancers, and will be breaking most likely here in just a second. But that back objective ninja from Kislev is crazy, crazy good. Because in a close game like this, like these are the plays that make the difference. And also he's using them pretty effectively to hunt down all the skirmishers, right? So we see the Skink Skirmishers getting hunted, and yeah, man, that's some wild stuff. Great, great stuff. Now here we do see a little bit of counterplay from Charix. So Charix getting his Power Fist Crocsagors, or spanking Crocsagors, and the Ice Witch is on foot, and so is the Patriarch. So those paddles actually are doing big damage. And Kislev could be in a situation where they lose the game simply because their Lord is gone and the Patriarch is gone, and they start to kind of lose out on magic and a couple other variables like that. Back objective still being held by Outer Region, scrapping super hard. Chasing back against the Saurus Warriors. The response from Charix is going to be firm and fast as he sends in Crocsagors with their paddles to try and clear out these dervishes. And yeah, they have good armor and are pretty durable, but the fact that there's a Snow Leopard here means that there's maybe a fighting chance for the Kislevites. The Snow Leopard will have those anti-large attacks. I think the Skinks need to get back to the point. I think Charix needs to move over there and grab those for sure. And it looks like he is getting the Skinks back. Middle objective is flipping a little bit. It's kind of back and forth. Another Blizzard's going to be going down. So the fact that Kislev got its caster back is a huge, huge one right there. Another Searing Doom going to be popping, and not Searing Doom, excuse me, Hailstorm. It's basically the same thing, but it does nail those Saurus and get some good damage in. The Slan being unsummoned. Interesting. Okay, so he must be out of Winds of Magic. So the Slan is going to be teleporting back to his Star Chamber with some magic. So there he goes. Farewell, sweet Slan. Back objective being pressured once again. See, little plays like this can make a difference as well. Charix with the presence of mind to see this unit back there, and he sends him. So this could force Kislev to send like a full unit if they manage to stabilize here. Looking at the score, guys, it's really, really close. Like super close. And I'll be able to tell you in just a second if it's going to be a triple cap situation. Currently, Kislev looks like they're going to be flipping this point back. The Winged Lancers that were on that point came up and over and got a nice rear charge into the back of those Saurus spears right there. So certainly a thing of beauty. And Kislev flips the objective. They managed to get it. Okay, this is going to be really, really tight. Kislev might... The Lizardmen are going to be danger close to a triple cap situation here in just a second. As a matter of fact, I think they're going to. So if they hit 1250 before the opponent hits 1,000, then it is a triple cap situation. So wow, this would be such a close game. All right, This is now triple cap territory, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to have to get all 3 objectives, and the Wolf Tough Kislevites are certainly not an easy foe to fold. Those bad boys are going to be fighting tooth and nail and holding, and certainly showing that Slavic tenacity here. Kosovo dervishes heading across, as well as more dervishes going to clear that back point. But it is now triple cap territory. If my potato brain has done the calculations correctly, I think we are in the ballpark of a triple cap. And Kislev's sustained grind is so good. Patriarchs with the Snow Leopards and SEs, it's a really, really strong aspect of Kislev. They like, you think you're ahead of them, but man, that healing is so good. So Spanking Paddle's coming in. Are the Lizards going to have any sort of a devious scheme to get that triple cap? They're going to have to work something out soon. I feel as if maybe sending a Saurus Warrior like through the trees now, like a long investment, might be the way, just to have that like final push weight. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is triple cap. And the Wolf Tough Kislevites just holding all over the point here. You see the Saurus Spears getting broken down, the other Kroxigors getting spanked by the combination of the Snow Leopards and the Cavalry. And the Patriarch being in combat is healing everything. Snow Leopard's healing, you see the Ice Witch healing, the infantry nearby are going to be getting heals as well. And the Lizardmen are just kind of desperation moving in. We see the Kroxigors and the Feral Cold Ones and the Skink Skirmishers just desperately trying to get up on the point. But guys, it is not going to be quick enough. And it looks like Outer Region is going to pull it off. I think he's going to get the W here. The back capping was a really, really smooth play. And that was very skillful too. His screening, his timing of it. A lot of stuff like that, quite great. Charix played a great game too. I think Charix should have played the Blessed Elves, you know. I've seen Charix like dominating, just absolutely dominating people on replays and tournament finals and stuff with Elves, but he decided to play some Lizards today. But I guess they didn't do badly. It was a close game. It was a very, very close scrap, but Outer Region's going to take it, and he will be going to the Grand Finals to face one of the winners of the other side, which is going to be Tim the Wilder or the Platypus. The RGK, they're coming. GG, well played. GG, well played. Great match. Kislevite with the W. All right, guys, so let's break it down. Let's look at the builds. Let's see how we're looking in the tournament here. 69, the blessed number. No wonder they won. 1,000 on this one. Really, I think the Kislev healing, which is huge. I don't know about the Zargard Great Weapons. I felt like they were a bit of a weak link, you know? They got like less value than a lot of the Kossars did, and just kind of died to Kroxigors. So maybe just going cheaper is better. Hard to say. I mean, if somebody goes wide with Saurus, I guess they could be good. Cavalry did fine. Snow Leopards were super good. 600, 1,600, and the other one only 3, but I felt like they were really disruptive, the Snow Leopards. And for Charix's army, 1,500, 13, 15. Really good value on the Sallies, actually. Saurus didn't do bad. Some of them accruing good value. And yeah, Spanking Paddles were good. Look at that. 16, 12, and 12. That's a very, very impressive run. Great game by both players, man. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. All right, so let's refresh this, see how we're looking here. What's it going to be? All right, so the other game is still going as of now. So I will host the Grand Finals lobby. So Outer Region, if you're back on the stream right now, I'm going to host it. Turin Grand Finals. And here we go. All right. So we'll invite them so I can handle the maps so they can just focus on other things. And Outer Region, here you go. Boom. Lobby for the Grand Finals. Grand Finals lobby. All right, all right. Let's get it going, baby. And I think we're all set here. Looks like Outer Region is there. And the first map in the Grand Finals is going to be Gates of Ekron. I actually love Gates of Ekron. I know some people don't like it, but I think it's mostly beloved, but it's very grindy playstyle. Yeah, I love Gates of Ekron. I think it's a great map. All right, BRB 1 second. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Sorry, man, I have a wretched stuffy nose today. Curses, man. Curse the Baggins. Alright, so the other side of the bracket, let's see how they're looking. Outer Region should have reported his score by now. And yes, he has. So it'll be Tim the Wilder and Platypus. Today was a very strong tournament. I mean, God, we had like... How many players from the top 16 did we have? We had Hadries, we had Platy, Outer Region, Charix. That's 4... 5 with Leech Lord, 6 with Tim the Wilder, and then 7 with Flitten, 8 with Jay Phoenix, 9. So today's tournament had 9 players out of the top 16 playing in it. Yeah, very, very competitive tournament. We had a strong run of players playing today. All right, Ground Brindle, sounds good. Thank you. I got the hammer art that you got, so I'll come up with something for you. And I would imagine Tim and Platy are having a very, very ferocious mirror match right now, would be my guess. They have a little bit of time to finish, so yeah, we could just chill out and enjoy each other's company in the meantime. Yes, outstanding. Yeah, I'm really excited for the upcoming DLCs and stuff. Like yesterday we played that Age of Sigmar game, Realms of Ruin. And it just made me really appreciate domination mode. Despite its flaws and some balance issues in this game, I was like, man, I really appreciate this. Like it really brings it back to perspective. Yeah, Outer Region, great game, man. You played really well. You'll defeat this chaos magic. The fight starts in under 5 minutes, but screw it, I want to see the finals. Yeah, well, are you watching it on? Because you could always pause it, Yeah, if you're watching UFC, I'm pretty sure if you're watching it on the online service, you could just pause it and then you should be good. You have a little bit of time though, although the finals are best of 3. Let me get the scorecards up, so I needed to do that. So, yes. Scoreboard of the gods, come forth. And then, whoa, why is it? That was weird. The scoreboard went back to an Age of Empires tournament where I had Beastie Cutie playing versus someone. Yeah, that's some old deep lore there. All right, reset scores, best of 3, and finals. I need to get like an updated scoreboard. I feel like I could have like a. I mean, it looks okay, I guess. The text is what looks really haggard. I guess that's kind of become a bit of like a core aspect of the channel is having like terrible graphics and supplementary things, But I don't know. It would feel weird for you guys, right? If I showed up one day and had like nice graphics, it probably would be strange. Yeah, I feel like it'd be weird. What's your guys' favorite and least favorite Chaos God? My favorite is Nurgle for sure. I play Nurgle in tabletop. I have a Nurgle Death Guard army, and I also am working on a Chaos Warrior Nurgle army, so. Yeah, I'm definitely a Nurgle enjoyer. Do we have anything from the other side yet? Not quite. Refreshing. Tim and Platy. I don't know about Platy, but I know Tim usually takes a while to pick, so he could be taking his sweet time there. Gates of Akron's going to be the map. What is the format for the? Yeah, let's see here. Pick 3, all right. Using the best of 1, the best of 3 will determine the tournament winner. All right, cool. Yeah, so finals is going to be pick 3, bend 1. So very standard stuff. Yeah, that'll be a little bit more what people are used to. It wouldn't feel like home. Yeah, it must be haggard, I know. Yeah, I feel like it always has to. You can do as much updating as you want. You'll never escape it. I don't want to escape it, though, I feel like I've embraced it. Be weird if you did a stream in a full suit and a bowler hat. Oh, man, I hate dressing up. I don't know why. Like my whole life, I've always just hated dressing up. I don't know what it is about it. Like if you could ask my wife how I dress every day. It's jeans and a white t-shirt every day, just like the cheapest white t-shirt you could possibly find. Like I almost nonstop. The only time I dress up is if I have to go to like a wedding or something, or in high school, obviously it was like prom and homecoming and stuff. But no, I dress pretty poorly. It definitely doesn't look great, but it's all good. I got a smoking hot wife. I'm all set. And she seems to like it, so it works out great. We're talking favorite Chaos Gods. Yeah. They're all fun and in their own way. Honestly, there's been times where I've wanted to start like each of the different Chaos Gods, like an army for each of them. I'm just like, oh, it all seems like it could be fun. All of them. Yeah. Tzeentch because you have a cat next to me and you don't want to incur its wrath. Yeah. Yeah, cats are really Tzeentchian, aren't they? It's agents of pure chaos. Yeah, let's see. So Outer Region, it'd be cool to see a corn pick get whipped out. Although against Tim and Platy, he's probably going to have to play pretty meta to have a chance there. So they're two very, very scary players indeed. I literally only wear a t-shirt even at work. Yeah, that's nice. I used to have to wear kind of a semi-uniform at my old job. Potato sack? Yeah, just wearing a potato sack. That's good. Yeah, that's good. T-shirt is all I wear because I start sweating easily, yeah. Old World launch full suit? That'd be weird. That'd be really, really, really weird. Yeah, I don't know. I the last time I wore a suit, God, it's been years. It's been years. It's been a long time. It's crazy how fast time flies, man. All of us hanging out and doing this stuff together. We've been doing this since, what, 2016? It's crazy. Why are we not seeing any Vampire Coast lately? Do they suck in this patch? I don't know what it is. They were doing well last patch, even after the nerfs, and then people just kind of stopped playing them. They're one of the least played factions. Like, you would think that Vampire Pirates would be more popular. You'd think like people would go bananas. Like, even if they weren't the best, that people would just play them because of the flavor. But no, it's like they do not see a lot of action. Yeah, they don't see a lot. I don't know what it is. They're one of the least played. Cats are corn. Cats can be Tzeentch too, though. I think it depends on your cat. Wookiee was definitely a little Nurgle monster. Yeah, he would just come and drop his filth everywhere. The legendary Wookiee story where he shat on me on stream once. That was like his when he ascended to demonhood with Nurgle. You know. Let's see here. Houseplant currently #1 reigning champ. 84. And yeah, I mean, Houseplant's been winning most of the big events we've had lately too, right? Voidlaw's won the first couple seasons. Houseplant won season 3. Houseplant also won the spring and summer championship. And I think the world championship too, right? Do we have the world championship up here? Yeah. And Houseplant also won the world championship. So Houseplant so far is definitely the, this probably has the best run in Warhammer 3 in terms of domination mode. 100%. 100%. He's been a very powerful force. My cats have been pure corn. Yeah, so you've had combat cats, huh? I'd definitely be out there playing Coast, but if my internet wasn't, yeah. What sort of units do you think Kislev needs? I don't know. Kislev's honestly doing pretty well. I just think like another Magic lore would be fun, and then just give him some cool monstrous units or something. I don't know. Coast is neither new nor old enough to be popular. I suppose so. Yeah, and Coast doesn't have its roots in Warhammer Fantasy's like actual army lists. So maybe that's a variable to consider as well. Like, there's a reason why the Empire is the most popular. They're kind of like, one of the oldest, most main character kind of. Lizardmen also. Lizardmen are crazy popular. I think the most played faction is Lizardmen, as a matter of fact. Let me check here. No, they're still playing. Jesus, those guys. So Dinos are the most played faction. If we look. They definitely have the most games played. They have over 300 games. Next most popular would be, it looks like Chaos Dwarves for sure. No, Bretonnia, yeah. Well, these are just popular because of sweat. Like, they're popular, Chaos Dwarves and Bretonnia, because they're OP right now. Kislev is very popular. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, which would make sense. Kislev is awesome. They have great Warhammer lore too, and the flavor is really fun. High Elves are surprisingly popular too. They got a lot of games being played. I think Coast is the least popular. Let me just look here. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Yeah, Coast barely has any games played. 17 and 22. Honestly, not bad though. Almost a 50% win rate. It seems like they've had good wins against strong factions too. Yeah, that's fun. I feel like Coast is kind of underrated. Yeah, I feel like. Worst matchup in Dom? That's a tough question. I actually don't know. I could look through all the stats and probably figure it out if that was something that we wanted to do. All right, so let's go here and check this out. Yeah, Kislev's flavor is really fun. When I play a faction, I like to play it because of the flavor a lot of the times. Like, it's really fun to get kind of behind the faction and get into the lore and, and all that. Yeah, dinosaurs are fun. They are. High Elves and Warriors of Chaos pretty popular. Oh, darling, you went there first? I'll shoot you a message on Discord. All right, let me see here. One sec here. The lady's out of town. She's near the G-Dub store. So let's see. What do we want there? So All right. If not, okay, let's see here. Okay, perfect. Outstanding. No, we're setting up the new PC tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna. So I have bad hands. Like I have nerve damage and all sorts of other bullshit, as well as tendon problems. It's kind of hard for me to do that kind of PC stuff. So I'm having some help with that. So yeah, I mean I could, but it would just be painful. That sucks, dude. It sucks. Such a pain. And the one medicine I can take to maybe help with it is gonna like screw up my immune system. It's just like, you just can't win. You know, there's always got to be some suffering. You always got to have some suffering. Okay. Perfect. Outer Region is the only high-level player to win by playing the Nurgle tournament. Yeah, he has. Oh, by the way, we added some new bounties too. We have a little bit of time. I don't know what kind of laggy, weird mess those other guys are playing, but that's taking some time. Jesus. All right, so back to the bounties. I added a couple new ones. The ones that are highlighted have already been finished, but we added Rah Rasputin. So win a semifinal match in which Kostalton dies 2 or more times. Chariot Masters win a final game as Norse or Tomb Kings with 4 chariots in your starting army. Mountain God is win a semifinal game with Kolek and a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth in your army. So your starting army would have to be a Shaggoth and Kolek. Which honestly against like maybe Bretonnia could be viable. I don't know. There's maybe Ogres too. You could pull that off. Shutout is scoring a game in which your opponent doesn't get a single point. This is a pretty hard one to do, but I think it could happen. But yeah, it's shutting out your opponent. The Bretonnian Air Force is so you have to start with a Flying Lord and the maximum number of flying units in your army. So it's like the Bretonnian Royal Air Force. Grilling Time is winning with the maximum number of Flamethrower Iron Drakes in your starting army. We have Unlimited Spell Power, which is winning a game as Tzeentch with 2 fully charged War Shrines. So you have to get them up to 20% intensity each. Elven Horsery is pretty funny. Win a faction as an Elven faction with only Horsemen and your Lord in your starting army. And apparently you cannot bring a caster in your starting army. These were suggestions that we got from our various tournament hosts. So Master Ambusher, win a semifinal or final game with at most 1 unit without stock ability in your starting army. So your entire starting army has to have stock except 1 unit. So there's some fun ones for sure. Yeah, there's some good ones. Okay, let's check here. I do not know how those guys are taking so long. It's maybe they had to restart or something. Let me check. Tim. Because we've been done for a while. We've been done for a hot minute. I don't know how could a game take that long? Is it that close? That's crazy. Air Force sounds the easiest. Yeah, you'd think so, but remember in Domination, air units don't have any capture weight, so you're giving up a ton of agency on the ground for the objectives. So yeah, it's a little bit scary. A little bit scary indeed. Tim is here? Okay, great. Which is time. So Tim the Wilder getting the W. Got it. Pick 3, ban 1. Top player starts being... So just explaining the pick and ban format to the players. Where are we at? Top 4. And then we have being outer. No globals at the moment. All right, cool. So, yeah, outer region. So it's pick 3, ban 1. You're the top player in the bracket, so you would start. So, yeah, you just pick your 3 and ban 1, and that's that. So, no global bans. I've thought about it, but I don't know. The thing I really dislike about global bans is, yes, they sometimes help, but what ends up happening is the very high-level players will use global bans to target ban their opponent's main instead of actually addressing the overpowered factions. So like they'll just bask in all the sweatiness and ban their opponent's main who's trying to play something different. And I always felt like that was kind of toxic, you know? So I don't know. Globals are just, it just sucks. At least someone can play their main against your sweat factions, you know, if there's no globals on the table. How would you make a non-Thoric Dwarf Lord more viable? Yeah, it's hard. He's just so good. He's an amazing armor-piercing fighter and also has a huge map-wide buff. It's like, why would you take anybody else other than Thoric, you know? You'd probably have to like either rein Thoric in or give some of the other Dwarf Lords really impactful abilities that are like, okay, it's going to give you a pause before you just auto-take this, right? But yeah. It's Trixie Hobbitses. Yeah, 2v2 is a bit of a rough format because of the lag. I think this game has amazing 2v2 gameplay. It's really fun, actually. But it's just too laggy. Has Total War always had a spectator system, or did they add that? They added it later. It wasn't there in the beginning. In the early days of Warhammer 2, I went to Horsham for the Everchosen, and we got to meet with some developers during the Everchosen event, and we talked to them about like adding the spectator slot and like all that stuff, and having spec lobbies, and they ended up doing it, like adding the ability to host the lobby as a spectator, which was really nice for tournaments. How much to do a Golem stream? Dude, why would you guys want to see that? It would just be so, like, nobody would actually enjoy that. I mean, look, for the right price, I would suffer, but, you know, don't just donate and ask. You'd have to DM, like, direct message me in Discord and we could talk, but because I think that could be funny, but God, I heard that game was awful. Yeah, 2v2 without servers is just not viable. It's just pure misery. Yeah. Can you use these custom maps for regular campaign? No, because I don't know if you could, because they're for domination, you know, so they have the domination stuff in them. Yeah, 2v2 VODs could be okay. They could be. You would watch the Golem stream? For the memes? Oh my God, it would probably be so frustrating and terrible. Didn't they introduce a pay-to-win system in that? Not pay-to-win, but like an aesthetic. Like you could pay, they tried to charge people money for like an emote for Gollum to say the precious, right? Didn't they do something like that was just horrible? Oh God, I would hate to give them any money. It was so bad the studio went out of business. That's really funny. Oh, that's awful. Peeling says, as your lawyer, manager, security chief, and overall Peeling, no amount of money is worth humiliating yourself by installing that. Man. Yeah, some of these maps would work for land battles for sure. Stream more Sparty as Gollum. I actually thought that would be really funny, but yeah, I don't think he would do it. Sparty's really focused on Diablo and stuff, so he probably wouldn't be interested. Yeah, the developer's just gone. Oh my God. It's not even ironically fun playthrough. It's just actually that bad. Yeah, it's crazy. Gollum stream win. Are we going to just all meet up in the year like 2050 when I'm all old and crusty and do a Gollum stream? We'll still have this channel. A couple of you will be hanging out. Yeah, isn't that? I always wonder what the future of like YouTube is, you know? I feel like YouTube's like pretty... The fact that it has like Google behind it makes it feel pretty safe, but man, social media is come and go, you know, like these different platforms. Yeah, YouTube is probably going to be the king for a long time. I mean, Twitch is obviously big for live streaming, but YouTube blows Twitch out of the water in many regards. Like in terms of like the amount of people on the platform, like YouTube is just crushes it. Tolkien spinning in his grave from Gollum could power the entire UK. Well, if that was the case, the Rings of Power would have triggered it as well. Tim the Wilder going Greenskins. And it looks like Outer Region is going to be playing, I don't know what yet, but it looks like Tim's sitting on Greenskins at the moment. It's a French versus English game. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's good. France versus England, yeah. Come on, score some goals. How would Gollum do in MMA? Well, like, does Gollum get to fight in the weight class of like somebody of equal size to him, or is Gollum having to fight like huge dudes? Because like if you go to the books, like Gollum can get tossed around by like larger humans, right? But if Gollum were fighting like other decrepit halfling creatures, he'd probably be pretty good because he's fought a lot and to survive and is very, very scrappy and stuff. So yeah. All right, it's Bretonnia versus Greenskins, guys. This is a fun matchup, actually. That just happens with every form of broadcast entertainment. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the future of YouTube stuff. Commercials will eventually drive everything like cable TV. Well, they already, I mean, kind of do to an extent. Like how it works with YouTube is you once you get to a certain threshold of people who enjoy your channel, you can apply for partnership, and then they then put ads on your videos. Google does it, and they take a massive cut of that revenue and give you the scraps. Basically, it's like if you actually look at like the amount of revenue, but they provide the platform obviously. But if it were like the people who are doing the channels are actually get reamed, like in terms of the trade. I mean, Google takes a massive portion of that revenue. Yeah, I think it's almost 70%, something like that. It's pretty nuts. But you know, again, they provide the platform and the tools and all that, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Didn't Gollum trap, kill, and eat orcs? Yeah. But are we talking an MMA fight? Because like in an MMA fight, Gollum gets in a cage with an orc, and it's like a one-on-one. You know, it's not like he's able to ambush it from the darkness. We're talking MMA. Gollum like in a cage fight. Gollum is pure. Yeah, Kraken. Yeah, he is. Yeah, the orcs in the books are the Tolkien orcs are not like massive. Whereas if we're talking the Uruk-hai, like the Saruman's dudes, they're pretty massive. But the regular orcs are not that big. So yes. Yeah, it might be 60-40, 65-35, something like that. I don't know what it is. We definitely get less, unless something changed in the past few years and I didn't notice it. So, but again, I'm super grateful for YouTube. It's like it's given me the opportunity to hang with all you guys, man. You know, it's a great life. Smeagol is here. Throw a fish for him. Yeah. Look, Gollum's here, dude. Gollum, you got to play this game. Who's the most like Smeagol faction in this? Like who? If Gollum were to play Total War Warhammer, what would he play? Man. All right. I'm trying to think of like the best analogy for him. I mean, would it be... Gollum would probably be closest to a night goblin, probably. Right? It'd be like a night goblin or like, some sort of a cave-dwelling creature, because it's kind of what he becomes. Skaven, Gollum's pretty Skaven. Yeah, that's actually true. Scheming, backstabbing. You know. Like this, there's like moments in lore where Skaven will like, pretend to be nice to a human. You know, there's like encounters, but it's all for a purpose, right? Yeah, it's either Skaven or goblins, for sure. It's one of the two. All right. So Tim the Wilder's on Greenskins. This is best of one. And we have Tim the Wilder, so we'll just do that for short. Should look good. And yeah, 0-0 in the best of 3 series. Outstanding. All right, it's ready up. Gollum would corner camp for sure. Yeah, he would. If like you were to run into Gollum in like a Modern Warfare 2 lobby, he would be like, he'd be the guy sitting around a corner trying to melee you when you come around. Yeah. Gollum and Tzeentch have some similarities, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, Gollum's very Skaven. There's some really funny depictions of Skaven in the Warhammer books. Like in the Gotrek and Felix books, there's I think it's in Nuln, I can't remember, but there's a city where like the Skaven are like infiltrating, and they dress up and like they go to these like, so there's like an Empire like aristocrats party where all these like Empire nobility are having like a costume party, right? So they're all like dressed up, and the Skaven like are infiltrating it by like dressing up in costumes, and like people just assume they're just costumed wearing like. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's a fun book. God, like the Warhammer fantasy lore is so much better. It was so fun. Yeah, Gollum is a halfling, yes. Yeah. Well, he was some sort of a creature like that. Gollum isn't Tzeentch. He's the Vortex storyline scribe who gets pushed until he snaps. Yeah. Skaven are great, man. That's fun. See, yeah, Skaven would do stuff like that. Like goblins wouldn't probably have the interest or the know-how to like infiltrate human society, whereas Skaven kind of like, they seem more intelligent. I mean, Skaven obviously are able to design nuclear weaponry, right? So I mean, that's got to speak to their intelligence of sorts. Oh, come on, Tim. I saw you ready up. Look at him. I'm going to put a timer on this next one. I swear I'm going to. They get 4 minutes to pick their armies. Maybe 3 minutes. Let's be even more stringent. I don't know. We'll see. It's just a power fantasy of mine. I don't like rushing people. Come on, Tim. You can do it. Now I'm understanding why this other game took so long. They probably spent like half an hour in the army building. It's not even Skaven dress. It's Thankful in his normal clothes at the party, and every human just thinks he's a costume. That's right. That's what happens. Thank you. I haven't read that book in a while. Mike, dude, it's actually almost my birthday's in 4 days. Yeah. So you're getting closer by the day. You're getting closer by the day. Yeah, the Skaven are definitely more cunning than goblins. Well, not more cunning. I don't know. They probably are at the end of the day. Goblins are pretty cunning though, like Skarsnik, their ambushes and stuff. Yeah, Skaven are great though. I think they're hilarious. I've always advocated for 3 minutes ever since. It's so hard to enforce though, right? Like you message them and then they're like okay, and then they like it's hard to enforce because like also nobody here wants to just see one of the players get a game loss for taking too long to build. Like what's the punishment? You know what I'm saying? Unless the host had a way to force start the game, that would actually be nice. Maybe I could talk to CA about that. Giving like the admin a way to force start the lobby, so then if somebody takes too long, you just force start, and whatever they have is what they have. Yeah, AOS lore is rough for sure. Like for me, I really don't like the realm system in Age of Sigmar. Like I feel like when I look at the map of the old world, I feel like I can relate to it, and also it's like, but you know, granted, I don't mind the realm system in Magic the Gathering, but I felt like they have a relatively fun, deep lore when you look back at like the Brothers' War and Urza and Mishra and like all that, you know. But yeah, no, my birthday's not today. It's July 12th. It's 4 days. It's Wednesday. Yeah. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It's going to be Orc Boys into the sunset. And looks like some Squigs and Pigs. Squigs and Pigs, that'd be a great barbecue joint for sure. But we got Orc Boar Boy Biggins, which, you know, again, 85 armor, anti-large bonus, armor piercing. What's not to love against Bretonnian Knights? Orc Boys in the front will grind pretty well into the Bretonnian chaff for their price. And we got some Savage Orcs and Squigs mixed in. And it's going to be a Wurzag special. Wurzag is just so good. His Bonewood Staff is very strong, triggering army-wide buffs. So every time he casts a spell, the whole army gets a charge bonus and melee attack. And on top of that, he's got the Effigy of the Git, so we can snare down Bretonnian cavalry and give him the business, which is great. So, taking a look here at the forces of Bretonnia, it is going to be Battle Pilgrims from Outer Region. The Pilgrims of Battle, with Spearmen at Arms and some archers in the back. The other side is going to be held by a small force of peasants, but Battle Pilgrims and Spearmen at Arms. Really interesting deployment. I feel like more often on this map, what ends up happening is, right, is you get your main force being deployed right here, and people just push right up the lane, and then they kind of like, you know, go for that objective right there. They might like deviate a little bit, but for the most part, in all jokes aside there, that is one of the main strategies you see on this map. 100%. So yeah, but it looks like he's just going to be parking his army right here and then contesting objective number 3. And then I guess if the orcs want to overextend and try and take his home objective, he could then call in the cavalry as a bit of a counter. Interesting stuff. King Lewin Leon Kerr is going to be here. The King of Bretonnia, certainly a terror in the night. And yeah, he is a raid boss. He causes terror, he regenerates, he is not messing around. You guys thought you were going to get through the whole stream? I resisted it a couple times earlier, but finally, that was a serious one. Yeah, it was a strong flank. Never gets old. Yeah, I can't help it. You know, how many? I feel like that's a pretty like universal thing. Like when you grow up, you know, just drawing those on, you know, on your friends' notebooks or different things like that. I probably had maybe 5 or 6 dongs in my yearbook. You know, in America, we have a tradition of signing each other's yearbooks before you graduate. I probably have at least 5 or 6 dongs in mine. Yeah, I think. I don't know. Maybe only 3 actually. Now that I think about it, but they're definitely there. The battle's soon to be underway. Always a fun one. It's kind of a, you know, one that happens in lore a bit. You know, even in the campaign, Bretonnia, one of their errantry wars is to go fight all the Greenskin tribes, which is I actually enjoy that. I know it's a little bit outdated, but for the most part, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun times. Look at this. How are they not ready yet? Oh my god, just ready up. The armies look adequately deployed. There we go. All right. It is time. All right, darling, I'm checking. Thank you. And yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. 1 sec, guys. Just responding to the lady. All right. Outstanding. What is a yearbook? Oh, you know what the yearbook is. Yes, of course. Yeah, there's some other stuff written in there as well. All right, guys, so we're back in the battle. Thank you so much, darling. Sorry I missed it. We were in the heat of the moment, but I got you. I responded. And the battle's underway. Yes, the fate of the old world. This is a best of 3, though, so this is just the first game in the series. Players will need to win 2 matches in order to go. And the Greenskins looks like they're doing a bit of a map-wide push. They're not going to be pushing down a lane, going super elite. Rather, it's going to be a pretty spread-out push. So we see a substantial contingent of the Greenskin army over here, and also a pretty big portion of it here, kind of pushing right up the center of the map, which by taking control of the center of the map, you certainly can, choose to dive either way. Wow, look at that. Holy shit. So King Lewin moves in and goes after Wurzag, and then is Lewin just going to get trapped in the bushes, or is he going to be able to escape using this pillar? I know sometimes you can fly up the side of these pillars, but Lewin is heavily trapped. Could this be a throw from outer region, ladies and gentlemen? It might be. It might be indeed. Check that out. All right, so yeah. King Lewin's going to be fleeing the scene, and it looks like he's just barely going to have a way out. He wasn't surrounded in the back, but now there's going to be some squigs coming in. Tim the Wilder trying to get the lockdown. And King Lewin, Leon Kerr running through the bushes. Wurzag chasing him on the Wild Hog. The mighty King of Bretonnia is like a movie scene. Like the hero trying to escape like the unholy hordes. And I think at the end of the day, Lewin's going to be able to escape. Now, he got 1 effigy of the Get, which of course is going to be, a nice thing to get, but I don't know if 1 effigy is worth like 60% of his HP. Lewin desperately trying to escape, man. That was a really, really dodgy one. Now it looks like he's being harried by the Morgub's Mangy Marauders. Are some Bretonnian Knights going to come in and try and rescue him? I don't know. That could be a colossal throw by Outer Region. That could be a big throw. But it happens, I understand it. You get the bloodlust and, yeah, Lewin's trying to get away, but there's an unholy wall surrounding him. There's so many. Oh my god. Look at that. King Lewin's piecing out, and he may want Lewin's half army buff to pop. So that's an interesting note from Hadrius. Let's talk about this. He's got the Ladies Champion, but also the Blessing of the Lady. And then there's another one for the army buff. Does he not have it? Or did they rework it and it's just different now? I'm not sure. Yeah, looks like he doesn't have any such ability. Blessing the Lady is obviously on him now. I mean, he is distracting the force of the Greenskins. Lewin's barely holding on there. And I love this, man. Tim is like just going all out trying to get him. But Lewin is a raid boss. He actually got an HP buff recently. So Lewin's HP has got up over 6,000. It used to be like around the same as what Karl Franz had. But he got a pretty substantial buff recently. Back objective, Bretonnia's just kind of sitting there. But look at this. Bretonnia actually going for a push here. The Greenskins abandoned that point to try and swarm the Bretonnians. And now the Bretonnians just going to be sending a Haggard Legion to go steal that objective. Man, Outer Region inadvertently, like by surviving this, has baited out a lot of stuff from the Greenskins, including several spells, a snare, a lot of the armies kind of another effigy on Lewin. Okay, I don't know if I agree with that. Because now Lewin has Spearman at Arms support and Grail Relique, and he has Knights coming in, big Erect Knights moving in. Yeah, Lewin is not easy to kill. I mean, he's got regeneration, he's got ward save, he's extremely durable. Karl Franz would have unfortunately fallen in such a situation, but Lewin escapes, and he lures the entire Greenskin army in here. They're all trapped in this like haggard blob now. Man, that was quite a survival run. And now Bretonnia is going to be stealing the home objective of the Greenskins. So there he goes. Yeah, Outer Region saw the Khorne Bloodlust. It's true. He's certainly a Khornate champion. But Objective 1's going to be flipping to the forces of Bretonnia. Objective 3 being held by Bretonnia as well. Nice Peasant Archer fire shooting into the sides of the Savage Orcs. Of course, Men-at-Arms and Battle Pilgrims going to be probably losing to some wad-out infantry. And a big old Waz going to be going down here as we do get another Earthblood being cast by Bretonnia. Going to be trying to get Tim the Wilder, getting King Lewin's Outer Region back online. So Grail Knights are now here. The one Grail Knight is allowed. And they are just going to be punting through infantry. Granted, Greenskins do have some good answers against the Grail Knights being their mass. So Greenskins can use Orc Warboy Biggins to stop Grail Knights, and they actually trade pretty cost effectively in my experience. Tim the Wilder getting a massive blob of squigs, so you can see squigs and pigs moving up, the ultimate barbecue joint of the old world. But a really nice play by Outer Region as well. Outer Region pulls back, lures Tim the Wilder into spears and peasant mobs. His knights get away completely unimpeded and are going to be able to refresh that charge bonus, which is going to be super devastating. Now, remember, a lot of the value you're seeing for the Greenskins is tied to the Lewin damage. As far as the battle overall, the Grail Knight's getting another super erect charge into the Orc Boys. That one didn't do as much damage as I thought, but now they're going to keep riding through, Rohirriming around, and you can see just punting through infantry like it's nobody's business. Yeah, they're in that sweet lance formation too. The blob fights are going to be good for Bretonnia too, especially with King Lewin. The terror routes, you can see all the squigs and pigs get broken and shaken. Archer support in the back. It's looking pretty rough for the Greenskins now, especially since their home objective has been taken. So the Bretonians do have a triple cap as it stands, and the Greenskins are really on the back foot. It seemed like that weird Lewin bait in the beginning. Like, I don't know if it was intentional, but it ended up kind of screwing up Tim's game plan. Like, his army moved into this big, like, rough Bretonnian counter blob, and, you know, obviously Lewin was able to heal through most of it. Brainbuster going down. We got the Orc Boar Boys grinding with the Knights of the Realm there. I believe Orc Boar Boys actually win in a vacuum. Bit of a close fight. Depends on who gets the charge, of course. But the wall going down once again. The entire Greenskin army going to be fully erect with melee attack buff, all sorts of good stuff, and ITP as well. But yeah, they're going to be chewing through these Knights of the Realm. Might be able to bunker bust this position, but this side's looking a little bit dicey, although there are a fair amount of wall banners going. You see the Squigs and Savage Orcs, of course, continuing to cut through the Bretonnian infantry, but those Grail Knights are going to be very, very tough to stop, ladies and gentlemen. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis in position, and yeah, Bretonnia even has like about 1,000 gold worth of assets over here, maybe more like 1,400, but they're not even fighting with their whole army. You know, they have a fair amount of their forces over there. So Peasant Archers shooting away. If Bretonnia can maintain this triple cap, you know, Tim the Wilder's scrapping really, really well, despite a good start followed by a flip of momentum, and then, you know, maybe he's going to be able to come back here, but yeah, this is going to be a triple cap territory very quickly here. Orc Boars getting on top of the peasants. The Savage Orc infantry grinding well. We do see the Savage Orcs as well as the Biggins and Squiggins. Oh, Squiggins. Oh, how cool would that be if there was like a Squiggin unit. It's like a big squig. How come that doesn't exist? I feel like that's like super Warhammer. Did we just come up with that? I guess so. Spearmen moving up onto the point. Lewin and company going after the Orc Boars with the Grail Knights in the back. Spear's going to get hit with an Ed-butt. Nice one. Wurzag leading the charge with the boys. Running over the peasants, and he's going to get all those poking sticks and continue trying to hunt down these knights. As Lewin moves in, the King of Bretonnia trying to break the momentum of the Greenskin army. Raising his sword, his Beakwe there continues to fight, but the Grail Knights pretty safe. They're a little bit in their own territory, still being swarmed by a lot of armor piercing, but the Greenskins do overwhelm the Bretonnians on the ground. So inevitably, the Wa and the Savage Orcs and all those multiplicative buffs, of course, very, very good. And the Grail Knights have had to fall back. Objective going to be flipping to the Greenskins, but this is 100% triple cap territory. I know there's a Squig off, but a Squiggin is not a thing. Squigoth is different than Squiggin. You know, it's not the same name, is what I'm saying. Colossal Squigs would be really cool if the Greenskins could get that. A Colossal Squigs with the Rogue Idols. Imagine that. That'd be super fun. So the blob fight rages on here. We have the Bretonnian Cavalry, which is a combination. Oh, the Bretonnians got the Companions of Quenelles in here, guys. Huge anti-large beatdown cavalry. Just going to be melting these Orc Boar Boys. Lewin is here, and look at this. The Hogmaster is fully surrounded. So Wurzag here, a little bit pinned in and getting beaten down by Lewin and the Grail Knights. A little bit of revenge. He's shaken and stirred. Now Lewin's most likely going to be able to finish him off. It looks like the Greenskin force with all these Orc Boar Boy Biggins not quite able to break through. Their support is gone. Grail Knights running over the Savage Orcs, and Grail Knights will counter Savage Orcs super well. The fact that they do magic damage is crazy good against all these Savage units, which like to rely on their physical resist. But yeah, seeing Wurzag trapped here, I mean, he's got a little bit of support, some Savage Orcs and Squig Herds, but the triple cap situation is going to be brutal. I mean, we see the Greenskins starting to play this objective. Yeah, okay. So we see 8 Peak Loonies make it here. We do also see some River Trolls coming up. So he knows he needs to start playing the other objectives in order to have a chance of winning. And back on this side, though, the Orc Boars get routed, and Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, is going to be running into the Dwarven Hold. He's like, oh, well, I can fit through this tiny little hole into the Dwarven Keep right there. So let's see if we can get in there and do it. Probably going to be GG. Greenskins are leaderless. The massive erect Bretonnian Night Blob looking very ferocious, and the Greenskins have not even been able to get this back objective. So I think Outer Region's going to take this game here. Bretonnia obviously showing why they're one of the best factions in the game, and Tim knows this and taps out. Tim's not going to waste anybody's time. He knows. Back to the next run here. Yeah, Bretonnia is crazy strong. They're crazy, crazy strong. Even with the limitations on Grails, like the rest of the roster is super good too. And that was a really weird beginning. Like Lewin only got 600 value, man. But yeah, and he got surrounded. But you know, 2 effigy of the Gits got baited out. There was just so much stuff that went against him. Yeah, GG. Cavalry, 2,500 on the Grails. Pegasus Knights, interesting. Knights of the Realm. Grails are insane, obviously. I've thought about just outright banning Grails, but I don't know. It's tricky. It's kind of a bit of an issue with the whole faction. All right. So, GG well played. Outer Region with Game 1. Let's see who's going to be getting Game 2 here as we go on to our next map, which is going to be the Celestial Lake, our map winner, made by Medley. It's a lovely map. And we're going to be doing it. All right, all right. Game 2. Whoever wins this will take the throne, potentially. What do you do to... so there's a couple things. I think Bretonnia, with all the buffs they got, probably needs some cost increases on a couple different units. Like Foot Squires and Battle Pilgrims and Grail Reliques could probably use cost increases. Grail Knights need to have their back-end stats fixed so they don't like trample through infantry so easily. Like a Grail Knight shouldn't be able to push through like Chosen with halberds. Like there should be a limit to their penetration power. A little bit's fine. Like I don't mind seeing a Grail Knight just absolutely plow like an Orc Boy or a Goblin or like a Men-at-Arms. But when they're plowing like elite, high mass, heavily armored infantry, it kind of gets a little silly. So I would want to keep a lot of the cool stuff they got, but like probably some cost increases would be a good way to do it without, you know, upsetting the campaign community also. So yeah, do you think Empire will get buffs? I don't think Empire needs any changes, honestly. Empire is like one of the most balanced factions in the game. They've literally been at 50%. That's why I main them, is because I never feel bad playing them. They've just always been, and they're the coolest faction of the game, but they've always just been the, you know, the middle of the road, balanced faction. I mean, yeah, wagons are a bit of a carry for them. Empire would be way weaker if wagons sucked, but I don't think wagons are so oppressive that like you need to nerf them. They've already been nerfed 2 or 3 times. So I think it's enough. Yeah, nothing. I mean, there are some things that should be able to plow through Chosen, namely giant monsters, like huge, like let's say a Kemrian War Sphinx, but not like a cavalry unit. Yeah, the Empire shouldn't be touched. Sure, there might be some things you could adjust in the roster, but I'm pretty happy. I do think Karl Franz should get a buff. I think he should be a little bit closer to Lewin in power level, because as it currently stands, Lewin has almost 1,000 more HP than Franz. He just heals. He does magic damage. Yeah. So you and Tim are picking in tournament chat. Sounds good. All right, I'll take a look. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Outer Region giving us a little bit of a update from the game. He says, honestly, was panicking the entire time. The Lewin thing wasn't like intended in that way. Yeah. So, yeah, and Tim the Wilder saying the same thing. He says he went a little bit too deep on the Lord, which is true. He wasted like several winds of magic, 2 of his snares, and also got lured into a bad fight. I mean, I think Greenskins can totally beat Bretonnia. It's not like they're unbeatable, but yeah, it's something. So they're doing their picks and bans now, and we'll update you guys as soon as we have any news here. Yeah, Total War Warhammer 3, like, I'm for sure burned out on the campaign in this game. Like, I can't really bring myself to playing the campaigns, but, like, multiplayer is just so diverse, and there's so many factions to learn. Like, I remember, like, a month ago, I saw Warriors of Chaos had a bad win rate. You know, they were at, like, 23%, and it was fun for me because I was like, how can we make them work? Like, let's go look at this roster and these units and, you know, and figure it out. And it's so fun. Like, just the dynamics of, like, trying to figure out an underdog faction and then having things work and testing it. Yeah, Lewin is a Grail Knight, yes, but Franz is a guy with a cool hammer. Indeed, but also Karl Franz is basically, he's wielding the Warhammer, right? His weapon is, like, an ancient, like, runic dwarven warhammer made by the dwarves, if I'm not mistaken, given to Sigmar by the dwarves. And on top of that, Franz is also, like, it depends if you want to include end time stuff, but Franz is basically the modern manifestation of Sigmar in a way. So there's several moments in lore where Karl Franz is, like, kind of possessed by the spirit of Sigmar. To an extent, it's kind of, like, ambiguous. So, like, Franz could be stronger. Like, I understand Lewin maybe being a better duelist than him, but Franz could have the same amount of HP and maybe be a better buffing character, which I suppose he is with Reikland Runefang, but I don't know. You buff Kolek. Kolek isn't terrible. He's just overshadowed by the other Warriors of Chaos Lords. Yeah. Yeah, Franz is literally the main character in the game. Yeah, basically. He's one of the main characters. I don't think he should be a glass cannon, though. Like, his bird is like Deathclaw. Like, the Imperial Griffins are pretty jacked. Like, they're huge monsters. Like, I'm not talking like giant territory, but yeah, he literally has the Warhammer that the entire universe and like the entire brand of Games Workshop is named after, right? So Lewin isn't a demigod, no, he's a Grail Knight, so he's got some of the Jesus juice, you know. He's got some blessings of the Lady, which is actually the blessings of a Wood Elf god. All of Bretonnia in the lore is being deceived, basically. They worship the Lady, but the Lady is actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's an elven deity who just uses Bretonnia as a meat shield, basically. You know, but it does reward them, you know, it does make them powerful and give them magic and, you know. Yeah, something like that. Yes. All right. There was a time in game, like before they buffed Bretonnia, when Lewin and France would fight, it was actually a pretty even fight. It would depend on the RNG while Gal Maraz was popped, but Lewin has the healing, obviously, and had Sword of Couronne and a couple other things. Hey, Chaos Dwarfs. All right, you guys are getting the real sweat here. Chaos Dwarfs versus Ogres. I enjoy this matchup. I think it's fun. Getting to see the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, and yeah, it's going to be great. Turin, you would have loved the Storm of Chaos book. Carl was literally... Oh, really? That's pretty funny. Oh, man. No, don't put Space Marines in our fantasy universes. We already have that with the Stormcast Eternals. Dude, did you know that in Age of Sigmar, the Stormcast Eternals have like a space station? It literally is like in outer space where they like reforge their soldiers when they fall. It's so haggard. It's like, oh god. Like I guess if Age of Sigmar was its own thing, you know, it wouldn't feel so bad. But the fact that it replaced such a superior universe is like, you know what they should have done with Warhammer Fantasy? Okay, I understand it might not be selling well. It's hard to get into. Let's have a cataclysmic event that like affects the old world, but doesn't completely destroy it, but massively changes the fabric of the way that everything is. You know? Yeah, you can kill some characters, but keep some of the characters and keep like the places and locations, but have some sort of a cataclysm where like shit, the power dynamic really changes in certain continents. Like, you know, like maybe, like there's so much they could have done with that. Instead of just writing like one sentence to karate chop all the lore, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Age of Sigmar does have good models, it does, yeah. Like the Age of Sigmar Warriors of Chaos models are so good, just chef's kiss, just like great. Yeah, no, it was 100% Space Marine sell, let's put them in fantasy. Yep, 100%, there's no doubt of that. And it probably works. Age of Sigmar is probably a far more profitable game than Warhammer Fantasy was, but I feel like if they had given Warhammer Fantasy the same upgrade, if they had put the effort they put into Age of Sigmar into Fantasy, simplified the game, updated the setting, did some new model ranges, I think it would have been very popular. I think it would have been. Yeah, but you know, it's easy to say that in hindsight. All right, so Chaos Dwarfs versus Ogre Kingdoms. It is time. Let the boar watch. I would play Age of Sigmar more if they got rid of double turns. For me, that's like, I just have so much trouble with it. Yeah, I would definitely do it. It's also hard to find people to play with where I live, so. Should talk with Sotek. Yeah, I'm sure it's cool. But Lore Master of Sotek likes Age of Sigmar a lot? Yeah, I don't know. I have trouble getting into it. I like my main characters to be regular humans. I did see the Cities of Sigmar stuff. It kind of looks promising, you know? What I really liked about Warhammer Fantasy setting too is how there's like historical influences in the setting. Like I really like to see like, you know, the Arthurian depictions, like the Holy Roman Empire depictions. You know, like having like, you know, the Ogre Kingdoms have this kind of like mountain steppe culture is really interesting, and like the architecture. Like I always really liked that, and that like Gothic Van Helsing look of the vampire counts. Like I love that. Like I like the correlation to the real world cultures. That for me is like the spice of life, you know? Yeah, I really enjoyed that. So Chaos Dwarves are ready. Tim taking a little bit longer, scheming it out. You know, he likes to scheme. Let's actually look at his army here real quick. Let's get the art blocker up. Look at Tim's army. Okay, it looks like he's about done. Yeah, it looks cool. Honestly, both armies look pretty fun. Both armies look pretty fun indeed. Outstanding. Lord Croak literally squares up with one of the Chaos Gods in iOS, does he? Yeah. Yeah, AOS has definitely got like, it's got like gods walking around, and yeah, it's something. The floppy hats are great, indeed. Indeed. They're both ready. Let's fire it up. Here we go. It's showtime. Yeah, no, AOS rules are good, honestly. I've said my opinions about it. Like, there's a lot of things. The simplified system is nice. Although there is like an element of like the battles feel more skirmishy in Age of Sigmar. I sometimes like having big battles, you know? Like the inner child kind of likes those big squaring up armies. Whereas like in Age of Sigmar, you get like a guy showing up to a store with like Archaon and like 2 Varengard in his army, and that's like everything, you know? Which to me isn't very exciting. Like I like to see more actual armies fighting. What culture is Skaven? Or are we talking about from in real life? I don't know. The Skaven could be a bunch of different cultures, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Tim usually likes to hold on for like 5 minutes build up, so baiting him in an early fight really poisoned his groove. Yeah, that's actually true. That's a great point, Hadries. All right. So, the mighty Tim the Wilder, the champion of the Great Maw. Going to be coming in with the Powder Guts. Powder Guts, not bad. They have some good stopping power against like Bull Centaur Renders, and can also put some hurt on flying single entities that the Chaos Dwarfs like to use, and of course can fight against Chaos Dwarf infantry in melee as well. Looking here, we got Noblars, Ogre Bulls, more Ogre Bulls, a little scrap launcher action, going to be launching some scrap at the Chaos Dwarfs. It's a nice sustained damage piece, especially on a map like this. You just get the scrap launcher, park it back here, you know, behind this, and it's not really going to be an easy target unless they have a Death Streak rocket launcher, which they usually will. And that's it for the Ogre army. Now, looking at the old Chaos Dwarfs, Chaos Dwarfs have been actually spamming their infantry like they should lately. They've been using Hobgoblins, which is cool. So, Hobo Goblins will beat Noblars, but will lose the Bulls, obviously. So, Chaos Dwarf Warriors mixed in with Hobo Goblins. Looks like it's kind of an alternating front line. Double Infernal Guard Fireglaive. This is probably my favorite unit on the Chaos Dwarf roster. I love the Infernal Guard Fireglaive. Like, just these, like, long-range, hard-hitting guns with anti-large halberds up close. And they just look super, super cool. Up in the sky, it's going to be a Sorcerer Prophet of Metal, so he's going to be using Final Transmutation on Ogre Blobs, which is very cost-effective. And in the back, we do have a Death Streak rocket launcher as well. So, Death Streakers are insane. They do super good damage against infantry and really good damage against monsters. They are pretty much, I would say, if you know your opponent's just going pure infantry, yeah, Magma might be slightly better, but not by much. Because the utility on these things, their ability to shoot into big monsters is very, very underrated, for sure. Goblin Laborers moving up. Old Tim the Wilder. Looks like he's going to be grabbing his back objective with some Noblars. So those Noblars are going to be hanging on to objective number 3. As we duke it out here on the Celestial Lake. And yes, the Sorcerer Prophet coming to party. I guess the Powder Gut's going to be able to move up and counter him. They could just come up with their long rifles. Yeah, and it looks like Tim's going to do that. So he sees it. He's got the Powder Guts coming up. And they're going to be able to put some DAC into that Sorcerer Prophet. Their range is pretty long, actually. Look at that. Yeah, what is it? 160 range. Wow. And you know why their range is so good? It's because they train with the Empire, the greatest faction in the old world, yes. So good shooting into the Sorcerer Prophet. And he's going to be pulling back on the point. Initially, Chaos Dwarf's going to be getting that double cap. Line of sight is a bit of a variable on this map to consider. It looks like a flat map, but many times I've played it using handgunners and various other missile pieces, and you'll run into situations where if you don't look, you'll see this is a direct line of sight. It's a hill. So a lot of powder does struggle to shoot unless you're able to position it on top of hills and different positions like that. So you need to be very cautious. So Tim being, very conservative. He's going to be building up his army here. So he does have his old Powder Guts back there. And we do see Outer Region with a decent little breath attack. Kind of tickled the pickle there. Didn't quite hit home. Now the Bale Taurus is going to be fleeing the scene while Tim the Wilder just comfortably sits back and doesn't look like he wants to contest this objective right out of the gates. Hobo Goblins are here. And we do get 1 Skullcracker. So Skullcrackers are really broken. But we limit them to 1. It becomes more devastating in a critical mass, but you know, a lot of factions have them. It's been a bit of a debate as to whether or not they should be completely banned, but they are very nasty. They're pretty good against everything, basically. So Chaos Dwarf's getting hit by the old scrap launcher here, and once again, Outer Region getting really aggressive here. He's moving in, using that Sorcerer Prophet. You got to be careful against ogres. They have crazy good mass. If you get caught in a bad way, they can certainly surround you. But it's funny, right? It's a bit of like a run back of the previous game. Like, he's being super aggressive with his big flying lord, and it's like he's trying to bait Tim the Wilder into like over pursuing him again, which he might be able to. Vial of Passion active. Okay, so this guy's going to be weak to fire and also has less armor. The Bale Taurus has missed a couple times though, unfortunately for Outer Region. The old The old melee defense is holding up on the character, and now there's going to be a response of a final transmutation. It does nail the Slaughtermaster, and it looks like the Sorcerer Prophet is going to be jumping back in the sky, trying to juke some of the shots coming in from the Powder Guts downtown, and some respectable damage. Nothing insane, but it does bring the Slaughtermaster down, and now there's going to be a heal most likely, so we are going to see a Troll Guts. Did he cast it while he was on fire? No, he did not. Okay, so he's fine. And that will also trigger the heal of the Amulet of Blood and Darkness. So the Sorcerer Prophet then heals because of a spell being cast, and that's now on a 1.5-minute cooldown, the Chalice. So basically every 1.5 minutes, this character can basically go down. So he can pay the price. Or he can get healed, is what I meant to say. You guys get it. The Deathreak Rocket Launcher is in range. I mean, Tim can hide a little bit, but he can fall back, but obviously the Chaos Dwarves are a siege faction, so they're going to be able to get some big DACA downtown. Deathreak Rocket's going, and let's follow it. Oh yeah, that thing is so, look at the range on that thing, it's pretty serious. Fire it! Alright, so the Deathreak Rocket, let's see how accurate it is. I believe it's shooting at the Powder Guts here, that shot. It should be up here. Oh, I love it. The Deathreaks are so cool in design. And wow, that was, talk about, oh, he's on the wrong fire mode. Okay. He's on the wrong fire mode, yeah. He should have been on the single. So he's on the anti-infantry fire mode, and now he switched to single target, it looks like. We'll have to see. The single target has much better heat seeking, at least in my anecdotal experience. So here it comes. Is it going to do the spray fire? Oh, yeah. Direct hit. Man, Deathreaks are so good. But yeah, it would have... The other one, you see how that one didn't like split into a multi-firework? It kind of just stayed? That's the jam. So Tim the Wilder going to be sounding the horn, tired of getting shelled by artillery. The Hobo Goblin's going to be getting eaten today, that's for sure. The Ogres probably love it. These little Hobgoblins are probably quite a snack for them. As the Sorcerer Prophet moves in and is going to be looking to fight the Ogre Blob, going after the Ogre Bulls. He's got Hobgoblin support, and also the tree line's going to be mitigating any direct fire the Ogre Kingdoms might have. Granted, the Noblar Trapper's doing some work. Here we have Chaos Dwarf Warriors, who should hold okay, but even still, looks like these are the ones who got beaten down by the artillery in the back. And now the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. Deathreak Rocket Launcher might want to pull back here. You know, that's one of the tactics that's pretty good for Tim. You know, people can get impatient, so they'll move their artillery up to shoot, and man, the Deathreak Rocket Launcher owning the Scrap Launcher, but now this Deathreaker's a little bit in enemy territory. Fireglave's going to start shooting, so fire, reload, fire, but in evil Dowie speak, so there they go. And they're certainly getting some good firepower. As the Bull Centaur is going to be charging in to beat the Ogres, anti-large attacks. And yeah, honestly, Bull Centaur renders will trade pretty well into Ogre Bull, so they're not going to take too much damage. The Deathreak Rocket Launcher trying to run, I believe, yeah, it looks like it's actually getting into melee a little bit. And the Skullcracker using more power, just going to be running over these Ogre Bull models, doing disgusting damage. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets coming in, trying to get some quick Vanguard support, while the Ogres actually press the back objective. So Goblin Laborers versus Noblars. And the Ogres start to flip this point. They break the Goblin Laborers on there, and also the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. Probably not going to be in the best shape either. So maybe this objective could flip, probably not. Not with another Hobo Goblin coming in. The Hobo Goblin's going to be nasty. Now, looks like over here some wild shit going down. We do see Outer Regions Lord getting a little bit surrounded once again. The Scrap Launcher is almost dead from the Deathreak Rocket Launcher. And the Sorcerer Prophet once again taking damage. So in both games, Outer Regions Lord certainly has been in the danger zone here. Most likely did already use the final transmutation. We see the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is almost healing capped, which means he probably healed himself again when we were looking elsewhere on the battlefield. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves causing quite a bit of havoc, but this is the way Tim's doing it correctly. He's tar pitting the Fireglaves with crappy chaff units, and then using the big boys to come in and just cycle charge them and hammer them. And Powder Guts are very good in melee. I mean, they hit super hard. Man-Eaters in general are a very proficient fighter up close. If the Noblars break, then the Halberd guns are going to be better against them, but we'll see. So, the old Hobo Goblins, riding things down, trying to clean out the enemy scraps where they can. Rear charging into the Noblar Trappers might be enough to break their leadership. Looks like a bombardment going down there, a Lord of Metal bombardment, so that is going to be a searing doom. As the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, man, they're holding on. They're certainly doing the Dowie Zar proud, but we do see Tim the Wilder starting to run away with many of the fights here. As we do see the value lead favoring Tim the Wilder by about 400, and he's got a lot of healing too, so certainly got to put some respect on that. Now, big heat-seeking shots. Deathreak Rocket Launcher right in the face against the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. That bad boy certainly not having fun. The Sorcerer Prophet trying to hold down the artillery position as the Skullcracker just rolling, being absolutely filthy as it just annihilates pretty much everything in its path. And once again, the Deathreak Rocket Launcher is going to be shut down and compromised by the Ogre Bolts with dual weapons. So they were able to get in there. And looking here at the Halberd guns on this side, the Powder Guts doing great work, certainly making the mob proud. Doing Sigmar proud as well, wearing those cool floppy outfits. 2,100 value as they just bush through these Dwarvish infantry, and also are going to be turbo useful. So you see Tim the Wilder going to be lining up the Powder Guts and putting constant pressure on the Sorcerer Prophet, so that's really nice. Although I can see if the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw does get caught here and killed somehow, maybe that could be a turning of the tide in the game. Looking at the score as it is, Chaos Dwarfs have 1 point. The score is very close. Outer Region does have a points lead. And that was a pretty respectable final transmutation for sure. But the Sorcerer Prophet not quite able to get the kill on the Slaughtermaster. Looks like he pulls back. He troll guts himself. So that man is still in relatively good shape there. Another shot. Boom! Right in the face there. Slaughtermaster the Great Maw get in the business as the Prophet helps to rout off these Ogre Bulls that are pressing here. Granted, the Halberd guns are still being compromised by Noblars. 137 Noblars is going to take a year for those guys to get through. But the Deathstreak Rocket Launcher might be able to inevitably Thanos this guy. He's coming for him. You know, it's a slow, long push. Looks like Outer Region trying to get some Hobo Goblins up on the point, but Tim the Wilder responds with some Iron Guts. And these big boys, these biggins, they got their gut plates out for the Maw, and they're going to be smashing the Hashets Chosen. These are not Hashets Chosen. These are like Hashets like, all right, we'll take you, but, you know, I'm not happy about it. Hashets Chosen are, you know, wielding these guns and flying around in the giant beasts and whatnot. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher once again going after the Slaughtermaster. Tim the Wilder going to be hiding the Slaughtermaster in the trees. This is a super good play, and having the wherewithal and kind of, you know, presence of mind to do this during the battle is very good. So he's going to just be hiding in the trees here, and a lot of those shots are going to be mitigated. Tim the Wilder also stealing the back objective. Chaos Dwarfs being pressed on many, many fronts. Looking at the value, Tim is up by a fair amount, over about 1,100, give or take. But yeah, it's going to be a close scrap, ladies and gentlemen, as the old ogres are coming to get you. They got that back objective. Chaos Dwarves are fighting and scrapping hard, however they can, but the Chaos Dowie, they're not impervious, and they're being surrounded and circle beaten by the Ogre Kingdoms. You see the big gut plates coming out. Some of the ogres are falling here, but I think the Dowies are going to be fleeing, shaken, yeah, trying to get back at this point. Skullcracker doing some good work, still causing havoc, probably sitting at only 700 value. So I feel like the Skullcrackers become more toxic when you get like 3 of them. You know, multiple. Hashed's pocket change, yeah, it's a great way of putting it. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs don't have a whole lot on the field, guys. They're looking pretty bare bones. Here we see the Sorcerer Prophet get taken down. Tim the Wilder with the dreaded Noblar Hordes. The Ninja Stars of the Gods dragging down the Sorcerer Prophet. And looking pretty bleak there. Iron Guts, how are they looking? They're up there looking healthy. Chaos Dwarves basically have nothing. We see a mass retreat here. Just a lot of Chaos Dwarves running off the side of the field. Bull Centaur Renders are cool and all, but they're not going to be able to deal with all this. That is a hell of a lot of meaty ogres. And the ogres are coming to cap you. Ain't that the truth, Adries? A little bit of sneaky back cap here. Look at this. We see Outer Region trying to be cheeky and grab this one. But it looks like we're going to be going to game 3, which I am all for, man. I'm down. I love to party. Let's get us that third game. Skullcracker here is running, but GG well played. Tim the Wilder's back on the board, bringing RTK back. So now it is 1-1, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for game 3, the rubber match, the battle to decide all battles. Some of the sweatier factions, of course, have been played, so most likely, I could see a little bit more variance. Ogre is clearly very popular amongst the folks over at RTK, and in general, 2,700 on the Powder Guts. I like that. They were great. Powder Guts were an awesome pick. And how'd the Iron Guts do? Iron Guts did fine. Man-Eaters, 1,700, pretty cool. Chaos Dwarfs, 3,000 value on the Sorcerer Prophet. And Fireglaves usually do about this. Yeah, it's not bad. They paid for themselves. Deathstreaker at 1,400. The Chaos Dwarfs, what I find is that their infantry usually just get plowed or don't do very well, and their supporting pieces are what really carry them. So, yes, Ogres are very strong, but Tim is also a very good player, so you need to take that into account. All right. So, let's see what the next map is going to be. It's going to be Oakenshield, a fairly open map, a very good dwarf map, I think, or even Empire, depends. It has a bit of open space with which to shoot and work. So Chaos Dwarfs also love this map. And yeah, let's do it, man. Let's see what we got. Yeah, Noblar Trappers are insane. They're just like stupid. They should never have gotten a bonus for his infantry, in my opinion. They never should have. Yes. So they're talking, doing their picks and bans here. It's 1-1. And what's it going to be? Tim is going to be doing his picks now. And yeah, should be great. Hopefully get in there. If Total War Warhammer could find a way to speed the process of army building, that would massively, I think, help the scene. But it's kind of impossible with the nature of the beast. You know how in like StarCraft and Warcraft 3, for example, you have like this phase in the game where you're just sitting and staring at workers and building your base? Not a whole lot's going on. You might get like a Reaper coming in or like a little scouting. In Total War Warhammer, that is basically this. This is like the point, and it gets straight to the action, you know? But yeah, there's definitely that window of downtime. All right, let's see. That's what's kind of cool about faction wars. Speaking of, I'm gonna have one going soon. I don't know when, but I was just recovering from like a doom plague, so had to get through that. Halberds or elf propaganda. Yeah, bonus for infantry would have been okay if they had big nerf to the. Yeah, I don't know. They're just Halberd trappers already are just such a good unit. Yeah, they were good. One of CA's patch people was an Alblar. That's probably true. He's probably just trying to make his people strong in the game. All right, so I'll read the picks and bans as we come across them. Tim is going to do, what's it going to be? What's it going to be, precious? Do it. I'm not going to like put a time constraint on them this tournament since they haven't been playing with one the whole time, but for future tournaments, and I'll put a special clause that in the grand finals and semifinals, army building is going to be limited because these players are good enough that they don't need that long. Bretonnia, Dwarves, and Wood Elves banning Kislev. Okay. High Elves banning Bretonnia. So it's High Elves versus Dwarves or High Elves versus Wood Elves. Man, Outer Region just picked very well. That was a strong counter pick. He didn't even take a second for that. He just was like, boom, High Elves ban Brett. Like he was like ready. So it's either Dwarves or Wood Elves versus High Elves on Oakenshield. This map is very good for artillery, so maybe we could see some Dwarf play. I don't know, because High Elves have always been slightly favored against Wood Elves. That was a great pick by Outer Region there. Short! I love it, dude. It's so funny. Yeah. I love it. The problem is not having an in-game system for picks and bans. Our pick and ban system is pretty good, though. The army building phase is where people tend to take a little bit more time. Okay, never mind. He already banned Bretonnia game 1, so feel free to repick then. Yeah, okay. No problem. Let's see what they got. Those two gentlemen will pick. The dreaded Bretonnia comes. Yeah, so he banned Bretonnia game 1. So Tim is going to go Bretonnia here for sure. And he goes Skaven banning Wood Elves. Whoa, a Skaven pick. Oh, yeah. So Tim's just going to go Bretonnia, obviously. I like that. You know, like Skaven in theory have some good tools. Like Warp Lightning cannons on an open field map like this could be turbo devastating. You know? Yeah, Skaven Bretonnia. Interesting. I mean, obviously pretty Bretonnian favored, but I think Skaven might have some rat teeth in this one. We'll have to see. Yeah, he can't ban Bretonnia here, yeah. Nope, sorry guys, you get one busted faction, but you get the Skaven, which is very exciting, so. Like, Skaven, like, yeah, Warp Lightnings, like, what about a double Warp Lightning opening? With, like, one Avalanche Mortar just to, like, crush the infantry? That seems like it could be fun with, like, Rat Ogres and just, you know. Yeah, the Rats can actually shoot on this map. This is a shooting gallery, this map. It's huge. Man, if Outer Region wins this, that would be super impressive. Bretonnia is, like, tyrannical right now. They're very good. And Ogres. Ogres are very strong, too. Yeah, we got some elves. Almost. Not quite. No elves today. I tried to get you some elf games. I went to Charix's lobby like twice, but he was either doing mirror matches or something else. We tried to make it work. Rat teeth, so fangs, yeah. Yeah. I always thought it'd be cool to have a pet rat, you know. It's just, it's hard losing a pet, you know. And rats only live like 2 years or something, or a couple years. It's like, having to go through that every couple of years seems like really, I guess you would get used to it, but man, you know. Like losing, you know, we lost a dog a couple years ago, and it's like, you know, just the age, and it's like, man, it's so painful, you know. Rats, let the rats. Tim should go only Trebs. That'd be so funny if Tim just brought like 8 trebuchets. I actually once played against Anticity in a tournament, and he brought like 6 trebuchets against me. I can't remember that matchup. I think I was actually playing Vampire Coast. It was something weird. It was a very weird matchup. All right, so I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around. Been a fun day. Appreciate all you. Let's do it to it. Who won? We're 1-1. So we're in the grand finals, and it's a rubber match. We're in game 3. So rats are super cool pets. You just keep naming them Bone Crusher. Yeah. I would like to have a cat too, alls. But I'm allergic to cats, so, you know. Yeah, Anna has a bunch of cats in Poland. Her family has several cats, so every time I go out there, I just kind of suffer through it. It's not like a serious allergy, but like living with them would be hard, but visiting them, I can suffer for a few days. It just makes it hard to project my voice and work, so. Yeah, cats are adorable. They're cute little creatures. Yes. Your cat lived to be 19 and 20. Wow, that's a long time. That's a long time. Like if I got a cat right now and they lived to be 20 years old, I'd be in my 50s. Oh, man, I'm going to be 35 soon. So I had really long Jesus hair, like straight out of the Bible, like Old Testament hair until yesterday. And I got a haircut. So I have a short haircut. Now it's so nice. Holy shit. But like it was the first time in a long time I had seen my hairline, and it's going back, dude. It's going, that hairline's kind of, you know, it's not like that deep, but it's, you know, I'm seeing it. I'm like, man, okay. Shit's getting real now. I've wanted to get into multiplayer. Is Skaven good for that? Honestly, Rodent, I love the name, Rodent Emperor. Yeah, dude, Skaven are fine. Like, every faction is more or less viable. If you put in a ton of effort and just mastered factions, you can compete. Like, sure, you might be disadvantaged against slightly more meta, powerful factions, but you can still win and compete and just play whatever, you know? Yeah, just have fun. Play what you like. Skaven are not easy to play, though. That's one warning I have for you. Skaven are kind of like low leadership and can be a little bit of a tricksy rat to play. You know, they require a bit of micro and finesse and positioning, but yeah, they're great fun, man. They're great fun. The hairline, I know, it's getting there. Yeah, dude, the long hair was rough. It was rough. I'm not one to, like, you know, style myself very much to the long hair. I just kind of was like, it was a pretty funny story, actually. So the reason why I ended up getting the long haircut is I was at, I went to my local market, and it was like, I had stayed up till like 5 a.m. and I went into the local market, and my hair was just so fucked up looking. Like it was all over the place, and it just looked shitty and like tangled. And I had like, I think I had like a white t-shirt on, and I forgot that it was like the one I had worn the day before. So it had like some food stains on it. So I just looked absolutely horrible. And one of my friend's dads from my childhood comes up to me, and we talk for a couple seconds, and he's like, are you okay? Are you okay? Is everything good with you? I'm like, yeah, what do you mean? He's like, oh, okay, I was just checking, you know, like, and I was like, okay, I gotta take care of this. People are like worried about you, you know. It was like the food stain with the long hair, you know. No, I had woken up at 5. I went to bed at 5 a.m. and then woken up, so I was just like groggy and tired looking, you know. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. So that was actually the main reason I went and got a haircut. I was like, all right, I need to be clean cut again. I'm like, you know. Yeah, funny times. Funny times indeed. I thought you guys would appreciate that story. That happened a couple days ago. I was like, man, okay, I really gotta, yeah. Even when I went to go get the haircut, I had these like old grandmas. I go to this place where it's like these two, I don't know, 75-year-old grandmas. She has like pretty rough arthritis, so she struggles to get through the haircuts, but you know, she keeps doing it. She's great. But she, when I got the haircut, she was like, you look like a new man. I was like, oh, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. It's the good stuff right there. All right, guys, taking a look at the Skaven army. It is going to be Warp Lightning. Warp Lightning, yes, yes. It's a 1-1 series, so both players are currently sitting at 1-1 at the moment. So, over here on the far side, we have the Blessed Skaven Legion. Obviously, clan rats into the sunset. No surprises. We do have the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters in the back, and yeah, they can pound cavalry, infantry, SCs, whatever. The Chieftain's going to be there for the power grab, so probably going to be some power grab comboing. I would wager it's still very meta, even though it's weaker now because of the patch. Usually people just unsummon a Grace here, which is, you know, whatever. We do have a Warp Lightning caster, so the Warlock Engineer is there, and he is going to be casting Flensing Rune on Bretonnian blobs of characters and different things like that. So, yeah, it's a fun-looking army. In the back, we got a couple Eshin Triads. Hessian tribes are there to intercept cavalry units, and that's basically it. The one thing this army lacks is like infantry killing power. I'm not seeing too many good tools for clearing out like the battle pilgrims and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, we'll see. And for Bretonnia, I do like it. You know, Tim the Wilder expecting there to be a lot of anti-cavalry tech, goes super wide. Takes men-at-arms, peasant mobs, battle pilgrims into the sunset, and some grail reliques, and one cav unit. It's going to be an unholy grail knight. So, I mean, yeah, at least there's a solid target for that warp lightning cannon in the grail knights here. Tim's probably going to take some wide angles, maybe try and run around. There's like this giant rock right here. So, I don't know. We'll have to see how that warp lightning cannon does. For the Skaven, it's pretty standard. You know, you're just going to play these two objectives. Trying to play this outside objective against Bretonnia in the early game is basically a death sentence because they're just going to get some fast cavalry there and steamroll whatever rats you send that way. So, yeah, you would want to just play these two objectives. Skaven are very much a formation faction. You know, you set up a nice little battle line. You know, you have your DACA back here. You know, and you have a couple of things supporting the DACA units, protecting them. That's how it rolls. Yeah, Skaven slaves are still a good unit. I don't think they're bad and dumb. Clan rats are the way, though. They have the good cap weight and surprisingly resilient. With the power grab mechanic, those bad boys can fight pretty well. Plague monks are good for now versus non-burning head factions. That's cool to see. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Hadrius, you're already on the top of the leaderboard. I think you could go back and play some Skaven and some faction wars, or some single faction tournaments. I think it'd be a lot of fun. So the battle should be underway soon. Tim with a very methodical setup. He's got a big army to set up. So Tim, the Bretonnian tide, outnumbering the Skaven tide. The man tide has cometh, dude. Whose common people are more neglected, the peasant mobs or the Skaven slave? Honestly, I think peasant mobs have a better life than Skaven slaves. They at least probably are given some food to eat, and they have clothing, you know, and are given a weapon, sort of. Whereas Skaven slaves are basically just in loincloths and starved and just, you know. I think that peasant mobs probably, Bretonnian peasants probably have a better life than Skaven. I would wager that's going to be the case. So the battles, it is underway. We see the objectives, opening up here in about a minute and a half. Skaven calling in some Plague Monks. Ooh, interesting. I don't hate that. Plague Monk versus Non-Burning Head. Look at that. The Prophetic Hadrius is calling this one. And yeah, they're going to be able to munch through, I suppose, some of the Bretonnian chaff units, like peasants and all that sort of good stuff. So, yeah, you know, I wanted to do a domination faction war, but the problem is domination games take so long. You'd have to be spread out over 2 days. And trying to wrangle people for multi-day tournaments is like wrangling cats. So it's tricky. I could do it offline, but I don't like replay tournaments aren't as fun for me. You know, the real excitement comes from the old live action, in my opinion. I think that's way fun. Yeah, we're having some debates about Skaven slaves is the worst life in Warhammer. Is it? I mean, of all the units we have, yeah, probably it's in the echelon of the worst. I think being like a captured prisoner of war from like a Nurgle warband or something like that, or a Slaanesh warband would probably be worse. Like what the Slaanesh warbands will do to the people they capture is probably more horrific than the existence of a Skaven slave. But if we're talking just like a pure, like one of the units on the rosters, yeah, Skaven slaves probably have it the worst, I would say. Probably have it pretty bad. So yeah, the rats are just chilling on the objectives. Tim is hiding his Grail Knights. These are the bravest Grail Knights the old world has ever seen. If they take a Warp Lightning shot right in the face when they're in that Lance formation, they'll lose a ton of models. You got to watch out for that. So the rats get the double cap, and now it's just basically Outer Region's time to just chill out. One thing I think he wants to make sure, like it's important to make sure he doesn't like extend this Warp Lightning cannon too far up, because if he parks it like right here, then Tim's just going to collapse on him and it'll be easy to compromise. Having it be deep set, I think, is very important. Right here isn't a bad spot. If you're able to go like right there, then yeah, that's probably the way to go. It's probably where you would want, just like right there. You got some Rout Ogres in the back, Pit Fighters of Helm's Deep, and both players just kind of chilling. Tim the Wild, they're saving up resources. And yeah, he's just going to build up an army. This is a tactic that, honestly, Tim is like the only person who I see do this. I mean, I've heard people talk about build-ups and whatnot. I personally think it's a very stressful playstyle. You kind of let your opponent get a point lead in exchange for getting a critical mass against like a ranged type faction. But man, it's Tim is, I think, the only person I see actively do this, like to this extent, where he sits back for like a while and will then bum rush his opponent. You can see he's got a big, nice semicircle. What Tim is going to do is he's just going to summon out Cav and Cav and Cav and just like from all directions. It's going to be super micro-intensive, but when the clarion horn of Bretonnia is sounded once more, then it's going to get heated very, very quickly. So, yeah, it's a Mordor strat. You know, build up. You know, act like you're too weak there. You know, Sauron's like, I'm too weak. I don't have the Ring of Power. Don't mind me. Basically like that. Plague Monks are out, and in the back, more Rout Ogres coming in. It does also allow the Skaven time to prepare for the rush, though. So you got to kind of take that into account. And Plague Monks will get flattened by the Bretonnian cavalry pretty hard. So probably having Plague Monks get supported by Rout Ogres is going to be a pretty strong play as well. And yeah, I really, really like Outer Region's discipline here. The fact that he's not advancing up to shoot Tim is a veteran sign. A lot of beginner players, including myself at times when I'm feeling extra bloodthirsty, I would want to shoot out, get up and with a Sunmaker and start blasting them. But then they just counter push you and your artillery is super overextended. So yeah, it could be tricky. Tim will literally do it every time, regardless of how much it's needed. Yeah, it's just he likes doing it, you know, and it's fine. You know, it might not be the most exciting to watch, but I guarantee you, when the battle starts, it's gonna be a really fun one. So I'm gonna have some of this water, which I promise you guys is not microwaved. That's nice right there. Nice, good water. We have like this water filter system on our tap water, and it definitely makes a difference. It tastes better, at least in my opinion. So. 26 for Tim the Wilder, 22 for Outer Region. Outer Region's going to be the one getting swarmed a little bit. I mean, Tim is giving up a pretty considerable points lead here. His opponent's at 300 to 131. So, yeah, you see the Bretonnian cavalry now getting in position. Tim is spending his resources, which means he's going to go. It means the horn is going to be sounded. So we also have these guys, and they're coming from all directions. This is going to be a hard hole. Granted, what also is good about Outer Region's army is that he doesn't have a lot of range to protect. It's very easy when you're playing Skaven to get fully excited, you know, just fully erect and get in there and be like, yeah, I want like rattling gunners and this and that and 4 artillery pieces on this big open map. But yeah, overall, it's not the way. Warplaning shot, not bad. It goes after the Grail Relic, so he's just trying to snipe the Grail Relic right now, which you probably are going to want to go after the cavalry if you can hit them. Warplaning cannon shooting downtown, and it does rip a nice shot into those cavalry unit, takes out 6 Knights Errant, also tickles the pickle of some of those Battle Pilgrims. And now the armies will be colliding as the defensive concave gets ready. We got Knights of the Realm looking to charge in, but there are some clan rats. Looks like a bit of a misissued charge order there, as they're going to charge into these clan rats, who's not their target, so you notice they don't really do much damage. He was charging the wrong thing. Natty Boobo sharpshooters going after the Grail Relic. I mean, not a terrible idea. Warp Lightning Cannon appears to be shooting at the ground, which is lovely. You gotta love the Warp Lightning Cannons. I mean, the map is almost as flat as it gets, but it's still able to draw some line of sight. All right, so now it's going after Knights Errant, which are trying to penetrate in, which is definitely the idea. But the Grail Knights, you should just be shooting the Grail Knights. Nothing else matters. Nice shot right there. Grail Knights do lose some models. Matter of fact, they lose 8 models there. And yeah, we're going to see. Plague Monks get flattened. Not a good engagement for the Plague Monks. The Knights Errant do get in there. Rout Ogres are nearby to intercept, so the Rout Ogre is going to get the job done. As the Grail Knights get tar-pitted in Clan Rats, actually. A very rare situation of them not moving properly here. Plague Monk's about to get nuked by some sort of Bretonnian magic, probably Chalice of Potions, and I don't think Outer Region's going to see it. Boom! A big one! Those Plague Monks get nuked, which is very unfortunate, because that's going to be opening the pocket with Bretonnian infantry ready to kind of push through here. On the side objective, 1 million cav units moving in, but the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep are actually really resilient in terms of Skaven units, and they're going to be able to fight well. This objective probably going to favor the Skaven, honestly. Clan Rats and Ogres will counter most of the Bretonnian units at this position. And we do see Outer Region with a little bit of a points advantage, Awakening the Wood going down on the Clan Rats here as the Warlock Engineer and the other character getting attacked by the Fey Enchantress. But it looks like that Warlock Engineer is going to be able to waddle away. He also has a Mortis Engine. A lot of people don't know this. And the Grail Knights did try and penetrate into the backfield. They were able to shut down the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, but Outer Region using the Wolf Rats. Look at this! An unholy legion of Wolf Rats, the Vermintide. And he chases these bad boys down. So he's going to be going after those Grail Knights and making sure to keep them off the battlefield, while we do see Outer Region continue to pull a value lead while also effectively protecting his backfield. But Tim is relentless. He is a wild one. And his name is Tim the Wilder, after all. As he continues to secure the objectives in the middle. Objective 2 going to be going to Bretonnia. Objective 1 for Bretonnia. And the far side objective is heavily contested. Though the Skaven are trading well in value, they might be losing out on objectives. However, they did accrue that points lead in the beginning, so they have a little bit of time to work with. Knights of the Realm are getting hunted by the Wolf Rats, and the Grail Knights in the back fully chased off before they probably even get, 600 value. Yeah, 600-700 value right there. Pretty nasty. Skaven desperately trying to hold on to the point. Looks like Clan Rats are moving up. Plague Monks, Wolf Rats galore, and it's really important for the Skaven that they don't get triple capped. I think it's going to be very tough for them if they do, because it's going to be hard to retake objectives from Bretonnia with these Grail Relics and different pieces. And now Bretonnia, oh, they found an opening, man. That's rough. So Unfortunately for Outer Region, he committed way too much to this fight here to hold this objective with these Wolf Rats, and then suddenly this Legion of Knights Errant gets on top of the Warp Lightning Cannon, which is going to be pretty painful. Granted, he did have some Eshin Triads nearby, and Eshin Triads are an excellent anti-large poke unit. They're going to be able to shank down a lot of these Knights. You can see the Bretonnia Knights being dragged down by a combo of the Knights Errant, or excuse me, by the Wolf Rats and Eshin Triads. Natty Bubo Sharpshooter is going to be kiting backwards, and looking at the objectives, we do see a little bit of fighting on the point. The Chieftain's still fighting there. And the Warlock Engineer is actually doing pretty good work. He's draining down a lot of the chaff units and could eventually soften up that point for the Rats. Side point owned by the Skaven. Skaven still have a big value lead, 6.4 against 3.7. That often happens in this matchup, though, and then what happens is the Bretonnian Cavalry can maybe find an opening, run through a couple artillery pieces. But overall, the Skaven look like they're in a good position, which is cool to see. Like, one of the factions that's considered to be maybe a little bit weaker is putting up a great fight against, a top-tier, very, very scary faction, right? Outer Region surging forward, Eshin Triads and Rout Ogres moving up, Plague Monks cutting through Battle Pilgrims, so those bad boys are going to be broken. And look at this! The Ikit Zap Zap cannon getting hit with the Chalice of Potions, but the brave Skaven artillery crew was able to move it. And yeah, honestly, I think we could see a bit of a ratty comeback here. Although Enchantress is going to be tough to deal with, we do get some big terror-causing monsters coming in. The Royal Hippogriff Knights of Doom. No back pressure on objective number 1, so it looks like the Skaven are not pressing that quite yet. 8,000 value against 4.3. Yeah, Bretonnia does have some healing that you need to take into account. And these Rat Ogres getting punished by these Hippogriff Knights. Hippogriff Knights, of course, hit very, very hard. 135 damage a pop. And this objective, the Rats are just kind of pouring everything onto it. Sending in Wolf Rats and Skaven Slave Spears. And now the Skaven Tide is going to be pushing back out. While the Warp Lightning Cannons do line their sights here on the Hippogriff Knights. And was that a Flensing Rune? No, it was just a zap going down. So let's take it Zap Zap Cannon. It's pretty mean. Yeah, the Vermintide's going, man. They are going. Look at this, baby. Objective 1 of the old Rat Tide moving up. Ogres, and you see just hordes and hordes of vermin. Pushing back the forces of Bretonnia. Spearmen at Arms. Probably going to lose the Clan Rats, to be fair. And the Vermintide has gotten the objective back, which is pretty brutal. That's going to be tough for Bretonnia. Bretonnia does have their big hippos and whatnot, but I feel as if they're going to be struggling to deal with the massive Skaven that we're now seeing in the battlefield. Beautiful Warp Lightning play. Warp Lightning nailing those Knights of the Realm. And the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are also continuing to put big damage down. Tim does have some really nice terror routes here, though, but I can't help but think that Flensing Rune and the Warp Lightning Cannons and the Natty Bubos focusing into the Hippogriff Knights is going to be a massive momentum shift. And this objective held by Bretonnia, but not for long. Rout Ogre's doing their job. A couple Knights Errants in there, but Knights Errant will trade horribly against Clan Rat Spears. Not going to be a good trade at all. Night Runner's also pretty resilient, and I really like the usage of armor-piercing Wolf Rats. I feel like it's like a surprising boost in your DPS, having all these Wolf Rats around the battlefield and just nibbling down these elite Bretonnia Knights, which is pretty crazy. Over here on this objective 3, it looks like Bretonnia actually starts to swing it, so well played to Tim. He's under huge pressure, he's massively behind in value, but he's still scrapping like the heathen kings of old. Enchantress getting shot by Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, and the Rats have actually run out of steam on this point a little bit. Granted, they have a ton of stopping power here. Natty Bubos and Ikit Zap Zap Cannon are just putting the hurt on this force. Plague Monk's on the way in. A couple Wolf Rats going to be sent to intercept these Battle Pilgrims and keep them from getting into the backfield. Middle objective taken by the Skaven. Side objective taken by the Skaven as well. So Clan Rats galore. And more Clan Rats are on the way, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's a fight. Warp Lightning Cannon, a big, big Daka. I don't know if Tim maybe ran out of stuff to summon, but the Hippogriff Knights just felt like they were walking into such a shooting gallery here with the Zap Zap Cannon and some of those other tools. And this objective still hasn't flipped. The Brave Rats are holding on to it. Warlock Engineer, his Mortis Engine, draining away. I believe, does it drain when he's running? Yeah, as long as he's being touched, I believe it does drain. Other 2 objectives taken by the Skaven. Bretonnia's going to have an absolute nightmare of wrestling these points back, but Tim's going to keep scrapping hard. He's got his Knights of the Realm coming in, and in theory, 1 Knight of the Realm can really punish this position, although it will take some time to get through the Clan Rats. Wolf Rats still chasing Knights off the battlefield, just escorting those fairly expensive units off the map. So that also is not reflected in the value. 13.5 against 7.8 right now. A couple Knights did manage to get back here, so I suspect some units did rout, and they found their way back. Outer Region responding pretty quickly. He's got his Night Runners coming in, and the Ikit Zap Zap Cannon should be stabilized here. Yeah, there they go. Night Runners, not bad fighters. They got their little prison shanks, and Knights Errant are not the tankiest, although these are Knights of the Realm. They're 21 melee defense right now because of the lance formation, so yeah, the Clan Rat's going to be able to finish them off. And once again, the Natty Bubo Sharpshooter still rocking 18 models. Warp Lightning Cannon still very much in good shape. Middle objective owned by the Rat Empire, the dreaded Skaven, and the points are getting danger close for Tim the Wilder. Even though Bretonnia might be able to scrap something out over the course of a long game, like the clock is not working against them. The Rats are Rats, and they are certainly Rats, and they're doing rat things. As Battle Pilgrims move up, 28 leadership going to be getting pounded by those Rout Ogres. Plague Monks are up on the point, and the Warlock Engineer going to be trying to get away right now. He's fleeing. Yes, yes. Trying to get out of that position. So, Skaven holding down 2, Skaven holding down 3, objective 3, looking like it could go for the Horned Rat. The bell tolls for the Bretonnians. It's weird. You know, I'm so used to rooting for Bretonnia for years because of how much they were an underdog faction and how much skill they were required to play, but like it feels wrong. Bretonnia being like a top tier faction, you know. They feel like they should be in the middle, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. Skaven, I think, got this game on lock, maybe. Bretonnia starts to flip the middle objective a little bit. They got the big terror routes, but there's just so many wolf rats and then the night runners coming in. On the backfield, we do also see some more battle pilgrims getting worn down. Rout ogres being sent to objective 3, which is probably going to flip it. Plague monks just chewing through the last of these cavalry units, which are super tattered. So this one's going to be flipping. Objective 3 is going to flip for sure. 2 is in the hands of the Skaven, but is being contested pretty heavily. Bretonnia really committing a lot of resources right here. We got Royal Hippogriff Knights and Knights Errant, but the Rout ogres and the Wolf Rat Tide, I think, has been a really, really nice combo. Tim, moving over, going to be securing objective 1, it looks like. We don't see any Skaven nearby. The last of them run down by those Knights Errant, so well played to Tim, despite being pretty massively behind on value as well as points right now. He's going into the 4th quarter, and the Bretonnian Cavalry and the Fey Enchantress Mortis Engine could maybe be enough. We'll have to see. As it currently stands, though, Outer Region will win on 1 point. So if Outer Region just kind of like, you know, hunkers down on 1 point, sends all of his clan rats there, although I guess that's a little bit scary to only play 1 point against like the Mortis Engine, although Fey Enchantress, is she still around? It looks like the Fey Enchantress might have gotten blasted off the battlefield by the Natty Bubos. And the Warp Lightning Cannon still shooting as well, still has 4 models. Middle objective is barely being held by Skaven. Warp Lightning shots putting some hurt down, and another Clan Rat's going to make it up to the point. Yeah, you can see the objective flipping. Tim the Wilder coming for the block, so he's got his big cavalry units. Good play by Tim. He gets in there and he intercepts the Clan Rats, but they were able to still make it to the point, so the capture weight is going to be flipping. And yeah, now it's definitely a triple cap situation. Bretonnia would need to get all 3. The Skaven held on to that objective for far too long. They are leaderless, and the rats are just rats. They're moving in, swarming, and honestly probably will eventually outgrind these Bretonnian Knights with the Rat Ogres and the Chieftain in the mix, and then just hold on to it. But Tim the Wilder, a little sneaky, going for the side cap here. He's got some peasants and men-at-arms on their way. What's the Skaven response going to be? Skaven do respond with some clan rats of their own. Middle objective retaken by the Skaven. They were able to reach it, and that's going to be the end of Tim the Wilder. And it looks like Outer Region going to be winning with, you know, interesting. Skaven had a pretty good fight here. I thought Bretonnia would be definitely more favored against the Skaven with some of the changes they've had, but yeah, they did it, man. That objective, the triple downward, the Skaven cap weight. Oh my god. They probably have some insane cap weight on that objective right now. Spearmen and Peasants going to be trying to head to this battlefield. I'm sure they arrive and they're like, screw this shit, this sucks. And Wolf Rat's coming in to provide a little bit of cap weight. Just going to be nibbling down some of these routing units. So here comes the Wolf Rats. Going to be chasing down the Scraps, the Men-at-Arms, and the Battle Pilgrims, or, not, excuse me, yeah, Men-at-Arms and the Grail Relic here. Cap weight, going to be favoring Bretonnia here, but the Skaven got the middle. There is no way in hell Tim the Wilder is going to be able to get rid of that. 5, 2, 1, yes, game over. GG, well played. And with that, Outer Region upsets the Bretonnians with the dreaded Rats. That was a game. Skaven did not only win with cap weight, they also won with value. They were pretty up in value. The Warp Lightning Cannons, the Rat Ogres, the Natty Bubos, probably all accrued good work. The Flensing Runes were also good. I think we saw a couple good Flensing Runes. 1,600 value, 2,700 on the Warp Lightnings. Very nice. We do also have 1,800 Natty Bubos. So yeah, this is the carry. Like everyone else was just sacrificial, you know, fodder. And the Skaven leadership here in the artillery crews really, really carried super hard. So GG, well played. Looking here at the forces of Bretonnia. Battle Pilgrims held their own, but they were not able to grind with the Skaven artillery. And yeah, they certainly had their problems. That was a great game, man. Fun series. Very sweaty stuff. I love it. I'm sweating as well in real life right now. So we're getting there. But that is going to be it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you all. Super fun stuff. Thank you, guys. We got 3 new channel members. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Also, guys, thank you for your generous donations as well. And if you enjoyed this stream, do drop a like on the way out. It helps out quite a bit. Helps keep the old Total War multiplayer community alive and all that. So thank you guys so much. See you around. Take care of yourselves. Well played, Outer Region. He gets the dub over Tim the Wilder. And I'm sure they'll be back to duel very, very soon. Tomorrow, I'm going to be setting up the new computer. So I don't know if I'll have a stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll have a stream before and then set it up after. But regardless, we'll be streaming throughout the week and all that sort of good stuff. So take care. See you guys next time. That's it for tonight. And Tzeentch. Adios.